you Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first day here of Division 2 for the spring tour. Denog, we've got 3 series to kick off our debut day, but you know, we got to get through the start, the feelings. We got to know how you're doing first before we get into everything else.
Very, very nice of you. I'm doing all right. You know, it's a little late here, approaching 11 p.m., but there's no place I would rather be than casting some Dota. And I mean, a lot of people have said, you know, throughout Twitter, Reddit, wherever it may be, that, you know, Div 1, Western Europe, is the most competitive and entertaining it's ever been. I'd say that's extending to Division 2 as well, because we got some great teams here fighting to just get back up into that top echelon.
I mean, there's 8 teams, and I don't even know what ranking we want to do for those 8 teams. As we get to take a look at them. We got Into the Breach and Secret, of course, being relegated from Division 1 in the previous tour. Alliance, D2 Hustlers, Ivy, Ancient Tribe, and then, of course, the 2 teams that just came from the qualifiers being OG and PuckChamp. And really, Denog, I mean, there's
so many storylines, man. There's so
storylines and arguments for maybe 5 teams going up. You could put 6 in, like
name the 2. Name the 2 that aren't there.
I'm good. I'm not calling
no,
it.
No. I want you. No. Start of the season. Put your balls on the line. I want to hear it. Who's not making it?
I think Ivy and probably Ancient Tribe.
Ooh.
The others, I'm like, I feel like they have a good shot. What about you though? If you're calling me out, you're asking me to put my 2 teams that I don't think are gonna potentially make it out of the 6. Or what about you? Who are those 2 teams?
I think it's going to be an 8-way tiebreaker because the teams are just so close, and it's going to come down to the tiniest of things. They're all just going to have a good time.
So disappointed.
I'm probably along the lines of you, to be honest. Like, they're the teams that have the least backing following behind them, but they've still got some really solid players there. You know, a lot of their recent performances in third-party tournaments have been solid. Obviously, they still remained in Division 2 from last time around, and they've got some new additions as well. So I'm keen to see what that's going to bring, especially D2 Hustlers. I mean, I'm pretty sure, only have 1 out of the 5 people that they had last tour. And let's just remember, with us looking at those teams from before, Alliance and D2 Hustlers were damn close to moving up to Division 1. It was tiebreakers that prevented them from joining Manaspa and Eridu Thunders. So it's really, really close all throughout.
Yeah, that is. We'll take a look at the stakes as well for this second tour and see what is in store for us and on the line again between these 8 teams. Importantly, of course, that first and second place, really, that's what you're looking for to get that promotion into Division 1. Of course, there is some dollary dues on the line as well. 75,000 overall being that prize pool.
You know, I love me some dollary dues, but you know, more importantly, like it is that prestige of being in Division 1, right? A lot of people have been saying, I know everyone's on the Western Europe hype train, but it's for a good reason. Like, it is really competitive all throughout. Some of the teams like Alliance, Div 2, were close to taking games off of Hellraisers in some third-party tournaments who just qualified first in, you know, Eastern Europe. And that's not to trash Eastern Europe. It's just that Dota's never been closer at the top level.
Yeah, I think Eastern Europe's shortly going to be probably that second strongest region with how close these, I guess, they are in the world, and just with how they play, of course, those online tournaments, scrimming, and also just, you know, with how often they're playing in the pubs as well. But
I want to ask you as well, just really quickly, sorry, before we get to the next step, I kind of... Do you ever think we're going to add another region? Like, I know there was a pitch a few years ago of like Oceania and all that getting added. That's never going to happen. But like maybe like Northern Africa and the Middle East could potentially be one, because, you know, you've got Nigma there, you've got Eridu Thunders, you've got a KZ team who we were following from Turkey during the closed qualifiers. So I'm sure there's plenty of other teams that are just starving for that opportunity that never get the chance.
Hopefully you want to, you know, build up kind of the infrastructure, and I think a lot of that comes down to just Dota servers as well, because a lot of those regions are having to play on Europe servers, which can be an issue with ping. So hopefully they're able to build up. It's always nice to see extra representation for those particular countries. But let's take a look at the schedule of what we got for our day one. Of course, we're going to have 3 series to kick off our first day. We're going to be starting, of course, with Ancient Tribe versus PuckChamp. We got Into the Breach versus Old G, and then Ivy versus D2 Hustlers as well.
So if you're Aries, you're saying that PuckChamp and Hustlers are going to take that first and third series because Ancient Tribe and Ivy have no chance, according to him. They are bottom of the barrel. Absolutely nothing is going to save them. Now, honestly, it'll be close. Like, there's some new additions, and we haven't even talked about PuckChamp, right? A lot of people are being like, wait a minute, PuckChamp in Europe, we're familiar with that, but not Western Europe. You know, this is the 2 of the old Na'Vi roster that got relegated in Lies and Sweden Strong that have come over and are now competing in Western Europe as well. And they were really the only team to significantly challenge Old G.
Yeah, and they've got some star power behind them as well in Lorinov, like a really high mechanically skilled position 2 that's been on teams like Gambit over in Eastern Europe. So that's going to be exciting to see how they can continue kind of developing as a team, because of course we got to see them in the qualifiers and they had a pretty good showing. They look solid. They definitely look solid. Of course, going through that second slot, they had to play a couple more series, and now they've had a little bit of extra time as well to get the scrims under their belt and build that chemistry.
And they also have like one of the advantages of, we talk a lot about connections between regions and how meta changes. Like, for example, Eastern Europe picks techies a lot more, for example, and Western Europe, they just go with like they tend to create the meta that tends to be the most popular. Pango is probably like number 1 that gets picked there. So they have an advantage in that they are still technically like affiliated with Na'Vi, so they've got an Eastern European team to scrim with, but I'm sure they're playing with a lot of Western European teams in preparation for this as well.
Yeah. So it's going to be nice to see kind of the back and forth on how they'll gain the meta from Eastern Europe and how it's going to transition into Western Europe as well. But none of this, of course, would be possible without our lovely partner in esportsbet.io, and they just released a exciting new feature, which is a watch to earn platform. You can earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth 3 USD per hour by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches on esportsbet.io. So head over there and start watching to earn those free tokens and earn some more exclusive bonuses as well. And now as we get down to the nitty gritty, Danog, there's I was going to start getting closer to the series, but I see one of the players in the chat
in the lobby
before we get in asking about how is the pizza. So there's a little bit of banter going back and forth
parties
already.
Going on. I mean, they can't really say that because like that's one of the PuckChamp players saying that, and a couple of their players got pizza partied. So it's like, you're kind of doing a bit of a self-burn there.
Yeah, well, Low Skill, of course, was previously on Ivy, and then also the position 2 from Ancient Tribe Mobi was previously on Ivy as well. So I imagine that's who he's referring to, the pizza party. So there's still some nice banter between the two.
Always, you love to see it. What sort of pizza is your favorite? Well, if you could choose any topping.
I just had pepperoni tonight, so I'm a big fan. Can never go wrong. Like, it's just a staple. There's nothing too crazy. It's just good. Just add salami, cheese, and you're good with that. What about you? What do you enjoy?
Load up the meat, all of it, and like a little bit of spinach, just because I'm healthy.
What? Okay. I don't think that's how it works, but sure. I appreciate you at least trying.
In America, there was like some food administration that classified pizza as a vegetable because there was some vegetables on it, and I'm like, okay, man, let's not get it twisted. Pizza is a bit of a comfort food, but I'm not going on a diet eating any kind of pizza.
No, I think. Well, look, if you're trying to get the gains, there are some nice protein pizza at Coles, but I'm sure any supermarket, but regardless, food off the card. We spoke a little bit about PuckChamp, of course, their road to get through the qualifiers, but what about Ancient Tribe? This is a team that had a bit of a swap in their roster. What are we really expecting out of these boys?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Alex brings to it as well, right? Like, he separated from Devi Lama, who tended to be his go-to. We talk about a lot of these 3-4 pairings that tended to stick together, right? You had You had Zayats as well as Resolution. You had Tofu and Ace. Now you've got Lies and Sweden Strong. So it really tends to be these two that are tending to stick together, but they've gone their separate ways. You know, it's Alex seeing what he can do in this new team, and it kind of feels like a bit of a mixed bag, right? Not a lot of time that these guys would have spent playing with each other. So I'm interested to see how it's all going to come together.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, and you do also have some 3 Serbians on there as well. So, I mean, Alex and LeBron have played occasionally together, but really their position 3 is the question mark for me. Just how much is he able to bring? I mean, going as mixer. So he's really the one person that I'm going to be keeping a bit of an eye on to see how he's able to fit inside the team.
Yeah, I'm interested to see as well. Like, there is so much variety in position 3 gameplay these days. Some people stick to armor pusher, basically, and then some people want to go the lane dominator style, or they want to go the old school initiator style. Mixer, it's a little bit of both, right? He likes to go into his Lycan and his Beastmaster. That's his like main go-to, but he's happy to go into like Snapfire, Timbersaw, Tidehunter. So very different styles. It's not just one note. Like if you look at someone that we're going to be casting later on today, Zibe, for Into the Breach, he is very much I am going to be the pusher on this team. Every single one that you can think of, he plays that. So I think it provides a lot more flexibility in the draft to not know 100% what hero you need to stop if you're going to give the enemy team any sort of tempo.
Okay. And what are we kind of expecting overall with the meta? Do we think it's going to be very similar to what we just saw in Division 1? Or do we think maybe in Division 2 there might be... Okay, sure. Like, that is besides it. Like, yes, there's the obvious, like, who knows when the patch is coming, and we all would love a patch, and I'm sure people... Maybe Division 2 players would kind of care if they drop it while their tour is going on, but
I think they'd love it still, honestly. I still think they would love it. You know, Dota players, they want something new. It's been too long, man. But I think when it comes down to it, we've talked about this when casting other regions. To me, Division 2 comes down to comfort at the end of the day. If you could draft the best stuff imaginable, but if you're not comfortable playing it, then it's not going to work, because there's a reason you're in Division 2. You don't have that same level of connection, and you're not able to execute quite as quickly as the people in Division 1 at the moment. And that's not to say that you're trash or anything, right? Western Europe is still a really good region, but it's just that the pinnacle is, the bar is set so high, rather, that it's really hard to get to that point. So go with comfort. Of course, don't let any massive gotcha picks, slip you by, because that can still win the game. But I think it's for comfort. I mean, we're seeing Thompson when he plays his Oracle mid, his Pango is very different to that. He's not known as a mid Pango player. He's known for his Ricky, his Techies, his Monkey King, all this other crazy sort of stuff. So I'm interested to see what some of these other teams are able to do as well.
Yeah, and I feel like overall with Western Europe, they're really making a pretty good argument about a potential for this region to be a little bit different in the structure compared to the other ones, for the promotion rules, the relegation rules, maybe extra teams if there's going to be a Division 3. Like,
you got to worry about schedule and all that if that's the case, right? I think if there was one change that I would make, it's that I would have the teams that get relegated from Division 1 play in Division 2 as well, because I think you should have the chance to immediately get back up. If the other teams are better than you, then they'll do it. It means that you're not sitting down in Division 2 for an entire season. That's what I would do personally, and I think it would make it really exciting.
Because right now, if you get relegated from Division 1 in this tour, you can't get to the third major, you pretty much can't get to TI. And then you are playing in the TI regional qualifiers, and in Western Europe, that is an absolute bloodbath. That is not a position you want to be in at all. I mean, it just...
You might not even get an upper bracket slot for the regional qualifiers with how close it is, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. We've talked about the importance of even having like one DPC point is so important because of seeding and all that sort of stuff. It means that you might have a bit of an easier matchup when those TI regional qualifiers come around. It's a journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I just hate to see teams with the quality of Secret and honestly even Into the Breach sitting down here without that chance to immediately get to the next major. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, because I mean Secret is that second place TI. and we are currently sitting in Division 2, and we get to see them as well with this new roster, which is going to be very exciting. Like, that is another big question mark. How is that secret roster going to fare? They've really brought in a couple of new characters from across the ocean. So, can Puppy work his magic?
If anyone could do it, Puppy can. I really want to see what Armel's able to do under the guidance of someone from a completely new region. Armel, in the past, he's played with a couple of people from new regions, but they weren't really in, like, captaincy roles, Yeah. So I want to see how he's going to be mentored and shaped, because I still think he's one of the most consistent mid laners in the entire C region, and he's done it for so long as well.
Yeah, and that was always the kind of gripe in a way, I guess, we see, is that they didn't really have the experience with the captaincy. The consistency, yes, but also the captaincy. They didn't really have, you don't have that Puppy, you don't have that Kuroki, just to name a couple, or you don't have that No-Tail, but now, Armel has that, extra person, a little bit of extra backing, so that's someone who I'm very excited to see on how they're going to be able to perform. But, they're further down the line here. We don't have to worry about them just yet. Their first series is going to be versus Alliance, which will be a very spicy first series.
Man, poor Alliance. Remember last tour when they played against the people that, probably the fiercest competition at the very beginning? It kind of feels like a repeat of that again. They're just having to beat the best at the very, very beginning. Although we don't know how, for example, Boom now transitioning to the offlane, how's he going to go? Because he hasn't really had a ton of exposure to that in recent times. Yeah,
well, we've seen a lot of people make some pretty good transitions to the 3, though. So I wonder how he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, interested to see it. And then, next tour, we're going to have Nigma coming down. We've got Manaspa, who put in some really good showings as well up in Division 1. And, I mean, who are they going to be playing against in Tour 3? That's really what I want to know, because, again, so hotly contested. You're not going to get everyone able to be promoted. Something's got to give. And we're almost ready to get started. We're just waiting a little bit longer. We got to keep you guys in suspense. All right, so we talked about who we think is going to have no chance. I want you to give me your top 2, Lockie.
Top 2.
Gotta be quick.
Look, gotta be quick. OG's a big question mark, because I don't know how they take it, like what kind of the mentality is with this season, but I'll just say OG and Alliance.
So Secret's terrible, huh? You're betraying Armel that quickly. I cannot believe it. I would say Secret is probably one for me. Okay. And then, you know what? I'll throw a bit of a curveball. PuckChamp. I think PuckChamp have a chance to be able to take it out.
A chance. Mm-hmm. A chance.
They do.
Well, let's see how they're able to shape up. We do have our Game 1 draft underway. Be very important for PuckChamp and Ancient Tribe to get themselves with a win on the board early on, as we get to see the players. And, well, firstly, there are any real surprises here with the first phase of bans?
Not really. I mean, PuckChamp, they're going up against Ancient Tribe, right? And we talked about the heroes that Mixer likes to play. Lycan is one of them. They're also taking out that Nature's Prophet, which is a little surprising, but it's something that I've seen Lil Pleb do in a number of different qualifiers. Not DPC as much, but certainly, for last year's Riyadh, he was certainly making a lot of big plays on his Nature's Prophet. So just take it away from him.
It's an interesting opener though with the Monkey King for PuckChamp, of course, going to be able to provide them a little bit of flex. Do you feel like his hero is underrated at the moment, or do you feel like he's kind of, people have worked him out on where he suits in the meta?
It depends how much flexibility you have, right? Like, we know that it can be a great position 1, but now you're just not going to heroes that are very counterable in that position 1 role, right? Broodmother is probably one of them, so they're saying, all right, we're not going to brood. Not that they would anyway, but it just frees up PuckChamp to be able to pick it up for Lies.
Well, are you ready for a brood game?
I'm always ready. We live in Australia, man. You got to be ready for the spider.
Should I do a count of how many I have in my room?
Go on, do it.
Like, quick glance, I see maybe 5.
Okay, I couldn't deal with that. I'm actually a bit arachnophobic, so it's I couldn't do shed gaming like you.
It's a nice shed. Let's kind of come on. Like
Granny flat.
I'm not. Well, it's also not a granny flat. It's an upgraded shed. But when you say shed, it makes me
Studio. Let's call it a studio then.
Very nice, very nice. Yes, I'm a studio
spider-infested
mixed with the spiders. Yeah,
Oh,
they're all my
man.
friends. I name a couple of them. They've got some cool names that I cannot remember now off the top of my head.
Bruce,
but
Bill,
yeah,
Steve, Davo,
Benny, all Bens, all B's. Sorry, they're all cool.
B's.
They're cool guys.
All right, cool.
What do you reckon Lies names his spider? What do you have a? Surely you got a name for the spider.
Well, Broodmother's a
Played too
lady,
much.
so Stabitha. I don't know. Something
I don't know
crazy.
about that one.
I don't know. All right, so let's have a look through this draft as we've waffled on for a little bit here. They're really focusing a lot of their bans around the supports, and understandably, you don't really want to go a Broodmother plus a Monkey King lane. I guess you could kind of leave the Brood alone, but that's once you're level 6. You've got to get through those first couple of levels, and you might just be able to go a lot of ranged heroes that are able to harass them out. It's not like they've got great chase down, so they're basically thinking, all right, well, this monkey is going to be either mid or position 1 on PuckChamp. Not that Lil Pleb really likes to play it that much, and Low Skill likes to play it that much, and Lorenoff doesn't really either, but that's really all that you can think of here. So they're just saying, all right, well, 2 cores have been picked, let's just ban out the supports.
And for Ancient Tribe, with their kind of first phase, there is some flex between the Tiny and the Snappy as well, but at the moment, unless the Tiny is going to scale into kind of that right click with some of the tree volley damage, it's pretty magic orientated so far between their 2 heroes.
Who was it that we saw playing the position 1 Broodmother? Do you remember that?
It is actually PuckChamp, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see if they go down that route.
That's a very good point. I forgot. Yeah, thank you for bringing it up, because Low Skill runs a filthy Brood 1.
Yeah, prioritizing the Aghanim Shard, like 4th item, I want to say, and you just become really scary to have to deal with. So maybe they're just trying to catch out Ancient Tribes, see if they haven't done their homework, and look to try and draft these like Brood split pushing counters. That's not the way that he plays. He plays to farm a lot more, and he looks to join team fights much earlier. They are still banning, of course, some of the bigger counters to the Brood in the Ember, the Batrider, and the Slark, especially if it's going to be your position 1. That is something that you need to deal with. So I guess this sort of does open up the possibility that this is actually a support Monkey King again, right? If Low Skill has the potential of running this Brood as a 1. So it gives them some flex, which is something that you always want, especially when you have that first pick, right? Broodmother can be seen as like a game-winning pick if it's not addressed. But then if you're just able to flex it entirely and say, well, actually, gotcha, we're doing something completely different, that can also be a benefit too. So nice opening phase by PuckChamp. So the real question for Ancient Tribe is, what are they going to pick? I would be prioritizing heroes that are capable of moving to any lane, and like a Mirana. I wouldn't hate a Mirana, for example, coming out here, because you're only revealing 1 pick at this stage. It's a Crystal Maiden, it's a Broodmother counter, so maybe this means that PuckChamp are now feeling much more strongly about this Brood being a position 1, but there's nothing really holding them back from just putting the CM into the safe lane, into the position 4 role either.
That is a good point, because that is a nice thing about CM, is you can kind of go back and forth. And
get Little Pleb. It's like, oh, Broodmother.
Another one of those games. Is he
Someone
secretly...
check that man's neck. That's all I want to say.
I don't know. Is he seething right now? They didn't ban the Brood? I was like, come on, my drafter forgot to ban Brood. We banned Disrupt the IO. Disrupt the ban. Oh, I mean, that hero is nuts.
It is. It's kind of nutty. We just need a posture check on him, that's for sure.
We do.
All right, so PuckChamp, what can they do? What can they look to?
correct. I mean, we see PogChamp going to go down that Pango route, so something that Lorinov is incredibly comfortable on, and probably the best mid laner at the moment as well. I mean, a Bane. Danog.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about.
Bane.
So with Kadaro, with low skill, playing all those melee position ones, I think it means that you know that Kadaro is going to be playing a ranged position 5. The ones that he really tends to go to the Disruptor, the Willow, the Silencer, and Bane's actually number 4. So I don't necessarily hate this Bane all that much. The main thing is, like, what is it actually providing? Is it a bit of that combo Disruptor with the Nightmare? Is it just a really strong laner that you want? Because there's no like amazing Fiend script targets. There's no amazing Enfeeble targets picked up just yet. Maybe it's even just mildly protecting the Pango as well. But I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what it's going to provide to them this time around.
Maybe is it just a hero to get through the lane and the weakness of the Broodmother early on? If it is going to be low skill playing it.
Yeah, could be for sure. It is still one of the stronger laners out there. I really wanted to see the Bane come out. Oh, well, there's one of the counters to the Bloodseeker, to the Pango, that hasn't been removed in the Bloodseeker. So I don't hate it. Like, now, if you pair this together with a Crystal Bane, and that is a deadly lane as well, right? You can pair it to like the CM Pudge, but they don't have any sort of dispels, so Frostbite into the Bloodright, you're going to land that every single time. And it's not like the other lanes are lacking in damage either, so the Bloodseeker's really going to benefit from a lot of this trading that's going to go on in lanes.
Yeah, not only is the Eruption Ice versus the Pango, but also the Broodmother. I will say I'm not entirely sure how the carry-carry matchup works if this Brood, again, is a carry and has like carry items to be able to stand his ground and man fight the Bloodseeker. You know, maybe if he's an item ahead, it might be okay, but usually you like picking the Bloodseeker into the Brood if it's played in the off lane. So I really like the pick for Ancient Tribe of the 18th.
Mm-hmm. Sure. All right.
So see, I'm not even sure. We got the Morphling getting banned out as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, what are the main things that you're looking for with a Bloodseeker? Just things that like to be able to get on top of him, stand and man fight. The thing with BS is that, yes, you can fight. I don't want to say early, right? Because you need those 3 items to be able to join in onto a lot of these fights. You need the Maelstrom, you need the BKB, and potentially the Aghanim Shard. Maybe not so much this game, but and you could even possibly get away with going something like a Gleipnir just for some extra catch for the Broodmother. So you need something that's going to be able to create a lot of tempo around the map, and I feel like Snapfire, CM, Tiny, they do a lot of that. I might just say you want a little bit more reliable lockdown for for Ancient Tribe, because you are going against some very nimble heroes. You know, Monkey King can jump into the trees, Brood can run into the trees with the spider webs, Pango can swashbuckle and roll away, all that sort of stuff. So I think I want to see a little bit more reliable stuns from them.
Okay. And at least now for PogChamp, we're going to be able to see where the draft is going to round out. If this Broodmother is going to be flexed, if the Monkey King as well, which still can be flexed, there's a lot of potential for them to be able to put these heroes into different roles. And we're going to get a Templar Assassin. So it looks like we're going to have the Monkey Brood playing off in the off lane, and then the Templar Assassin and the Bane. How do we like this for PogChamp?
It's not bad, right? TA is one of the better matchups against the Tiny historically. Like, yes, the Avalanche can get rid of all those refraction stacks, but you don't take advantage of, like, if you were to run it mid, all of those really high right clicks from the tree grab. So yeah, I like this TA pickup. Also doesn't reveal everything once again.
Are you now considering a hero that has damage over time for the offlane here on Ancient Tribe?
I am. I'm also seeing, can they potentially flex the Snapfire to being a 3, the Tiny to being a 4, and picking like a TA counter for the mid lane? Like, what even is there? There's no Bat, there's no Ember Spirit to go with, there's no... Timberstill's not really that. Zeus instead. Oh, wow. Okay. Lorinov. Going to go back for one of his heroes. I mean, it does give them a lot more information, I suppose, right? About the Brood, about the Monkey King, and really lets you close out the map a lot just through that dewarding capability. So Nothing is like what we expected, though, with who's laning where.
No, it's, I mean, it's the one thing right now with Dota. Yeah, it's just teams, if they've got that flexibility, it can be very difficult to work out what's going on in the draft. So in the end, for Ancient Tribe, we're going to get a offlane Snapfire. And, you know, for PuckChamp, again, they got the offlane Broodmother for Lice and Sweden Strong on that Monkey King as well. But is there a draft that we're favoring a little bit more than the other in this game one?
Not really, to be honest, right? Because I was really wanting them to see them have either a little bit more lockdown or some more playmaking potential with that last pick on Ancient Tribe. And I'm not sure if the Zeus is going to provide that, right? Like, you're not someone that rotates to another lane unless you've got a Haste Rune or, you know, maybe you could do it with an Arcane Rune. But it's really more people coming towards you and still being able to influence some of these other lanes with, of course, your Thunder God's Wrath. We do have to keep in mind, of course, the potential for the Zeus Bloodseeker combination potentially having an impact there. But I would say I'm given a slight edge over to PuckChamp, even though this Pango has been somewhat countered by the Bloodseeker pick.
Okay, I like Ancient Tribes draft. I think the Zeus is going to have an incredibly free game. I am quite concerned on how they're going to be able to address the Zeus. I think the Bloodseeker, really his one weakness is maybe the Rolling Thunder, but I think that's where the Bloodseeker is able to come into play and protect it as well. But for me, I think PuckChamp, you're looking at your BKB timings, because again, now going down the Zeus route, like you are heavily into the spell damage. As actually hold that, because Lice might be in some trouble. Oh no, walking up the cliff and all of a sudden it's just 4 heroes completely surrounding him, and Lil Pleb, he's already in the river as well. The sick charges, even though they're a minimal amount, not enough to keep him alive, and Lil Pleb, he'll be rewarded with first blood, all ready to start our second tour.
Nice way to start things off. I believe that means he has the Wraith Band coming out to him, so nice little start. The bigger weakness for Ancient Tribe that I was really seeing is that they have no one to go in first for like the first 20-25 minutes of the game. It's all just on the back of this Bloodseeker eventually doing it. And no real tower siege either, right? Like position 4 Tiny. This is Mixer playing the position 3 Snapfire. So it's, I don't know. It seems a little odd to me how they're going to be able to do things in the early part. And we know what a TA is able to do if you just give her time to do so. Broodmother as well.
So do you feel like then maybe Ancient Tribe need to put a little bit more priority on having Alex get a faster blink timing to kind of help offset that weakness that you think they have at the moment with struggling to start fights?
I guess so, but like, where is he going to farm? You know, you've got a Bloodseeker that needs to farm. You got a Zeus that very, very greedy. You don't make a lot of rotations. You're not a playmaker, and it's not exactly like he's the greatest at jungling or doing anything like that. So I don't know. Maybe it is around the jungle, right? Him making stacks for the Zeus so that he gets some of that stacking gold and then taking the mid lane, perhaps, to get that gold needed for the Blink Dagger. Could be just getting lucky around the Tumbler's Toy as well. We see how much that turns around the fate of a Tiny's game in the early stages.
Oh. Also, one weakness that you were highlighting kind of towards the start of the draft is the PuckChamp offlane. You were a little bit concerned about how the Monkey King and the Broodmother would be able to get out of the laning stage. I mean, you're up against a Bloodseeker and a Crystal Maiden as well. So what can they look to do to maybe make this just a little bit better here for PuckChamp?
I mean, it's not like you can go and do what most people do against these lane dominators, right? And get some pulls going. Because you're going up against
top lane. Yeah, Kadara is almost going down. That Fairy Fire, though, gonna keep him healthy.
There we go, bottom lane.
It's already starting. That Frostbite into the combo from Lil Pleb, and another kill. He's found 2 on the board, so this is going to be a lot of early stats, which is going to make it very difficult for the Broodmother to play into this.
Very, very challenging indeed. So, popping a mango there, just baiting a potential dive, but I think with Sweden Strong respawning and it being underneath the tower, they're not willing to go for that risk. So yeah, what I was essentially saying was with this Crystal Maiden, you're going up against a hero that has multiple ways of being able to slow down any kind of creep pull shenanigans, and it's a Monkey King with an Orb of Venom that wants to brawl, but you really don't have the tools to do so. Like, you just see they immediately go for it again. It's going to pop the Insatiable Hunger to get a little bit of regeneration coming back, or lifesteal rather, but it really feels like you're not able to do too much in this lane.
But they can go again. We just saw what they did. Like, they forced out the Insatiable Hunger. They poked, reset, because that's got a pretty long cooldown. And now with that continuous mana spam, with all the sustain they've been able to bring out, thanks to these kills. And well, I guess the one nice thing about the Broodmother is you've got decent regen on the webs. He's running a little bit low on the tangos, though. But I wonder if maybe they're going to make another attempt once they hit level 3, because they are very close to it for the Bloodseeker and the Crystal Maiden.
They are. What you could potentially do, I suppose, on Lies is just make sure that you're always like in the center of the creep wave, so that if you're going to make this aggressive attempt, it's going to push the lane as well, so that it actually pushes more forward into you and you're able to stand underneath the tower. You know, this CM Bloodseeker lane is able to do a lot, but not really the greatest at diving this tower, especially at this super early stage. Like, look at how much farm Lies is going to get now. And he knows it. He's just spamming the voice lane.
Yeah, and I like it because Sweet and Strong is also going to leave and let him just soak up that solo experience. He's going to try and stop the pull from LeBron. Looks like he will be a little bit late, but it's a single pull, so it's not going to deny the entire creep wave. Let's take a look at some of our other lanes, though. At the moment, Mobai on that Zeus having a pretty comfortable time versus Lorinov, 25-2 compared to the 18-1. How are we kind of expecting these two mid laners to get involved for the first 6 to 10 minutes?
I mean, it's really going to be around the back of the power runes, right? It always tends to be that. It really doesn't feel like the Zeus is going to have that capability unless he picks up a haste rune. Or, you know, you might be able to use the Thunder God's Wrath as a bit of a preventer rather than a kill securer if you get an arcane rune, for example. So I'm really just looking around the 6-minute mark. I don't think there should be too much action happening in this lane for the next couple. All right, so we look up on this top side as well. Low skill is kind of having the game that I was expecting up on this top side, right? You're up against a Tiny. He doesn't have any points in the tree grab because he knows that that's not going to be super effective against this TA. Kidaro, though, he was able to get a nice little pull-off. Getting the hard camp pull down into it means that he's going to at least have the security of the tower to be able to play around with. Of course, it's the Hellbear Smasher with the clap, so he's able to you know, clear out this creep wave just that little bit faster.
Top lane, low skill might be in trouble. They burnt through the refraction. Got some stick charges to work with, though. Kidari is going to be able to enter to hold back Mixer. We do have to keep tabs on this Zeus. We already see Mobai starting to go back to base to try and refill his mana pool. He's halfway towards that level 6, so all the side lanes have to be very cautious now. You're already starting to see some raindrops getting delivered. Your Lice has his, and imagine all the other members are going to look to try and pick that up as well.
I mean, Lies is just to be able to withstand this this constant harassment in the lane as well. And, oh, they got a really nice pull-off as well on Ancient Tribe to this hard camp. It only connects onto a couple of creeps, but importantly, it's going to be a ranged creep that ends up dying. Little pleb as well, when Lies was farming right underneath that tower, he actually just denied 2 ranged creeps up in his face underneath the tower. So really nicely done by him on the Bloodseeker.
This could be a nice little rotation to the mid lane here from Sweet and Strong, trying to secure this power. And if Lorinov's able to get level 6...
Yeah, but...
Unfortunately, yeah, that range creep.
As soon as he reveals, though, they're going to make a play onto the Broodmother. So you've got a very little moment of time to be able to make this sort of thing happen. And when you know Mobai is going to be here... Oh, Kidaro?
Man. Even LeBron TP'd in to try and secure the rune. So just showing how much importance they're trying to put on to enable these mid laners. Unfortunately for them, it's actually going to be Lorinov that's able to find that double damage rune, and he's got that Rolling Thunder now. So what are we hoping for him to get out of this? Is he looking to rotate to one of the side lanes, or could he maybe get a solo kill?
I don't think he can get a solo kill, not at this stage. You know, you're going to need something like a Diffusal Blade. Zeus, of course, naturally has a ton of mana, so got a lot of burn potential there. I really think it's just, again, about keeping these lanes shoved out, and maybe even Rolling Thunder's acting as a little bit of like a defensive tool for the super early stages, because you just don't have kill threat with these heroes right now.
Do you see, though, when the Crystal Maiden leaves his bottom lane, Ice is having a pretty fine time, and I mean, continuously throughout the lane, it's been in a very great position for the Brood. So level 5, and once he hits that level 6, the Brood should be very happy.
Building up some stacks as well on Sweet and Strong. Able to build that up, of course, for the TA, who hasn't had the greatest time up on this top side, so very important that they do start to do that. Kidaro, don't think he's been able to build up any stacks inside of his own jungle just yet, but could certainly look to do so. Lorinov, again, he's just been shoving out that mid lane and means that he's able to go back to the jungle and look to inflate his net worth further.
Like to see Ancient Tribe look to make a play across the map, though. You've still got this Thunder God's Wrath, which is a lot of the time pretty much a guaranteed kill. You want to try and use this off cooldown as often as you can just to get that gold, get that experience for the Zeus, considering he's a little bit more of the greedy too that can still scale well into the late game, but in some trouble. They're not going to continue the chase, so just looking to try and steal maybe some of the creeps.
He just got swashbuckled to the face as well by the Pangolier inside of his own jungle. Pango hanging around that power rune, so we'll see who's able to claim it. Ancient Tribe hanging around the top side. PuckChamp going for the bottom. It's top, and it's a haste rune. So that big rune that I was really hoping for if Ancient Tribe were to make any sort of aggressive plays, they could look to make a play here happen onto Lies, and they might pop the Thunder God's Wrath for this.
He's down in that threshold where Ultimate's going to be able to blow him up, but they will get a return kill. So Lorinov finds the Crystal Maiden simultaneously across the map, though. Mobile with that haste rune and the first Mortimer Kisses as well. They'll burn through the health ball of Low Skill, finding a very easy kill.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to understand the importance of which power rune gets picked up, there it is right there. I don't think the TA dies if Zeus isn't there to be able to, you know, deal that damage super quickly. Even LeBron giving him nice little bottle refill. So they're really playing around Mobile quite a lot. That is quite important.
We do see he's going to be... going to go into that Kai build, it looks like, from Mobile. Pango? They're going to force out Lorinov's ultimate. That's a big victory for Ancient Tribe.
That's that defensive tool I was talking about, though, right? Like, he needed that just to be able to get away from this. There's no one that he can really make plays with just yet. You know, very, very close to being able to do so. It's really around the supports having their ultimates, specifically Kadaro. You know, you need that Fiend's Grip there to be able to stop, for example, a Snapfire Mortimer's Kisses, for example, from coming through.
Lane, again, they're going to force out another TP here to protect the Broodmother. This time they won't be able to get a kill onto Ancient Tribe, or maybe with Kadaro stepping up.
Ango's coming.
Trying to deal with the Spiderlings, but Sweet and Strong's going to hold LeBron into place, so Lorinov is going to be able to swashbuckle him down. They might continue to chase Lil Pleb as well. Sweet and Strong, 2 points up in the Primal, so the slow going to help the Pangolier to close the distance. Mobile doesn't have the greatest mana pool to turn this one back around, but looks like with the jump away, it'll protect Lil Pleb enough.
Seems like Lorinov is just straight up rushing that Diffusal Blade as well, realizing how important it is for them to have a little bit of extra control to allow the Broodmother and the TA to go to work in a few of these team fights. Instead of going, for example, like an Orb of Corrosion, maybe they could have caught up to the Bloodseeker or the Zeus there if he went down that route instead. It's that ever-important 10-minute mark, though. Lorinov, once again, putting a lot of emphasis onto just keeping this lane away from his tower. Gives him a bit of an opening to potentially look to make a play. He's only got a regen rune, so again, not the most active rune. Much more of a reactive one to be able to play with. And you can see he's walking up towards Low Skill because his jungle is being invaded in a big way. Nice toss.
Oh, that very cute play gets LeBron straight on top of the Templar Assassins. The Freezing Field can do to work. And now the Mortimer Kisses as well, connecting over towards the Monkey King. But Lorinov, he's able to turn that one back around. So in the end, it's a 1-for-1, but still that favors Ancient Tribe. With Low Skill going down for the second time this game, Ancient Tribe, they're doing such an incredible job to continue to hunt this Templar Assassin wherever she is.
Yeah, I wonder where she's going to go next. Like, she does have a couple of stacks built up inside of the Ancient Camp area that she might choose to go back to just off the back of that. I'm sure she's also hoping, actually going up top, again, not the worst, but they really need to start dewarding their jungle. They know there's no way to be able to make that sort of play at that period of time unless they had that ward up onto the high ground. So, seems like Low Skill just wants to play while the creep wave is right next to his tower. You've also got the tome that was just picked up by Kadaro as well. He was looking to go for that Fiend's Grip play, but no one really to be able to back him up.
The rest of Ancient Tribe, they're even starting to swing top again. Mobile and Alex in combination together. They try and hunt down Kadaro, but Ben's going to be chilling for the moment. So now this will free up some of PuckChamp to look to make their own plays towards the mid lane. We've already got 3 heroes and a big spider army starting to get a lot of damage into this tower. So Ancient Tribe, they're going to be forced to react.
Yeah, Liza's doing a good job. You know, as soon as he hit that timing when they're making a lot of these rotations to deal with a TA.
Mobile, he's going to be careful, man. stepping up a bit too far, trying to poke and prod. They won't commit heavily though on PogChamp. Sweden Strong might be in some trouble. He's going to look to try and TP out. LeBron, can he get in range? Won't be able to. Nice TP. Now, meanwhile, they've also got the Fiends group as well. Kadaro. Not enough to secure the kill, but low skill. Well, they'll be able to follow up afterwards. So some much needed gold and experience is going to go the way of the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to force that rotation towards mid to be able to protect their tower, there were 3-4 heroes that came there, and you're able to get away with the Broodmother that caused a lot of that rotation and TP away on Sweden Strong, frees up space for the TA, and you get a kill off the back of it. So that's a big efficiency win coming through for PogChamp. Look at how defensively Lorinov is playing as well. Not walking forward just to get any kind of right clicks onto this tower. Onto the creep wave. He wants to make sure that he's able to use that swashbuckle from range as much as possible.
He's played a great game so far. 3 kills, top of the net worth. He's going to be going for that defensive item. Of course, one of the better ways to address the Bloodseeker. It's also going to be pretty nice as well versus some of the Crystal Maiden control, but it's a long build up for the Pango, but very vital to enable his game inside the Rolling Thunder.
Wonder if they're going to look to try and make... Well, what are you doing up here, Kadaro? Like, he's throwing a Nightmare in onto Little Pleb, just trying to force some reactions towards himself, but... I mean, you got the Zeus here that's going to interrupt your TP. I was kind of thinking that maybe they would make an aggressive play elsewhere on the map, and then he would be able to use the Nightmare to cancel a TP, and then just give them the outnumber in that way, but... Well, ends up just giving his life up. Probably not expecting the Zeus to be there as well.
Those drag some heroes away from the river, though. So once again, Lorinov is going to be able to pick up that power rune. I think one thing that
anyway. He's going to get an arcane rune. Very important.
Yes. One thing you were, of course, mentioning earlier on is, you know, how important it's going to be for Tiny to be able to find that early blink. And I mean, we see Alex is, yes, he's top of the net worth out of the support spot, 14 minutes in, and he's still got a long way to get towards that blink dagger.
Oh, they got a really nice trap here onto Mobai.
He's going to be in some trouble. Beautiful boundless strike to enable Lorinov to close the distance with a rupture. It will stop Lorinov, so he won't be able to get that finishing blow, and as a result, it'll cost him his own life as Mobai blows him up, and they're not done just yet. Over inside the jungle, Alex, they'll cut down the tree of Sweden Strong, so a double kill will go the way of Ancient Tribe.
That's a couple of times we've just been a little bit short on being able to get that kill onto the Zeus. Of course, it leads to a couple of kills going back the other way because he gets off the Thunder God's Wrath. It was a really nice initiation off the back of a lack of some sentry wards being down, but they certainly made it count in a big way. And more importantly, Mixer didn't make that rotation up towards top, so Lies didn't get some free time to push in this bottom tower. A lot of the other times when that sort of trade happens, PogChamp have been able to get something in response, but that time it was just a pure loss.
Yeah, what are we hoping out of the build here from Mixer? We've got that Greaves now completed. Are we hoping he scales a little bit, or are we still expecting a lot more utility out of the offlane Snapfire?
I mean, they don't really have anyone still that's able to make that jump, right? And I don't think you could put everything onto Alex. Like, he's halfway, towards the Blink Dagger. Not the greatest timing, to be honest, right? Like, it's a position for Tiny, sure, but you're nearly 16 minutes in. You would probably hope to be a little bit closer towards it. But maybe you go into something like an Aghanim Scepter just so that you can immediately get Little Pleb in onto the backlines, right? Just got to be careful of the Bane's positioning, of course.
I'm going to try and drive on by and hoping that the power rune's there. Will come to an end pretty shortly. Has he got enough distance away?
They saw with that lightning bolt, though, that they've got this warded, so they go on a bit of a dewarding mission. And, you know, once again, Lorinov, he actually uses the swashbuckle perhaps a little bit early, so it's not going to do the greatest at pushing this wave out. That'll be a couple of extra seconds for him to be able to use it, and you can just see Alex, he's looking to go for a bit of a backstab here.
But this is pretty big for Ancient Tribe, the fact that, I mean, you mentioned they're going to struggle with taking objectives. They don't really have this TA nor this Brood, so they're going to be able to open up the tier 1 mid before PogChamp were able to do so. And it was a pretty big timing for PogChamp. We saw them starting to veer their attention to mid because of Lies completing that Pipe of Insight, but with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown, they weren't able to capitalize, so maybe they'll look to go shortly.
Perhaps. I mean, I think they might want to wait just for at least the Deso on the TA as well. She's got the Dragon Lance. She's about 350 gold short. And, you know, if you're able to get a kill, especially around that mid lane, you can take the mid tier 1 tower. You've got a couple of points in Lucky Shot, Orb of Corrosion, Desolator. You could very quickly take Roshan. And we know how important, you especially, you love the Aghanim Shard on the TA.
Yep. Yeah, I think that has been very, very impressed with the kind of third item shard from the TAs, even just picking up themselves without even actually getting it from Roche from what it can provide them in some particular games. But
yeah,
we will
canceling
see
Blink
aggressive...
Daggers, get rid of the Mortimer's Kisses is really nice too. They're just going to use the army to take the tower.
Lilpled and LeBron, they're going to run into low skill. An incredible smoke on the mark with wherever low skill is farming across the map. Another death for the safe lane TA. PuckChamp, they might be able to find a rebuttal across the map. They've got to be pretty quick though. Radiant, they're starting to react. Some TPs are coming out. Alex bounced out of the low ground, and he might be able to stay alive long enough as they've got the Mortimer Kisses. Sweet and strong. He'll be killed off. The TP cancelled. Now Lias as well. They will struggle about getting on top of the Broodmother. Maybe that's where Lil Pleb can come into play, but he's already used the Rupture. So it looks like both the Pango and the Brood will be able to step on out.
Out again, they're not actually trading with a lot of these rotations. You know, the Broodmother, he had to get a lot more active to even just secure that mid tier 1 tower and going for the tiny kills. So really want to see Lias just continue to go full on rat. I know it's tempting to join up with the rest of the boys with this Pipe of Insight, but I think with a Bane and a Monkey King, you just don't have the damage that you need to be able to make stuff happen just with you two and a Pangolier. It's not enough at this stage. Really need that TA to be connected through, and situation where you're like, oh, just one more item on the TA just because of how poor Oracle's had to be able to begin things. And, you know, he'll be very strong once he gets the Blink Dagger plus the BK. It's a matter of what happens until then.
Finally sees... Going to move his way back over towards the triangle, so usually that home of that TA. So playing around with the Ancients.
Look at this, like even giving him the bottom side of the map. Broodmother normally just makes her home down in the off lane, but saying, you know what, there's no tower there. TA's not going to be able to get ganked quite so easily. She needs to farm. She's our win condition.
They are looking to try and move into Roche, though, on Ancient Tribe.
Not the strongest damage for it.
It's not. Meanwhile, they might get a kill as well. Alex with the combo. Maybe just trying to force some reaction so PuckChamp don't think about checking the pit. Roche is down to half, and they haven't considered about scouting this one out yet, not sending any of the Spiderlings in. They've got no idea. That'll
probably give him an indication, the fact that the Thunder Gods was used, but it's going to be too late. Little Pleb ends up picking up that first Aegis. This might be a bit of cope because I predicted PuckChamp, but like, I don't think that's the worst. The second Roshan is the one that you really want. You know, the first one isn't going to enable too much, and while all that was happening, low skill was farming. And I think that's the most important thing for PuckChamp this game, that he gets into these next couple of items. He's got enough for the Blink Dagger now. I still want to see him wait for the BKB before anything significant happens.
And what's the priority with this Blink Dagger for low skill? Is there like one person, if he had the choice, who is he looking just to instantly take out of the team fight with his damage?
I mean, honestly, anyone, to be fair. And it's going to be on the back of Sweden Strong. Like, he's just going to be this roaming ward, basically. He's nearly finished up the Mage Slayer, so if he's able to get on top of the Zeus, for example, he's a lot less squishy. He's going to be able to reduce the Zeus's damage going back the other way. Look at this big Slayer as well. Really looking to try and find anyone around the map, but they're not going to be quite so lucky.
So, top lane, there was a... jump in. Oh, great reaction pin in. So the Fiend Script's going to get cancelled now. Low skill, what's your Blink going to do? With Mortimer Kisses raining down. Got plenty of damage once again. Well, they didn't have many heroes with damage over time, but that Mortimer Kisses, even with a long cooldown, has been a great answer so far.
Oh, and they've even got the Blink Dagger on the Zeus. I actually love this. It means that Mobai can stand super far back, like way away from the rest of the team. LeBron, he's in his farming era right now. He wants to be able to pick up those next big items for himself. I don't even know what he's going to go for. It's not like the greatest 4-staff game. It's not the greatest Glimmer Cape game. I mean, every game's good for 4-staff, I guess, so he's just probably going to go down that route.
Man, Ancient Tribe, very impressed. 4K net worth lead.
Looking to grow with it as well. I mean, this is what you can do with an Aegis, right? It enables you to play so much more aggressively. They put down some super deep wards to enable their next play, and the map for low skill to be able to play with, it's shrinking, and he still hasn't gotten any closer towards picking up that BKB. And now the question is, like, where does everyone farm? Lorinov is... Ooh, okay, at least he gets the Arcane Rune away. He's on push out the mid lane duty right now. You can see they're just drawing on the map. They're like, okay, well, they've got a little bit of control over the bottom side of the map. They've got a little bit of control over mid. They're probably going to look to default to go towards top. So let's try and make a play there.
I'm going to see that smoke out.
Yeah, but Swedenstrong's in a pretty good position. Ooh, he might have backed off just too quick, though.
I know something's going on, though.
Scans just off the mark. Will Mixer hit it? Yes, it will. So they know they're making a move up towards the top side. Lorinov actually using the Rolling Thunder, potentially, to be able to clear this wave out. All right. It's just the delay game, right? Get TA, BKB, wait out the Aegis. That is the MO of PuckChamp right now. And then be strong enough to be able to take that second Aegis for ourselves, plus the Aghanim Shard. You've got Broodmother just about to finish into the Greaves as well. So some strong auras to be able to play around with. It's, again, just under 2 minutes. That's all they need to bait out, it feels. Oh, maybe a bit longer. TA's still a little bit away.
Do you force the issue now, though, on Ancient Tribe? Like, you know Rolling Thunder is on cooldown. You have a bit of a window to maybe get some damage in the tower.
Yeah, I mean, they control 2/3 of the map right now, so they're just looking to try and maintain that as much as possible. The important thing is that they are able to take some kind of tier 2 by the time that this Aegis runs out, right? Because, like I've been saying, that's the important objective, the second Aegis. And by controlling the Dire jungle, controlling the outpost, that's going to be secured for yourselves.
Swedenstrong mid lane. Nice jump away. Alex very close to getting the connection, but again, it's just that cat and a mouse game for them.
They're doing a pretty good job as the mouse, though. PuckChamp. Lies might be a bit deep with this push.
Tower.
Oh, no, never mind. Yep. They're the ones to get the tier 2 tower, despite being down in Aegis, down in net worth. They now, I was saying they only have about 1/3 of the map to play with. Now it's more like half. It's more the bottom side and their ancient camp. Of course, that isn't where
what they want to do as well
around the second Roshan, but it's something. It gives TA time to farm, and that's the immediate need right now.
You have a pretty good ward, though, for Radiant that is scouting out low skill inside the triangle.
And he should know. Like, he was ganked around that area before, so we'll see if some of the boys try and play around him a little bit more. I feel like Kidara just needs to be that sacrifice that stands in front of the cause, you know, play around all sort of staircases that they're going to be coming up at you from. They're actually going to group up entirely, right, as this Aegis expires. So they're saying, all right, all these auras, we feel pretty strong.
That is a scary spot for Ancient Tribe to fight if they're going to run down here at this bottom jungle. Got the trap set up, you got the ward on the cliff as well, and a potentially Monkey King that could have the Wukong's lay it down. He's gone Mage Slayer too, which is an incredible item to mitigate a lot of the damage on Radiant.
This is kind of far forward.
That he is. They found the Fiend's Grip and a lot of damage as well. Can they get him out to safety? It's not enough as low skill finds a side blade to go off to the backside. They're on Lil Pleb as well. He's going to be able to activate the beacon. He can look to reset his positioning, but back inside the river, LeBron, he's found the cleanup onto the Templar Assassin, but they might still be in trouble. PuckChamp, they've got the numbers advantage. They'll jump into the river. A nice toss, keeping the Tiny alive for the moment, but Lorinov will clean him up, and now they're already looking for more as well as Kadaro once again holds Mixer down. Lil Pleb is trying to find the angle to enter the fight, but the lucky shot making sure he's not going to be able to turn this one back around. It'll be a slow and painful death for the offlane Snapfire, but finally PuckChamp starting to build some momentum. They've weathered the storm, and now this net worth lead, it's starting to slowly be cut into.
They did indeed. I think they were feeling really confident playing around that Observer ward that Swedenstrong just de-warded, saying, you know what, I'm going to be safe. I'm going to be able to pick up this this power rune here as soon as it spawns, but instead, using the Fiend's Grip, they pick off the Zeus. Look at all that damage coming through from the Pangolier as well on the fight recap. It just goes to show what he's able to do if you finally give him a free fight.
Yeah. And his game was really struggling on Lorinov, like was top of the net worth, out of the lane, but then on his build up to the Lincolns, we saw him drop down to like 4th, 5th position. But once he got that item, had a huge impact in the team fight, back up the second in net worth. Now he's got the Blink Dagger. And this is going to be a scary Pango for scaling because he can always find this Zeus.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, He can, but I feel like, again, the Zeus kind of got baited a little bit by that Observer Ward, right? He was lulled into a false sense of security because he's got the Blink Dagger on the Zeus. He knows that he can play super far on the back lines and still have a contribution into these team fights. So it was just a little bit of... I suppose it's a bit unlucky, right? That just happened to be the sequence of events that happened. But I don't think Mobe is going to make that mistake again. Even if he's got vision, he's never going to be on the front lines again.
Yeah, and it's an interesting Zeus build as well. Yeah, went the Kaya first, but avoided the Sunjin Kaya. Kiyotako on Hellraisers really likes the Bloodstone on the Zeus. I was even thinking maybe he might think about the Scepter to cancel the Fiend's Grip. Oh. So we're actually going to see a fight break out. Great Rupture into the toss. So much damage. It's just nothing that they're going to be able to do to protect Lies.
And they're going to be praying for a long Roche respawn, but it's just 15 seconds, so... yeah, they might have this little bit of a window. They were lacking damage for Roshan number 1. Maybe number 2 is going to work out a little bit better for them. They've got the Drums of Endurance. I'm sure LeBron will potentially look to drop the Freezing Field once again. Little Shredder, a few points in it as well, but they're actually going to go for a smoke without their Broodmother. Perhaps on the back of this DD with the BKB on low skill is what they're playing for.
It's a big timing. Rupture on cooldown as well, so they're going to be free inside the team fights.
Well, they can find Mixer.
How do they get that opening? They see Mixer. A pretty good hero to look to blow up.
Nicely done, Alex.
He'll be able to cancel the Fiend's Grip straight away. Low skill's going to turn his attention to address the Tiny. They didn't really get a more valuable kill out of it, though. It was a big advantage that Dire were playing with, even with the numbers not on their side. This DD, they were hoping for more out of it on low skill.
They were hoping for a lot more out of it. Now you don't have the Rolling Thunder. Rupture's up in another 5 seconds. They know that the Roshan is up. I'm a little puzzled that they're not going to go for it here. You know, the Tiny doesn't really add too much in the form of damage, and without the Wukongs, without the Fiend's Grip, without the Rolling Thunder, it feels to me like they're severely lacking in control. With that, PuckChamp take advantage. They take back control over their jungle. They enable some of these buybacks to potentially be a factor. They've got it on the Broodmother and the Bane at this stage, and the Monkey King. So they've actually held buybacks for this purpose, and they're going to get a D-Ward too.
There's still another one, though, that's just outside Sentry range. Could be really vital for Radiant to set themselves up for a successful team fight. It's scouting them all out. Oh, no.
They're acting like they don't have that ward as well. Oh, I think he was just caught by the Pangolier was under the ward when the smoke happened. Yep. So they're going to back off.
Counter smoke.
Oh.
Ooh. I love this call. Look at the wraparound. They're going to go sweep behind and play with their own ward.
Mm-hmm. Don't pick up the bounty. Don't be greedy.
Voronov is ready. Ever so ready.
They weren't expecting that direction.
Thunder. It's going to be Kadara, though, with the first point of contact. Lorenov, though, he can crash into the middle, trying to disrupt the team fight. They'll still lose the Crystal Main as the Fires will trade their life. PuckChamp, can they get more out of this, though, as Low Skill is trying to man-fight Lil Pleb at the moment inside the Wukong's command, but Lil Pleb, he's got the Basher to enable him. Very cautious, though, but the Bloodseeker's going to look to reposition, not wanting to fight into PuckChamp's high ground. A heavy commit with the buybacks, but Mixer and Mobe, they're not done just yet. Once the BKB's done, they're able to blow up the TA. Now they'll look to Sweden strong as well. But TP out, is it fast enough? You bet it is. But meanwhile, though, Alex and LeBron going up against Lorenov, very far away from where the initial fight took place. But it looks like in the end, off the back of the buybacks from Ancient Tribe, they will just come out on top. And now they can... Ooh, can they get Roche? Maybe not.
No, they can't. Lorenov, that was the mission that he was on. He was solo killing the Bloodseeker at the very end of everything. So, you know, if Bloodseeker doesn't die, yes, big win for Ancient Tribe. But I would say PuckChamp are going to be very happy on the back of that. 2 buybacks expended, no Roshan given up. Yeah, sure, you die in a couple, and I would say Pango probably could have hit the Snapfire while she was channeling the Mortimer's Kisses, but, you know, other than that, I would say PuckChamp are still in a really solid position. They'll lose their outpost, though.
Still that, and this ward is up. And you mentioned before that PuckChamp did get a D-ward inside this jungle, so maybe they think there's not another ward around this area. And we're still going to have fights around this second row, so that ward, again, could be a potential reason why Ancient Tribe could finally get this second roast that both sides are looking for.
I wonder if Lies is going to play a lot more aggressively as well. He recently picked up an Aeon disc, and we saw what happened when the Rupture plus Toss combination went onto him. Well, if you're just able to avoid a lot of that damage off the back of the Aeon disc, then you're going to be a very happy camper. Here we go. They're just going to go for the instant smoke after this. They know they're in a really solid position. I would say that they're going to be focusing these supports especially around a Roche fight. You got to take advantage of the heroes that you know won't be able to rejoin the encounter. Look at them using the spiderlings, just giving all of that vision.
Oh, sweet and strong. Just trying to jump all the way towards the backline to drop the ward. They're going to try and move in with the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, inside the lane, though, Bane killed up in an instant use of the buyback simultaneously. The Crystal Maiden's going to go down as well. So the same thing that occurred previously, but inside the river, low skill, a defensive use of the BKB, but the Rupture locks on top of him. So Lil Pleb, he can chase him down. He can continue to stand strong. There's going to be nothing they can do to stop the Bloodseeker, as Lil Pleb is already looking for more. The control's going to be the one thing that's in question, though, as PogChamp, they'll be able to slither on away, but importantly, that Bloodseeker is still alive, so they have that main damage source into Roche.
I mean, I want to give props to LeBron for that fight. Like, he completely kited away both the Pango and the Monkey King for a good 5-10 seconds, and that's the reason that Low Skill was so isolated in that fight. You know, the only reason that they're able to get in onto him, previously in that fight that still went about 50-50, as soon as the Rupture went onto the TA, Sweden Strong drops the Wukongs on top of him, but that only happens towards the very end of it after his BKB's almost completely expired already, and he was at about 25% HP. So the fact that they weren't able to have that extra layer of protection enables them to get the solo pick off onto the TA, they still get the Monkey King, and they get that all-important second Roshan.
Yeah. Now you get another way to buff up the Bloodseeker as well. They've given over the Aghanim shot to Lil Pleb.
Oof, that's big.
And he's getting very close to the Abyssal Blade, and we've already seen he has been able to man-fight the Templar Assassin, so the moment for Low Skill, he feels like the Lincolns is what's required to maybe enable him to stand his ground.
Mm-hmm. Alex has been really good as well, using the Blink Dagger to... Oh, what they found? Sweden Strong. At least he's got the BKB to be able to play around with, but no TP. He just came out recently, so... Well, see if he's able to get... Oh, actually Lies. Wasn't expecting that.
They're coming, though. Lorinov and Kintaro. They got to be quick and get out fast, because the TPs from Ancient Tribe, they're starting to roll on in. Alex again with the combo holds two into place to the Mortimer Kisses. Will dispatch them with ease, and in the end... It's 3 going down across the map, as we saw Lil Pleb as well get the solo kill onto Lies, so now they can look to work it down and get some objective damage.
Yeah, what happened there? Was it just, I think Bloodseeker and maybe Zeus was also joining in onto that one just to give them the consistent vision, but of course, if you're Ruptured, you're not running from anyone.
Yeah, it looks like that was the case. Bloodseeker and a little bit of damage out of the Zeus, and as a result, high ground, it's going to be poked and Mixer. Oh, he's starting to scale as well. He's already got this Chrysalis Grove Bow and close to the level 20. Oranov again.
He wants to get that next creep wave, but, well, it's
a long way away.
A long way away. It's got the Ags, though.
What talent did he go for? Did go for that 3-second shield crash in the ball as well.
Oh, he's gone for a BKB as well on the Pango. I was expecting, you know, are you going to go something down the lines of a Basher just to be able to do things like interrupt the freezing field, interrupt the Mortimer's Kisses a little bit easier? I'm a little shocked, to be honest, that Lies didn't go for a BKB as well, because I feel like that would solve a lot of his issues, but he's already committed with the Voidstone, I suppose, towards the Scythe of Vice that he feels like he needs that.
Top tower is under attack.
And this is the thing now, like the scaling. You definitely take a look at the offlaners, like Lies' item build compared to the Snapfires. You'd love to give this guy level 20 before the fight breaks out, and looks like he'll be working with that talent now. So Little Shredder using his attack damage.
Man, poor Low Skill. He is just being so targeted. We saw all of the rotations in the early game, and now you've got a Halberd on both the Snapfire and the Tiny. So obviously just protecting themselves a little bit with that evasion, but it's the active. It means that you need to be so on point with your BKB usage.
It's not a hero that plays well from behind. What a lovely rune to be able to siege with.
Low Skill just a little bit short, unfortunately, on the Swashbuckle. Didn't clip onto Lil Pleb, so no disarm there.
Alex is ready. Just waiting for one person to step out. The place for a slight second. Lorinov is trying to move in again with the Rolling Thunder. They won't get anything out of it. Just maybe dealing with the creep wave, but T3 tower does still go down, so regardless, Radiant gonna look to reposition, just get those lanes pushed out and maybe go back again.
You can see what Sweden Strong wants to do, but as soon as he sees those lightning bolts, I think he's going to be a little scared, or he should. Oh, they were trying to find him. Just able to get away, though. This has opened up a little bit of space, though, for low skill to be able to get outside the base. Maybe kiting them up towards the top side. He's going to need to get back for this next defense, though, and not really pick up another item.
They're already charging in.
Pango's not quite there, so disarm not going to be a factor. Eventually gets it. And he has switched up into going to the Basher. I like that a lot more. But I mean, they've done a fairly decent job of kiting out this Aegis, right? Only 40 seconds remaining on it. Ooh, didn't get lucky with the lucky shot there.
Oh, Alex trying to force the issue. A very deep dive inside the base. This could favor PogChamp with the Fiend's Grip. They've caught out the Zeus. Oh, Alex, he just baited his team. They've gone too deep. Exactly what PogChamp were hoping for. With the TPs, they'll be fortunate on some of the other members, but PogChamp, a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, lose absolutely nothing. Get 2 big kills, including the dieback on the Tiny. So they know that he's probably not going to have the money for it, considering he has got that big Heaven's Halberd item. He's on the deck for the next minute or so. So get out on the map. You don't have to worry about that Aegis anymore. Little Plebs just had it reclaimed. Let's get some additional items for ourselves. Let's look to extend our net worth, and let's, more importantly, look to position ourselves for Roshan number 3. He missed out on, of course, the second Roshan, but I really want to see low skill now that he's finished the Chrysalis, I believe. I want to see him just buy out that Aghanim Shard. It's so important this game, just to be able to do the damage and the silence, to be able to deal with the Zeus from afar, the Mortimer's Kisses, the Freezing Field, even the Tiny to a lesser extent, and just the vision aspect.
Do you think that's what he needs to address, though? Do you think he needs to have damage for the Bloodseeker? Because it seems like it's...
I think Pango's gotten big enough that that's not going to be as big of an issue. And he's changed up his item build again. He's going into an Octarine core instead.
Wow.
But here we go. No tier 2 towers remaining off the back of a single team fight.
Very well done. Cut this net worth lead down once again to 3,000. They've been able to farm up some tier 4 neutral items as well. Getting some experience, hitting those talents. Getting pretty close to this Hex. The lies, so I mean, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with this. This could just be a guaranteed pick off onto one of the members on Ancient Tribe.
I wonder if they use Lauren off as bait here.
One of their first times that they've been playing aggressively inside the jungle, and is it going to work out for them? LeBron gets the 4-staff away. Once again, they're putting a lot of attention to deal with the Crystal Maid, and they're able to secure the kill on the secondary support in Alex. He's in trouble as well as Ancient Tribe. They want nothing to do with this fight. PogChamp, back-to-back team fights going their way. 60-second window now for them to get something out of the map.
At least they've got buybacks available, so, you know, they might test it to see if they are able to go up onto the high ground. Low skill sold his Dragon Lance, so he's got enough money for this Daedalus once it does come out to him. So, you know, they're going to be feeling a little bit relieved that they were able to get away with murder here. A lot of emphasis being given towards those supports, realizing how important it is to be able to deal with the 4-staff kite, to be able to deal with the Heaven's Halberd spam coming through as well. Even just the Broodmother being able to join the fight too. Brood, not exactly the hero that's renowned for buying BKB. I feel like Lies might opt to go for it after he finishes up this Scythe of Ice. But, you know, all your Spiderlings are going to be impacted by that Freezing Field. A huge portion of the damage coming out in a lot of these engagements, and they just feel like it's so important to be able to take that away. Lots of little instances of damage as well. Deals with the Refraction, forces potentially an unideal BKB usage. CM is very important to their chances here. And they've just got complete control over this side of the map. How quickly it shrinks, right? Feels like only
that it does.
10 minutes ago I was saying they only have a third of the map, then it was half, and now it feels like 3/4 at least.
It's the power of some of these TA and Broodmother lineups. It took them a while to get to this position. We're so used to seeing them with being able to shrink the map early on, but finally 40 minutes in and we're seeing what this lineup, you know, really the strength of it and how difficult it can be for Ancient Tribe just to to get out, and it's putting them in a position where they've got to be grouped up as 5.
Yep. Oh, it's a quick-ish Roche respawn as well. It's going to be up now. Sweden Strong's going to be the first one to scout it out as a tree. Also the trap as well, helping him out a little bit here.
They're going to see that someone picked up the DD. They should know this is going on. Instant smoke from PogChamp, and look at the position from Sweden Strong.
They got to try and stall it, though. They don't want to fight into this DD if they can. They've got nothing to be able to dispel it. Luckily, that trap is there, though, giving them all the vision, and there we go. Someone is going to need to deal with it.
Can they just shove mid in?
Seems like that's what they're looking to do. Top side as well. So they got to make a decision on Ancient Tribe, and there we go. Little Pleb choosing to initiate onto the Roche pit. TA drops a trap there. They know what's going on, but what's going to happen first? Is Tier 3 top going to drop? DD's expired. This is all they've been waiting for. There we go. Just these little things again. I mean, Midwave's kind of pushing in, though, for Ancient Tribe. But top, someone needs to deal with top. You can't afford to TP back, though, so it looks like it's a game of chicken. Who's going to go back first? Are they going to
just go to top now?
Roche?
Oh, true.
They know.
Right. They do.
They got to make a way back. Look at them. They're just being led around. Sweden Strong could look to... Oh, they don't have vision on that high ground, though, so they're going to have to back off a little bit. Why's the only one willing to play on the front lines?
Oh, what is
Mid's
going
still
on?
pushing. All right.
Yeah, mid's pushing, top's pushing.
Oh, they really want to just deal with that tower on the top side of the map. It's on 20 HP. Wonder if... I mean, can Lies just throw the Spiderlings in there and just whack the tower? Doesn't want to leave. He needs to be the frontliner with that Aeon disc. It's a standoff.
This is so funny, dude. It just showcases how vital... Wait, what's going on?
He's just wants the damage to be able to deal with it.
Do they see this? They do. It's fallen kind of low. Oh, they're going to get the jump. In the middle they go. Lone up with the Rolling Thunder, trying to hold the Bloodseeker into place, but incredible cookie mixer will get Lil Pleb out of danger. That was a lot committed from PogChamp. What's the call now? Alex is deep, but the Tiny's got a buyback. He can rejoin via the outpost as well.
Helps to not have to run through where all of PogChamp is set up, right? Nice little Manta dodge of the Spawn Spiderlings.
That's a win for Ancient Tribe, right? You force out some pretty big ultimates to the Wukongs and Rolling Thunder. Do you not just force the issue now?
Potentially. I mean, I think they're still a little bit worried. You use the BKB as well on the TAs, actually. So, yeah, I think they could look to afford to do it.
Yeah, and Alex, he wants to. Lil Pleb, an early BKB. He's going to find Kadara off to the side, so they're going to look to assassinate the Bane, who also can rejoin. But the Bloodseeker's going to be cautious, though. Hex, and again, the cookie mixer. He's been on point with the repositioning. The Rolling Thunder, though, from Lone Elf, it's come back off cooldown, but he hasn't been able to find the pathing to close the distance. They'll sniff out the Zeus, but a jump to the high ground. Zeus is okay for the moment, and again, the standoff will continue.
That's a dieback, though.
Kadara won't be involved in it.
Yeah, he walked underneath that observable that they've been playing with that whole time, so now they've finally got an outnumber here. Lice was still able to hold onto that pipe, doesn't have the Aeon disc procced, although they found him.
Rupture's there. Alex, they're going to look for the toss. Crap loads of damage over towards the Broodmother. There's going to be nothing they can do to protect him. PogChamp, they're going to hope they can get some other members as well. Where's Low Skill? They need this TA to get into the middle of the fight. Finally, Low Skill is going to lock onto Mobai, rips him apart, turns to Mixer as well. The TA is doing work. 2 members taken care of. But they have buyback as well. Yeah. Zeus will instantly look to use it.
Could you look to go for a big play? Blink up in a couple of seconds. They might put a new trap inside the pit. Oh, a DD, Low Skill. There's a gem as well, right there under Alex. Might be semi-hidden by the webs. This is the longest Roche fight I've ever seen, man.
It's about to end. Does Low Skill jump in? He's got no free slots.
Oh,
they're going to be able to cover it with the avalanche. Ooh! Bye-bye, Crystal Maiden. A little bit. He's trying to work out what to do. Dropping items. He's going to end up going down. First life taken care of. What's the call from PogChamp? Do they look to reset? No, they're going to back off. They want nothing to do with that respawn. So in the end, what the hell has happened?
Production, I want a timer. How long did Roshan fight look to go for? Is the gem still there? No. Someone eventually picked it up. But, I mean, to get away with not being an Aegis down, I guess, is a good thing. How do you even debate that? Please don't consume the Ag's Blessing Bloodseeker. You've got one of the worst ones in the game. All right, they're going to give it to the Snapfire. I like it. They have been seriously lacking a way to get in onto the backlines all game. And they honestly got a little bit lucky as well with Alex getting the Ogre Seal Totem, because he's had to be the initiator, have a way to retreat, make sure he has buyback, the vision giver, the toss backer. Like, Alex has done work this game, but it's too much for one guy to do. At least they've got 2 tools, and, well,
Sweet and strong.
There we go. They just used it, right?
All right, so just a quick recap in regards to the buyback status. Snapfire, Zeus, and Tiny without buyback for Ancient Tribe, and for PogChamp, just the Bane was forced out. They are lacking some gold for the TA and Brood, but at least some of them aren't on cooldown. So that's kind of the big thing that occurred by that Roche engagement. We got the cheese on the Bloodseeker, and like you said, the Scepter was given over to the Snapfire as well, who is really starting to scale, and that's going to start to be an issue here for PogChamp. Double Rupture charge as well. Voronov. Oh, there's the first. Just why not use it to pop the Lincolns? Looking for the second cast, but Pleb won't find it.
I think he's happy enough just to let the Rupture start to recharge for a little bit. It'll be up and available once again. Although Pango is level 26, so he's got that minus 20-second Rolling Thunder cooldown. He's got the Octarine core. Still no Basher, though. I really want to see him pick up a Basher if he can afford to do it, but it's going to be quite a ways away. Probably going to need to consume the Aghanim Scepter just to have the slots for it.
So, who the hell do you think scales better? Because this game has been crazy. But besides a 4-5 minute standoff by Roche, we've had, you know, Ancient Tribe with a decent chunk of the lead. Then PogChamp have always been able to somehow slither their way back into this game. And at the end of it, we got a 5,000 net worth lead for Radiant. So, who do we feel like's more comfortable going towards the later stages?
Probably Ancient Tribe, just because they've got like percent damage on a couple of their heroes now in the Bloodseeker and the Zeus. You've also got a Tiny who, yeah, he isn't doing it right now, but we've seen Tinies. If it gets super late, they're capable of scaling into being a true core themselves.
And regardless, we, again, like you just mentioned, seeing what Alex has been able to do even without being that core, just his initiations. Pretty solid so far, and we might see once again Lil Pleb charging up the higher ground. The Thunder Gods to give them vision. Alex, they'll get the toss back onto Lies. Twitter Strong's going to be able to activate the Wukong's command, so he's okay for the moment.
Oh,
now they found the Rolling Thunder as well, but the Bloodseeker, he's in trouble. Look at all the AoE damage. Lorinov cleaning up one by one. Mixer tries to jump over the high ground, but he won't find the distance. And meanwhile, Kadaro as well.
He's found him.
They've also caught out Alex. So PogChamp again finding successful team fights, and it was Ancient Tribe that got the initiation. But it did not matter. What a fight for the boys on Dire.
He's just trying to bad fight, you know. But look at that. 2 heroes without buyback. Diebacks as well. You got to get the boys to be able to join low skill, though. I guess without the Tiny, you're not really that scared, though, right? They have no initiation beyond that. They've used a lot of these kills onto both the Broodmother and the TA off the back of a Rupture Toss combination, but I mean, he's got the Lincoln Sphere. He's plenty tanky, and, well, we were talking about if it got super late, it would probably favor Ancient Tribe, but what a team fight coming through from PogChamp. Finally, that 20 HP tower ends up dying, so it's not just going to be one lane, it's going to be 2.
Can they mega them?
Yeah, probably.
I think they can mega. Yeah, they're going to be going up against megas.
At least you've got a Zeus to deal with it.
They might also lose a Crystal Maiden as well.
She has buyback.
Voronov, look for the cleanup. Cute use of the Stormcrafter. It's all going to be up to Lil Pleb. Who chase down Kadaro, turns his attention over towards low skill. Won't be able to continue the chase, so now they find a free target in Lice. They will be able to protect their base, and nicely done from Ancient Tribe. They will stand strong against the threat of the potential megas.
Low skill, gotta be careful here. Oh, so close, man. Didn't have the Abyssal Blade off cooldown, but still able to get away. All right. Again, though, buyback on Lil Pleb, most importantly. So, yeah, PogChamp, the recipe for them is pretty simple. Just wait for our heroes to be back up. Don't buy anything that's going to leave us without buyback, and don't and try and fight before the next Roshan, because just kill Bloodseeker. Very, very simple game plan for them.
We've only been able to do it twice so far this game, though. What do we laugh?
It's just Sweden Strong's items. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting.
crazy. I mean, it's really good, the fact that he's been able to get into this much. Again, so much of what they're able to do is the fact that they can't just walk into this Wukong's ring anymore. It's really been used as a solid protective tool.
Yep. He's going to be the one that's tanking all the abilities, looking to force reactions, just bait out these team fights, and it's very surprising how strong this position 4 monkey can be in regards to his survivability. Sometimes Radiant will overstep a little bit too long, and that's where the dire cores will be enabled without the attention put onto them.
Oh, do they see LeBron here? Just a little short. I mean, they see a CM walking around in the river. Probably not going to be the case doing that solo.
The 4v5 still. Root's going to be up surely, but they still want to take the fight without him. A heavy commitment over to the Tiny. Great use of that Ogre Seal Totem. Alex is going to be okay for the moment. They're still looking to take the team fight, though. Over towards the river we go.
On dieback.
LeBron's going to be cleaned up, and our Puck Champ, they sense a sign of weakness, looking to try and close the distance. Little player, they need to protect him. You cannot let this Bloodseeker go down.
There's the grip.
He can be TP up, but Kadaro stops him in his tracks. He'll still be able to get the... Oh, no. They cookie throw him out. And now we get the blink operation, save the Bloodseeker, and it'll be successful this time, but it comes at such a grave cost. Snapfire down.
Everyone else might just die.
down as well. These boys do not have buyback, so even though you kept the Bloodseeker alive, it might not matter in the end.
Yeah. It's going to be off the back of like a tiny toss back in. Again, Alex played that fight so well, but it's just not enough. And have a look at low skills items as well. He's got a Revenant's Brooch, and you know, most of the time you buy this against these heroes that have insanely high armor or against that ethereal form. You've only got one Agi hero and a Tiny with a Ghost Scepter. That's how much importance they're placing on killing Alex at every single opportunity, because he is their team fight right now.
How the hell do you hold this?
I don't think you
kind of
do.
just have to give up megas, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Snap has...
Look at how many Linkens they're putting onto low skill.
Yeah. Snap's got buyback in 15, and you're about to have the seam as well, but you might not have the Bloodseeker, and you need him back inside base. A beautiful toss away, but that means that Alex will be forced to use his own buyback.
And that's all you could possibly do. They've got Rupture available again. 2 charges of it. That is a level 25 Monkey King, able to just zone them away off the back of that. Even when the buybacks come out, they're able to get away with murder. So important to have many avenues of initiation, man. This is what I'm talking about, where if it just becomes a little too obvious, then you can make it a concerted effort to make sure that that is the hero that we're targeting. And it really feels like PuckChamp have zoned in on Alex.
Yep. And one of those initiators on Dire, being that Pango, has just done a incredible job. I mean, everything.
Have we seen like a second use of the Gobble Up? I only really remember seeing it top for that like one pickoff that they had onto, I believe, the Monkey King.
What do you do though with the Gobble Up? Like,
even just throw a creep, man. They just need something to be able to start a fight that isn't the Tiny. At least he is level 25, though, on Snap. So
Pleb's very far ahead of the team. Little Pleb, he's going to be in some trouble for the moment. Abikabi, he's going to look to stand strong. Concerned with the Rupture, but again, it's not a Rupture onto Lorinov.
Just the Monkey.
So Pango can look to create some chaos, and Radiant, they need to get back inside the base, and PuckChamp, they're going to try and stop them short. Lorinov blows up the Tiny. That's a dieback for Alex. Rupture's finally out. Lorinov trying to TP out. Mobai is going to be able to stop that. Lorinov's fallen pretty low. They won't be able to find the finishing blow, those.
Oh, Lorinov!
Oh, they got him. Okay, beautifully done. Mobai finally get him in the end. A pretty heavy commitment. Radiant's still coming out, though. They caught a glimpse of Kadaro. There's the Gobble Up. They're going to guess incorrectly, though. And the base, too. Someone's got to go back.
I mean, again, they got a Zeus, so he's going to be able to somewhat deal with this.
Mixer.
I really feel like the only way for PuckChamp to lose this is some busted tier 5 items come out in the next 3 minutes if the game doesn't end. Bloodseeker's going to Rapier. That's the state of this game. They're just like, we need to blow a target up. Pop everything. If it works, great. If not, we were probably going to lose anyway.
I would love to see him just rupture the Lincolns, blink in Abyssal, and kill the Pango. So he has to die. Lorinov is doing way too much in these team fights here for PuckChamp. And the fact that he's only got 3 deaths against arguably the biggest counter is just props to his performance. And now PuckChamp, that 4th Roosh, I think. What we got? Ages on TA. Kadara got Shard and Scepter, I believe.
He got the Scepter and the Shard, yep.
And Cheese on Sweden Strong.
About times Bane's got some love. We haven't seen this hero for quite some time, so I'm happy to see it come out.
We do have to... Oh, Rapier.
Yeah. He's got one queued up on low skill as well. Never mind. I think he's actually got a Aghanim's Blessing queued up.
Bane was in the meta for a long time. Like, first pick for... Oh, hold that. Look at this. Great position from Lies. Smoke's going to pop. They've got the ward. The confirmation, instant use of the Rolling Thunder from Lorinov. Of course, with the low cooldown. He's happy with using that straight away. What is that? 25 seconds. Wait, yeah, once it's over.
What do you do? I'm trying to think of an avenue for them to come into this. I mean, maybe they could pick off Sweden Strong, but he's even got buyback here, so it's not like taking him out is going to stop all that much, but I really feel like he's the squishiest of the heroes right now, and he's not that squishy. Mage Slayer, BKB, Cheese, Ultimate Orb.
But Radiant do hold Megas very well, especially with this Snapfire scaling.
I mean, you got to do something, though.
No way. It's an aggressive jump again, looking to put the emphasis to shut away Lorinov, but as a result, the Tiny's going to be killed off. And look at the Wukong, Sweden Strong. Going to provide the control with the ring, gets a lot of health back as well, so Radiant need to retreat. But that's a BKB wasted for the Bloodseeker. Now they've got the Fiend's Grip as well, but the Gobbler, Mixer, tosses him back inside the fountain. Radiant need to try and find an avenue back inside their own base because the buildings are starting to fall.
It is indeed, and it's a 3v5. Level 30 as well on the TA.
Onto Lorinov again, but he's going to be fine. Ultimate consider about activating. He's going to be cautious with the with the Rupture used.
Yeah. And then they're just going to use all of the Spiderlings, all of these Mega Creeps, and a level 30 TA. This is just a space-making Pango.
He's just going to make space. Creeps are in, beating against the throne. They got a Glyph to stall it out. Tiny up in 30 seconds, but can they hold this for long enough?
I don't think they can. It's exposed now.
You gotta get in. You gotta do something. You've got the Rapier, but what can Lil Pleb do without the BKB? Still on cooldown. He's going to be kited inside the fight. Slow skill is going to work against the Ancient, but the Aeon protecting Lies. What a boundless Sweden Strong onto 2. Rapier dropped, and there's no hope of them finding a way back in to defend against the Megas. In the end, we go over the hour mark. We don't get any tier 5s, but PuckChamp find an incredible way back in, and they're going to be able to take game 1.
Whew. First game, huh? It's going to go over 60 minutes. We love to see it. We've talked all during the pre-show about how close this region is, how it could really go either way. You and I were split. I was right. I'm not going to, belabor the point, but, PuckChamp, they're able to get a win after a very hard-fought game. I mean, it really just did feel like it was anyone's, constantly good use of the Blink Dagger on the Tiny to be able to disable things like the Fiend's Grip at the very start. It felt to me like Snapfire probably got away with a little bit too much, but eventually you just got to this stage where they were too tanky. You had to rely entirely on the Tiny, and he was just able to do a great job, but it's still not enough. I'm struggling of who to give the MVP to. It's between Sweden Strong and Lorinov for me.
I think Lorinov's got to get it.
Sweden Strong did so much, man.
He did. Man, I'm just seeing what the Pango was able to do inside these team fights as well. Again,
He did just
we
kill
saw
that
his-
Bloodseeker in this replay that we were watching there before, which prevented them from taking that Roshan for free. So I'd be happy enough to go with Oranoff as well, but Sweden Strong did amazing.
Either on. This is the power of the Monkey King 4, that the flex, and something that we might see, well, we definitely will see as we get further down the road here. It's just game 1, of course. We've got a long tour as well, but the fact that you're already showcasing that your position 4 can play a Monkey King like this, how he can scale and provide so much goddamn impact, is going to be very scary. And Ancient Tribe, they're going to be kicking themselves, man. Like, they had a great position within this game. Just a couple of fights, it got to a stage, or maybe like 10,000 net worth lead advantage for them, but somehow PuckChamp, they always found a way just to crawl back into this game.
Yeah, I don't want to point fingers or anything like that, but it really feels like those couple of times where Mobile got caught out by the Fiend's Grip, that was the difference maker, right? Because if you don't have to worry about the Avalanche, if you don't have to worry about the Lightning Bolt, you're going to get a Fiend's Grip off most of the time. So I think there was just one instance right in front of the Roche Pit, and one where they were sieging that high ground with the second Aegis, where he just gets caught, you lose so much of their damage, and it was GG from there.
What an interesting game, though, to start. Like we're saying, more this is a very, very competitive region in Division 2, and we get some chaos with the 5 minute, let's say 5 minute, felt like that standoff by the Roche Pit, and in the end, as a result, Lonoff, yep, that's right. Listen to me, production. Don't worry about what Denok says. Lonoff,
I agree with you
deserved.
eventually.
You did, but you're like I'm sure I'd give it to Lonoff as well, but I'd prefer Sweden Strong to get it, but it's okay. Production likes me more than you. It's okay. It's a lot of people do, to be honest.
Oh, here we go.
Look, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. You're a cool guy. Sometimes you have your moments.
Well, I was right at the end of the day with who was going to win, but yes, there we go.
No,
Production show their true colors. Look at the wards destroyed. Look at the wards placed. All those assists. Sweden Strong. What a Chad.
What a Chad. Cool itemization as well, something you brought up inside the game, going for the very interesting build. We don't see the Mage Slayer a lot, but this is really one of the nice things about the Monkey King. As a 4, your versatility is off the charts. You can go Diffuser Blade if required. You can go Halberd if it's needed against some of these right clickers. And, well, we saw the Mage Slayer in a game like this to stop a lot of that magical damage. And then as the game went on, we saw what he was able to do as well with finding those talents to control some of the fights. So this is a impressive showing for PuckChamp. There's going to be a keen eye on them on how they can set themselves up in the game 2 draft, because something we were mentioning is they've got a lot of flexibility with their heroes, with the Monkey, with the Brood. Is there going to be some respect put on that second game? We'll find out after the break. Oh, what a lovely way to start off our spring tour, going just over that hour mark. Hopefully we get another game that goes the distance. We get to see those tier 5 neutral items, but for PuckChamp, they have to be very happy with their first game performance. Then, of course, one of those closed qualified teams coming over from Eastern Europe. There's a little bit of questions on why they're not staying in the region, wanting to go to the hardest region in the world. They just want more of a challenge, and well, they were up for that challenge in that game.
They were. You know me, I talk about clutch factor being very important, and they showed it that time around. It felt like almost every single important fight was the one that they won, going up onto high ground most importantly. So we'll see if we're able to get the similar sort of thing going into game 2. I was on the same sort of boat as you in terms of like how the lanes were going to go, but I just couldn't see how Ancient Tribe were going to be able to close out that game 1, considering how limited they were in their actual pushing potential as well as their initiation factors. So hopefully that's something that they're able to clean up in this game number 2.
So yeah, you just want to see maybe that have a little bit more priority on being able to close out games in this coming up draft. Is there anything else maybe that we need to look at as well?
I'd say those are the main things. Maybe even it was a mentality of like, look, we're just going to draft a really strong early game so that if we win, then it's going to be like, it might demoralize them, puts us in a good mood. And the fact that they were still able to drag it out to 60 minutes is, kudos to them, right? It did feel like it could go either way. They tried for the Hail Mary play with the Divine Rapier. It just wasn't enough. So, I think PuckChamp were the better team in game number 1, but it's an entirely new game, and that's what's great about Dota.
Yes, indeed. We get to see how they're able to recover and what they want to do differently, if there's going to be any respect, of course. So what we have in store for us, PuckChamp, they're going to be on the Radiant side. We've got Ancient Tribe on the Dire, and Ancient Tribe have first pick in this second game as well. We see PuckChamp, they're like, all right, we don't have first pick. They didn't have it last game. We're like, all right, we're going to get rid of it. So They did have first pick last game. They didn't even go for it though, but they're like, nah, we don't want to give Ancient Tribe that opportunity.
Well, it's more of a case of like, you've got that protected pick at the very end of the first phase, right? There are enough counters to it if you like to first pick Broodmother these days, and it isn't as busted strong as it used to be because of little incremental changes, right? Changes to summon creeps, damage against towers, changes to Wraith Pact, all these other little things. They eventually add up and just make it a very strong hero, but not complete first pick potential anymore, and that's what you want to see. So clearly, without banning the Pango and instead banning the Sweden Strong Monkey King, it is confirmed who the real MVP was of the last game.
Let's see. So Disruptor gets let through. That was banned out prior, of course, for Ancient Tribe, like you said, swapping it up for the fake MVP. And they will go for the Disruptor. So what do we got for PuckChamp? There's, of course, Rubik, Beastmaster potential. They're going to go Beast Enchantress. The double summon. Wowee.
Wowee indeed. So what are Ancient Tribe going to be able to do to combat this? I mean, you can look to go down sort of routes of like, look, let's just stay at range. Let's pick something like Sniper feels a little bit too early into the draft, but it makes the lane really solid. You could look to just counter it with a bit of push yourselves. You could maybe look to go into something, probably not a Timbersaw actually, because you're going into the Enchantress, which makes the lane very, very difficult. Do they just go into Zeus again? Just as a bit of this push, you don't really care as much about the Enchantress, slow heals and untouchable. Nature's Prophet instead. Okay, yeah, they're just going to say, you know what, we're going to push you right back.
Okay.
This is the little pleb hero that I always think of when I think, what are they going to pick? This is his A game. This is what he needs to be able to thrive on.
5 seconds remaining.
And you're expecting you should be able to have a pretty good lane? I guess we don't really know what the fall is going to be for PuckChamp, but you're happy with the Nature's Prophet laning into the Beastmaster?
It's solid enough. I mean, Beastmaster might choose to go into the Axes just to be able to deal with the Treants. It depends what position 4 they choose for themselves as well, right? If the 4 has a way to be able to deal with them, then it's not quite as big of a deal. If it doesn't, it's more of like a repositioner perhaps, then you might be feeling a little bit more concerned. I'm just thinking like, what does Sweden Strong like to play? Not a terrible Hoodwink game if Sweden Strong was wanting to do something like that.
Mm-hmm. how does the Enchantress lane versus Disruptor? Because I don't mind Enchantress against in the Nature's Prophet lane. It's nice to get like a stronger Treant, but how does the kind of support against support match up fair?
I mean, Disruptor has pretty solid right-click damage, but Enchantress is just on another level, right? That's the thing that you always need to be concerned about. And Disruptor, good at a lot of things. Armor, not so much. It's just 2.5, I think, at level 1. So it makes things a lot more challenging in terms of direct trades. And it's not exactly like you can... they might not even be matched up against each other as well, right? Like, it could just be Disruptor with the Nature's Prophet, and then the Enchantress is actually in the other side of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking on the flex for PogChamp. Like, is there at the moment
Is
seeing
there a
the
world
safe
where
lane
Edge
already
could be
from Ancient
4?
Tribe? Yeah. Like, is that something we need to be considering in the back of our minds, or is this already more than likely going to be that Kadaro here? Which, if it is, this is back-to-back games now where Kadaro has gone for a very, very strong laning 5. Of course, we saw the Bane prior and the Enchantress very, very similar in that regard.
I mean, with this ban that just happened, it leads me to believe that that's potentially the case. Banning out the Timbersaw, most likely going to be playing in a position 3 role, leads me to believe that maybe this Enchantress isn't going to lane into it. You're not going to be able to bully him away with the impetus. So, yeah, you could be right. It could be an Ench 4 going into the MP Disruptor. You could just completely harass out the Disruptor and then rely on the Beastmaster to perhaps go the Axes build instead. And then I wouldn't hate seeing someone go like a Bassi Ring, for example, to enable both of them in that lane, both for dealing with the creeps, dealing with the last hits, and dealing with the Disruptor and NP.
Yep. Of course, it's something that Beastmaster is very capable of going down. Sometimes we even see that Bassi picked up with some of his starting gold. As we take a look towards the second phase of bans, this time Ancient Tribe are going to put a lot more emphasis on the cores. We saw last game, the second phase was all supports, but this time we got the Ursar, the true MVP, the Pink Lee, and the Terrorblade banned out as well. Very, very interesting Terrorblade ban.
Just trying to think why that might be. I guess it's a hero that doesn't really need all that much to be able to come online.
Wow.
I think we're going to see a lot more Jakiro in Div 2. We got some players that love playing it. Hakoda, especially. Like, I'm expecting to
Rubik?
see. Yeah, it feels like a pretty decent Rubik game, but then you're a little worried about getting run over, aren't you? Disruptor doesn't deal with that at all. Rubik, not the greatest at dealing with it, and now you've got 3 heroes that have that pushing potential.
Okay. You were, saying as well, there's a couple of Jakiro players in Div 2?
Yeah. So you got Hakoda. Kitrak plays a little bit as well. Obviously, we've got it here on coming out from PogChamp. So Kadaro loves to play it. So yeah, I'm keen to see Jakiro make a little bit of a resurgence. It's kind of like Tusk Light in terms of like how long the ice path stays on the ground these days. So yeah, I'm an enjoyer.
Was there any other change, or was it just mainly ice path? I think duration of it being on the ground and the stun duration.
The duration that it's on the ground increases, and which is also increased by the level 20 talent. It's not just the actual stun duration. So
sure,
it can be like 5.5 seconds, I think, that it stays on the ground. It's kind of nuts.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Now you've got the potential of putting the Jakiro into the Nature's Prophet. Of course, a great way to be able to address the treants. It's also a pretty strong laning support as well. But you do have some weaknesses about heroes getting on top of you, and that's where the Clockwork's going to be able to come into play. It's a Clockwork Disruptor as well, which is a very strong support duo. You can lack damage between the two, but you've got the Clockwork to go in, setting up for the Static Storm, Rocket Flare for the Glimpse. Always love this duo.
I'm still a little hesitant, though. Like, I like the duo, but not necessarily in this game, because I feel like
you're worried about the push?
I'm worried about the push. And, like, I think they've just picked this, saying, look, Nature's Prophet needs to have the most godly game of all time, so we're going to put this Clockwork into a position 5 role, which, they do. It's something that LeBron does a decent amount, this position 5 Clockwork. And this is something that's just able to stand in front of those towers. I would be really surprised to see him not go the level 10 Breathe Fire talent, just to reduce a lot of the damage coming their way. And it's something that, for most of the time, is going to win you your lane. You can't OD into this, can you?
Yeah, I was thinking...
OD Meteor Hammer. Just give him more push. The Shrek, another potential option. Lots of magic. Don't really care about that against the DK. More push. And Lorenoff loves playing the OD, so
Yeah.
you've got three natural 4-staff builders to get you out of harm's way. Save for the
really
static as well.
Just
And
want
the
to
glimpse.
quickly add something you were critiquing with their previous draft on Ancient Tribe was just their ability to not really close out the game and take towers. But we see how different it is with the Nature's Prophet and DK, right?
And multiple ways to be able to take fights as well. You're not relying on a Tiny to be able to jump in and make himself, in a really risky position. You can go in on the Clockwork. You can go in on the DK. If you take a good fight and they have to run away, rocket flare into a glimpse, and then suddenly you've isolated someone. Okay.
Or
It's pretty aggressive. It's a Deso builder. Maybe that's sort of the mentality that they were thinking. So I wonder if this means that they're going to switch things up and put like the Nature's Prophet actually into a position 3 instead. Not really something that Mixer does, but the refraction, most of the time you're not able to get insane value out of it with dealing with the treants. Just if you're good with your micro, it really just comes down to, again, what I talked about at the start of the day, a comfort thing.
it's a tier on that Radiant side as well, which is always going to be nice having that access to Roche. Got a lot of vision. They can provide themselves as well. We were speaking about Ancient Tribe with the Clockwork and the combo with the Disruptor. You got the Nature's Prophet shoving out lanes, but now PogChamp, you got the Hawk, the Enchantress creeps running around, and you've got the traps as well. So both sides have multiple ways to be able to get that information this game.
OD's gone. I'd be a little surprised if they don't get rid of the Leshrac as well. I still think it's a good Lesh game to be able to deal with, a lot of the damage that you've got coming back your way. It assists with their pushing style. It gives them a little bit more variance in terms of the damage types so that it's not all dealt with in the form of one thing. I don't think... I'm just looking at it as more common heroes. Bat's already banned. Ember not good into the DK. OD's banned. DK's picked up. That's really what I'd be looking for.
Can Ancient Tribe, can they fit an Underlord in? Or is it too similar to the Dragon Knight? Because you were saying maybe some heroes to stop the push and it's got damage over time by the TA.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it, honestly. I feel like that's a big reason behind the Death Prophet ban, in that it's kind of hard to fight into a, you just get a little bit of separation, able to get those spirit siphons off, and you live most of the time, and gives them a bit more push. So yeah, I wouldn't hate to see an Underlord pick come out here. Also holds the fight in place, meaning that, oh, okay.
Wow. So PogChamp was kind of considering about the flex within Nature's
Lesh.
Prophet.
I mean, this is a pretty good Lesh game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the second biggest counter to the Slark with the Bloodseeker there. So, you were already saying it was a pretty good Lesh game before. Now you see the Slark picked up. Like, is there much stopping you? They've got plenty of time. What else could they be considered? What are they lacking for PogChamp at the moment with their 4 heroes that they need to cover?
Their catch isn't great, but I just think with as much push as they've got, they don't need it, right? Like, you can just be attacking a tower with the TA and have your Beastmaster auras and occasionally throw out a liquid fire. So you don't actually need to go for the jump, and then eventually someone's going to get out of position. So yeah, I think this Slash just ties the draft all together. It's very obvious that PogChamp are going to play a super aggressive, try and end the game in like 20, 25 minutes game plan. But even if they don't, it's not like they fall off massively later on. Lesh, TA, very capable of providing a good amount of impact later on.
It's a mid-Nature's Prophet.
Oh, okay. Don't hate it. I remember seeing, was it Mobai? There was one player that played Nature's Prophet mid in Western Europe when I was doing a little bit of my research, and I don't think it was Mobai that was doing it. So we'll see. It's not exactly like you've got a ton of trees to be able to make work, so maybe he's just got to look to try and summon them occasionally, use them to soak up some of the Lightning Storm procs. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they're able to do. Who do you think's going to win? You got your thinking face on.
I don't know. Do I like this NP mid?
Mm-hmm.
Something that we saw maybe a year ago. People were trying to flex it mid with the power of getting a very early level 6 with that nuke, and you don't really lose a lot of matchups. Very easy for you to be able to secure last hits, but I mean, Lesh can just use the spells, which is going to be nice. So I don't know. I'm very intrigued on how this Nature's Prophets 2 going to work, how they're going to look to itemize as well for Mobai. So Also, I think this was a incredible Leshrac pick. You called it way before. Then we saw the Slark get picked up, and it just made it even better pick for them. So I like
and it's
this
a Laurenov
James
staple.
draft.
Like, I think it's one of his
Yes.
best heroes. So it's like, you're really leaving this guy, you know, to play one of his signature heroes? Kind of nutty. I say that as he's bronze on the Dota Plus, but he is a good Lesh. You got to trust me with this one.
Is he level 5 though? He's level 5, so more than yeah.
Gaben's watching.
I believe
Laurenov.
you. I believe you.
So I feel like this flex with the Nature's Prophet going mid is less for like what's good for the mid lane and more for we don't want this Nature's Prophet laning into the TA because it's an off lane Dragon Knight. So you're going to have a lot of armor. You're going to be able to deal with some of the harass that's coming through from
Nice here.
Of
course, some friendly banter between the two ex-teammates.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure we're going to see some sort of all chat at the very end of the game coming through from whoever wins, to be honest.
Seconds to battle.
Surely you got to say something else back about this mid NP, right? I don't know. Just to...
I mean, you can't really say nice Europe pull to that, because that's not many other people are doing this.
No, but just say stupid NB2 or something.
Toxic as ever.
Like, I don't know. Let's hang on, let me get it straight real quick. I don't think it's bad. I just want to get that out the way. I'm gonna just with the banter between the two ex-teammates, you just come on, keep it going, get some personality into it.
I think that's the least contested bounty runes I've ever seen. You know, Disruptor was able to just walk on through. Where's he going? LeBron? What's going on? Is he gonna glimpse Laurenov back?
No.
He's just trying to help this mid lane as much as possible. That's a support player.
No.
I mean, he knows his life is going to be hell in that lane, so he just wants to be as far away from it as possible.
No. What? Oh, now the creeps are all the way on the high ground. Oh god. All right, so let's see. I mean, Lesh has got not the greatest armor. You see that Blightstorm as well, and he's just sending the treants at him. So maybe he might have some issues with the treants actually at the early stage until he's able to find some of those levels to address them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even just the damage aspect, right? From what was it, 3 right clicks plus the glimpse damage forces him to use all of his tangos so far, and he's still what 240 gold short of the bottle. Could be that difference maker. You love to see this sort of stuff, though, right? Innovators.
Yes, yes, you do indeed. Top lane, LeBron and Sweet and Strong both supports very, very low.
Oh, if he died, he was getting a tip from that Lesh, though.
Yeah, good one. Worry about your own lane, brother. Don't. Yeah, you got some issues up there.
Sweet and Strong's almost level 2 as well, so he's just going to be a complete menace for this top side of the map.
Did they block up? Oh, you bet that. Hang.
How many camps did they block? 3.
Dude, I'm just looking. I start from the far
4.
left camp, look at the hard, look at the sentry at the small. I keep going all the way over and see they blocked 4 camps.
It's crazy. Get the
You
net
bet they
creep.
block some of them. Oh, get the kills as well, LeBron. Oh, hang on, you. Oh no, dude, he went for a high 5. He thought he was gonna get the kill and then die, but no, first blood given over to Lies. Already some I mean, we had some wild stuff happening the previous game, you know, in particular with that long Roche fight, and already we got some wild stuff going on.
I was talking about the Bassi ring as well for the Beastmaster, but instead he's going, because of that first blood, for the arcane boots, and it makes complete sense, right? You're just going to be spamming out these wild axes, you're going to be using Sweet and Strong for a lot of the same sort of stuff. And he's actually going to walk back and... Is he just farming? I guess the wave is pushed pretty far towards Lies, so he's not really that worried about the Beastmaster dying on his own. So yeah, if you can get away with greed, do it whenever you can.
Do you like the current position that the arcane boots are in? Because we see really the transition, the item build, where a lot of offlaners are going for it. You disassemble into the kind of Aetherlands that people are really starting to recognize as a strong item.
I mean, I'm just an Arcane Boots enjoyer in general. It encourages more active Dota, which is what I like to see. You know, none of this passive sit back and farm. There's a reason I'm not a carry, not just because I'm a boomer with terrible reaction speed.
You can improve the reaction speed, you know.
Nah, not
We
at my
could see
age.
we could see you on the
I've
main.
dropped off a
Oh,
cliff.
come. You act like you're 50. You're getting close. You're not that close.
All
Come on now.
No,
Come on now. Come on
not
now. I know
50.
it's there in the
Someone
looks.
earlier called me 36 in the Ozdota scene, and I'm like, bro, I am not 36.
Did they know you?
Yeah, it was Zemistry.
No way. Zem said you're 36.
I think he was memeing.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Radiant's courier.
Oh, dude, that's so rough. Someone gets called 36. Top lane. That's a lot of damage. Second point in the glimpse from LeBron, and I was not expecting it to do that much against Sweet and Strong.
2 permanent Agi stacks as well. Club has to be a little bit careful with his positioning. Yep, there we go. Gets the self cancelled, and he's got 4 wild axis stacks on him. I guess you probably only have 3 more casts of it, but he lands another. Does he have his Oh, he's actually just going to go for LeBron instead. He'll take the freebie.
Points for trying.
They're doing a good chunk of damage, though, to that Slark still, nonetheless. So it's going to put him in a pretty tricky position. Little pleb. Got the Tango still to play with, but of course the Slark very much relying on that level 6. We didn't really mention it too much, but Slark has got a pretty good matchup versus the Beastmaster, though. Game goes on, it's very nice, difficult for you to be able to find that raw connection. Your lane can be a bit iffy. You do have a way to purge off the stacks of the axes, but really as the game goes on, that's where the Slark is going to feel his true strength in his matchup.
I really don't feel like the Beastmaster really cares about the Slark. Like, for the lane, he's going to be harassing him out with the wild axes, right? You don't want to put yourself in a position for that instant shift stacks to start to stack up. But once the mid game and the pushing stuff happens, Beastmaster's like, Slark who? Basically, we're going to get vision of him with a Call the Wild Hawk, and then he can't run in because we've got a Leshrac doing all this AoE damage. And I'm sure if Slark makes a super deep jump, you just lay down the macro pyre and everyone stands in it. And then Slark finds it hard to be able to just do anything in this team fight.
Now, what do we want to see out of Mobe here with the Nature's Prophet? He just hit level 6, and we see instantly they're going to look to make a play. Even Alex, he's trying to TP up top as well. So all the attention
There he is.
currently put onto Lays, and well, even Mobai is wanting to try and TP in as well. If they got the stun, you bet they do. Alex just able to close the distance to cancel that TP. So they got a double kill as soon as the Nature's Prophet hit 6. Beautifully done.
They do indeed. Oh, is he going to be able to deny the rune? Unfortunately not. Slightly off with a micro there on the treant. So Lorinov gets the arcane rune, but he doesn't have any points in the Diabolic Edict. It doesn't really make too much sense to do it in this lane in particular, just because all the treants would be soaking up those explosions. So it's going to be fine. And it really does enable that rotation a lot more on the NP as well, right? Means that he's not going to be scared about the tower falling down if you leave a Leshrac lane, which is what happens more often than not.
Tharo might be in some trouble.
Like Alex might be as well, though.
Doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with, especially with the glimpse away. Going to stop
Nice
him
body
from being
blast.
able to get the return around kills, so Alex will be able to get on out. Lorinov used all his mana for that.
It's with the arcane rune as well. So nice of a rotation coming through from Mobai. Real
We
question
are
for
seeing
me
a
is, when's the edict going to start to come out? Like, have they got this down to a science of, with this draft where we've got all the pushing that we could possibly hope for, when are we looking to do it? You know, is it when TA has Dragonlance and even just a Blightstone? Is it when the Helm of the Dominator comes out versus the Helm of the Overlord? And it feels like Lies doesn't want to go into this lane anymore. It's pretty good timing for this, though, because Lil Pleb, he's just hit up onto his level 6, so that Wild Axis spam isn't really going to do anything to the Slark.
It's much slower when you don't have that max out axes, though, for the Ancients, but forced to go back with all the numbers here. And now Lil Pleb with the charge on over. We're going to consider about bringing the Nature's Prophet as well, or do they even need him? Sweet and Strong falling down. Looks like they'll still get the kill onto the support nonetheless. Kadar actually dies to the neutral. So 2 for 2, pretty messy fight at the triangle.
And Mobai's hitting the tower as well. He's just got a Blightstone, of course, so single hit into the tower. I still think the debuff lasts way too long, so maybe that's going to be a change in the patch. Who knows? But, well, he's even going to be able to take away this DD rune on the bottom side while the creeps are hitting into the tower. So this is a lot of experience that's just gone by the wayside.
Now we've seen not a lot of attention put down bottom, and well, now Ancient tried, they're going to bring 3 people down as well. I was like, all right.
They're matching
we
the
got
tempo,
DD still.
basically.
That they are. So we'll get pretty good usage out of this first Elder Dragon form. They're going to shove low skill all the way back into the jungle. He has had a better game, though. I mean, we've got to consider what we saw out of him in the previous game. Did kind of struggle early on in the TA. Second in net worth, and definitely a hero that's going to be able to keep up in farm inside the jungle.
3
They're going to find
TPs.
mid, though. No, bae.
I mean, again, it's just level
Alright.
1 Diabolic Edict, so I don't think they're really that concerned about the damage that they're going to be able to put into this tower. Close to the Atos, though, on Mobe.
Yeah,
Probably looking to make a play around the Disruptor. You know, I feel like that's going to be the extra damage that they need. Clockwork plus Disruptor plus Wrath of Nature, and if you need to, TP in Atos and kill him. The biggest one for mine that needs to be addressed is Beastmaster. Always. He's going to be the person that you're rallying around. I feel like you've got way too much damage going back the other way on the Leshrac, whereas Beastmaster at this stage doesn't really have that big defensive tool. It's not until the 4-star start to come out on the supports that that's really going to be the case. And, well, Kadaro, he's probably going to be going down here. Maybe.
Lorinov wants to turn it back around, though. A nice ice path. He's going to be able to set up for that split earth. Mobile will attempt the TPR, but
Maybe not.
it'll be a little bit too late. Beautifully done.
Second point in the Edict, but still on cooldown for the next 10 or so seconds. LeBron minding the bottom room. Strong. Unfortunately, he has to take that one, so Lorinov not going to get the regen. So despite dying, Alex has still done his job. Slow down the game while Mixer continues to farm on this bottom side. A Meteor Hammer Dragon Knight, okay.
How many levels is needing there?
2.
I think 2 is what you need for... Yeah.
3 to, you know, account for error, which I can think about.
Can happen.
Never making a mistake. Imagine that. Pro
roasting
players being
people again?
human. No, I'm saying, like, I feel like a lot of people roast pro players for, like, making the tiniest mistakes when, in reality, like, everyone makes mistakes, you know?
Not me.
All right. Open up the recent game history. Let's have a look.
All right. Oh, I don't know. Come on now. Don't have to throw me under the bus like that.
Talk shit, get hit. That's what I say.
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I get it. Puck Jam, let's see if they can...
They're really keen to
Make
make
some
something
plays.
happen off the back of this
Okay,
this Leshrac. I mean, they're just a little bit short of the money for the Bloodstone, and I'm not sure if a kill onto Alex is going to be enough. Like, little pleb is standing around. They don't really know that he's here. Do you want to fight into this?
Try and activate the Shadow Dance. LeBron has that Static Storm to lay it down. Lorinov's going to be able to get out of range of the ring. They'll try and glimpse him back. And it looks like with Mobai showing up as well, they've got the damage to get the Leshrac kill. Lupleb's got to be cautious, but the Macapire will expire, so we can charge on forward and find a third kill for the boys as well. So plenty of stacks for the little player. Even Mixer wants to get active as well. So Ancient Tribe once again off to a pretty good start. Back-to-back games now.
And Pleb's doing what I love Slark players doing and holding a few Sentry Wards. So he's able to get a lot of that solo experience and gold for himself. Re-enables the Shadow Dance, of course, but he's actually got a juicy wave on the bottom side of the river to be able to play around with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no. Lauren,
I
I've
love
got glimpse
Clockwork
back to
with
base.
Disruptor, yeah.
Yeah, it's just dumb. It's such a silly combo.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's
fun.
so hard to itemize versus these two as well.
It's fun, that's the thing, you know? Dota's about fun. Mana burn, that's
Ruining
not fun.
people. Low kind of first time he's considering about getting involved in some of these skirmishes. We've seen the TA kind of playing his own game so far, top of the net worth, but looking to hang around mid. Might run into the Hurricane where Alex is set up. And well inside the river though, glimpse back, but look at the backstab. Hookshot's going to be off the mark. Now Lipleb's going to be cautious. Look at the Macapire lay it down. He's going to be able to sidestep that, but LeBron will not be so fortunate. So PuckChamp, they bring every single member to try and come out on top in that team fight, but you know, with that, they should be able to turn it into a tier 1 tower as well.
But it's their first tier 1 tower at 13 minutes, and you really wouldn't expect that to be the case with this lineup. You know, all of their heroes are good at pushing, so the fact that Ancient Tribe have been able to hold them off this long is a big plus to them. got to be very careful. Like, if you're going to place these observer wards down, you've either got to be certain that Slark is not going to be playing in that region in the next, 5 minutes, or you need to play around that. So I'm assuming that PuckChamp are just going to look to try and set themselves up on this top side. Yeah, it was great that they took a single tier 1 tower. That's not enough. They got to take away this top tier 1 that's only taken 10 points of damage so far.
What do they need to do to set up for that push then? There an item we need to see, a pick off, ward set up? What's kind of the game plan for PuckChamp to open up that top tower?
I don't think it's necessary, to be honest. I don't think you even need the Enchantress there. I'm fine with Sweden Strong standing on this bottom side, keeping the lane pushed away from the tower. Lorinov clears out the mid wave, and I think you just need to group up together. Like, you've got the Hawk to do it. You've got a Helm of the Dominator creep. You've got a Leshrac with a Soul Booster. Has he got the full Bloodstone now? He does. So, yeah, this is all you're really waiting for.
It's not a bad timing for Lorinov. And his counterpart is very farm, though, on Mobai. Going to be working into the Maelstrom pretty shortly. So they'll have some cores that are able to scale pretty well. I mean, pretty much all the cores this game scale very well from either side.
They were actually off the map for so long on PuckChamp that they used a scan on Roshan on Ancient Tribe, just saying, like, what are they doing?
Strong. I'm going to tip it down. No, they're not even going to bring anyone. I thought maybe if he could survive long enough under the T2 tower, but
no glyph.
They just killed him so fast, and without a glyph, that's going to be a free tier 2, 15 minutes in, so Outposts already available to claim for Ancient Tribe.
Mm-hmm. They will eventually get the tier 1 top, but feels like they just don't... They must not feel ready to be able to take this fight yet on PuckChamp, right? You're only 100 gold away from the Desolator on the TA. She's level 12, so not doing too badly. Still at the top of the net worth charts. How close are you to Helm of the Overlord, though? That's the big question. About
pretty
the
far.
recipe away, a little bit more.
I think the Leshrac took that ancient stack when we saw the fight going on prior, so unfortunately for Lies, he wasn't able to get that much needed gold that we see the Beastmaster often requiring. Mid lane, they'll play. They've got this nighttime advantage. There's a big timing here from Ancient Tribe, about 4 minutes where we should see them really look to control the map. He is under a ward though, so they'll play. Gotta be cautious. Looks like he's reading this, but the guy path will be on the mark. It'll set up for Lorinov with a follow-up Sun being there, but an incredible static storm. It's going to buy some time for Ancient Tribe. They can look to reevaluate how they want to take the team fight. In fact, they're just happy with that. They'll use some spells, make the space for the little player, and he'll be able to back out, but is that the opening now?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to go in.
Set up even more vision. I mean, Mixer popped the Elder Dragon form as well. He's only got about half duration left. Can have LeBron with no static storm, and they take this incredibly fast. It's going to need to be a bit of a hero play from Alex if they're able to do it, but Rocket Flare not available for another 5 seconds. He's looking to find a unique angle. Yeah.
He's got to go quick though. Too late, unfortunately.
They know he's there. They saw the rocket come from that direction. He's like, I gotta get out of here.
The one nice thing for Ancient Tribe is with Roche going on, they've done a really good job to address their lanes. Bottom got shoved in from Mobai, so Lorinov's going to be forced to TP back, and this can give an opening for them to get some kills inside the river. Kadara is going to go down here for the Jakiro, so now you've got a 4v5, which is going to continue to stall out kind of this Aegis that PuckChamp will be working with.
It will indeed. I'm not sure I agree entirely with the Enchantress going for this this Dragonlance first. I said it during the pregame, and it was even before the Slark came out, I think, that it's a great 4-staff game. And I think you just got to make sure that you've got the ways to be able to protect who is really the important hero in this draft for the next, 10, maybe even 15 minutes, which is the Leshrac. You just got to make sure that you're not getting burst 100-0, you're not caught inside the cogs, you're not caught inside the Sprout. Yeah, Lesh has the Quelling Blade, but anything that you can do to make Lesh's job and life easier is going to be a big benefit to your team.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate because they're just playing to the Disruptor though. Like, this hero just kills that item.
Yeah.
Kinetic Field, what a goddamn ability, man. What a goddamn ability Kinetic Field is. But like you said, you're against the Clockwork and all these other heroes that 4-staff is great against, but unfortunately you're against one hero that it's pretty horrible against. So it's like, that puts you in a very, very awkward position. So
just carry some branches and then place them on the edge of the Kinetic Field, push yourself out, easy clap.
All right. Get creative with it. I hate it. I mean, if you do it every single time, then sure, I'm for it. I don't know how really difficult it is to do, though.
I can't do that in my pubs, let alone in a competitive game with all the stress that's involved with that.
Radiant's top tower
Let's see
is under attack.
what they're able to get out of the Aegis, though. Still plenty of time for them to look to work with. They should have... I'd like to see them try and enable Lies just a little bit, give him some farm priority, get this Helm of the Overlord, and then maybe look to go for a play, or do they... Will that take too long? Do they need to go now?
I don't think they need to go right now. He's so close. He's 500 gold away, so it's not like you're asking too much from him. He's almost got his level 2 in the Primal Roar as well. It's not really the damage or the stun duration increase. It's having an extra 20 seconds off the cooldown that's the bigger factor for it. So it almost feels like low skill just playing ahead of him, Kadara playing ahead of him. They're protecting him. You know, they understand who is the most important hero to bulk up at this time of the game.
I didn't notice till now, but Lil Pleb's got a gem. Very, very early pickup.
Okay.
I
They
hate
really
it.
need to deal with those TA traps.
Dire structures are fortified.
They might have got a glimpse of him as well with that nighttime advantage.
Speaking glimpse.
Pretty close to the tier 2 tower, but he doesn't have the Aegis, keep in mind. Alex with a follow-up hook shot, and he's going to end up
Big
going
glimpse back to
down. Let's see
Beastmaster.
the rebuttal, but the Lesh, he's got no mana to take the team fight with. They're going to turn their attention over to Kadara. It's a pretty good macro buy, but there's going to be no damage
They
for
know
for
where
the moment.
Beastmaster is.
Laurenov,
He's got a tree
he's trying
following
to
him.
find an angle into the middle. They're able to get the kill into it once, and now a secondary as well. Simultaneously up to the tier 1 top. Lil Pleb and Mixer, they're still looking for more, and they'll be rewarded with catching up the beast.
Really good team play coming through there. Like I was saying, they found the Nature's Prophet, but he was doing some great micro work, just making sure that Treant was constantly following the Beastmaster. He'd used his TP, so there was no way for him to be able to get out of that. It probably would have been a better option for him to just push in that top lane, potentially force TPs back to defend that. Maybe keep them off the map and making aggressive moves for a little bit longer. But yeah, very good read of the play there and punishing the fact that TA didn't have that Aegis. At least he picks up the Helm of the Overlord, though, before the death. So it's a plus. Still minute 45 left on it. Might be able to afford being a little greedier. To me, I would just be giving these next few waves to Laurenov, let him get the Kaya off the back of that, and then look to make a play.
I think the big thing as well is they're not playing with nighttime now, which is always a big advantage for the Slark. So
Yep.
you've
All
now
that
also
extra
that
vision.
to look to combine with. So love to see them looking to try and get control of this game. It's slowly starting to build some momentum for the boys on Ancient Tribe.
So close to hitting that Kaya. Really want to see all of the team look to rally around him as much as possible. I'm sure they're trying to just get low skill into that Blink Dagger, so it's a bit easier for him to find that instant pick off onto a squishy hero like the Disruptor. But you can only be so greedy. They've got to take the chances where they can. And Little Pleb, he's actually just used the Dark Pact, so how
a
on
big
point is
kill.
Kadaro?
Oh, just pop with that ward place, Lil Pleb. Not enough time to be able to react. They will send them away from the tier 2 though, so finally PogChamp going to be able to rival the tier 2s that Ancient Tribe have been able to find, so they too will be able to claim some outposts.
They got the ward as well. Always a nice little bonus.
Tower is under attack.
Look at Alex, just split pushing on his own as a clockwork. Not the greatest hero with
Pretty
doing
farmed.
it, but yeah, he's fairly farmed.
Got that
Someone's
Philosopher's
gonna need to
Stone's
address
going to help out.
And you've got to be so careful about splitting your lineup, right? We've seen how effective a Disruptor is at punishing any sort of person that's just off on their own without any assistance.
I
What's up?
really want to see Raiden get more out of this, man. You're getting pretty close to double. You just got one Scepter on the Nature's Prophet. You're about to have one completed on the Slark and the Dragonite as well. These are huge power spikes for these heroes. Again, you're 3 minutes away from nighttime. So it's you got to get more out of the map here for PogChamp.
Well, they don't have an Aegis to be able to play around with, and look at how much respect they're giving towards that Glimpse and towards the Static Storm, even just the Kinetic Field, right? Going to BKB on the Leshrac, not something that we see super common this early on the hero these days. Plus side, though, they are closing in on the 4-star on Sweden Strong, so that's certainly going to help him. with assisting the rest of the team. He'll also have a Hurricane Pike, so nice way to be able to deal with the Dragon Knight in a lot of these fights.
How do we feel like this TA is going to be able to scale this game? Because Low Skill, again, had a very, very difficult kind of first 25, 30 minutes. We saw he was able to really ramp up and provide that impact as game went on in game 1. He's had a kind of quiet game 2 as well. Only 1 death. He's kind of keeping up in farm, but without him being addressed as much at the moment, is he going to prove to be an issue for Dire?
I think he is. Again, his role is to just snipe that disruptor, get in as quickly as possible, because no one else has a blink dagger. No one else has that instant gap closing potential. It's just him. So it's going to be off the...
Nice.
Just an escape by us.
Yep.
It's going to be onto him to be able to use the Beastmaster vision to be able to find that pick-off. And then you just feel so much more confident fighting with a Leshrac in particular.
That's kind of one thing that the gem also enables them for Ancient Tribe, just to keep those supports alive then as well. Yes, if you're able to place those the Hawks in a bit more of a tricky position, then it could be difficult, but regardless, helping out with those positions. We see LeBron, he's even looking for his own scepter. So I mean, do you give the Philosopher now to LeBron? Yep, they just did that. Okay, so Alex is like, all right, I got my drums, I got my force. LeBron, this item is all yours now.
And it's go time with those Ags. DK still 400 gold short. He's got that ultimate popped as well. They're actually looking to make a bit of an aggressive play themselves.
They check the creep. They're going to see the aura. Their own wraparound. PogChamp. We're going to see Mixer inside the river. Nice reaction with the blink. He's going to be able to get some distance away. Low pleb as well. Okay, for the moment with the Wrath of Nature. That should be enough to separate the two squads.
It's all about that area control for both of these teams, though. But the one that's actually going to use this space to push in is PogChamp. They've got this mid lane pushed in. They weren't able to deal with it, and they instantly ping up top, saying, you know what, if they're going to try and push into us, we got to do the exact same. The downside, of course, is that Mixer doesn't have that Elder Dragon form. He's got the Meteor Hammer, but it just doesn't feel quite as strong. Nice pathing as well by Sweden Strong, making sure he wasn't going to get hooked.
Yeah, and they're starting to set up for a potential fight. Dari trying to TP back. He's not going to be able to clip LeBron with the Ice Path. They're looking to close the distance, cutting off maybe some of the avenues to the right. Low skill. Just goes for the Korra instead. Someone will have to address bottom, which is taking some damage, and Lorenov's going to do that. Should be able to give him a little bit of gold towards a BKB as well.
He's got the boots to travel. As soon as he saw the rocket flare as well inside of that ancient camp area, he instantly backed off because he knew that he'd just TP'd in, didn't want to get glimpsed back and ruin his team's positioning.
Both sides more than likely going to be looking towards that next Roche. We'll be up in a minute, so I mean, Dire, they're very content with this next fight, considering the Scepters we've mentioned. For Radiant, you're hoping you can get towards the BKBs. Beastmaster very close, Leshrac very close as well.
It is pretty key, isn't it? It really feels like TA, she's not going to have it by that point, so it's just a matter of, well, how can I enable the rest of my team? And she's taking a bit more of the unsafe farm, let's call it, you know, inside the jungle, moving on forward, although you got to be careful with how far you extend yourself. You don't have a really solid idea of where all of Ancient Tribe is right now. Although that enchanted treant is doing a little bit of work just to keep the creep wave away from the tower as long as possible.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they might be
They
able
want to try and control their own jungle. They've got the ward currently set up on the high ground. Well, Peb will be able to protect himself with the ultimate.
Early pop of the Shadow Dance, though. So I wonder if that'll leave them to feel a little bit more confident.
At least you address the ward, though, right? Like, this game... Oh, jump in, actually, mid lane. Leshrac. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up before stuff into the hook. He can try and activate the Bloodstone, but the damage is coming out pretty fast. Ancient Tribe. Very nicely done. They kill Lorenov without having to commit too heavily, and now they can consider about Kadaro as well. They're a bit cautious about going over towards the left side without too much vision to play with, but
Roche is up.
Roche is up. Can they consider about it?
Potentially. Alex is going to check it out and see that it's up. Instantly makes a ping happen, although they might just want another free pick-off before that case. A little pleb looks like he'll be able to assist. Oh, another. Nice use of the pike. LeBron, can he get some vision for the glimpse? This is the gem as well that Sweden Strong has.
Will be off the mark. Looks like they should be able to get the kill nonetheless. Gem dropped on the deck.
Yep.
Double
Let's
gem.
got it.
All of a sudden, 8,000 net worth lead, and more than likely second Roshan going the way of Dire as well.
He's built up a lot of permanent agi stacks on Little Pleb. He's up to 14 at this stage, so he is having a phenomenal game so far.
It's had a great series too. We've got to keep in mind his Bloodseeker, I think, only died 3 times, maybe, with like 14 kills. So was very impressed with his performance in game 1, and was on another comfort hero in the Slark, and we're seeing what he's able to do with it. 7-0 and 8. They gave him the Aegis. Shard's going to be given over to Mixer as well, so he has that Fireball. And this DK scaling, he's got the Manta queued up, so he's going to be a bit of an issue as the game goes on as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just even in that previous fight, though, it's the little things, right? It was the force stuff by Sweden Strong that was used onto Lorinov that actually pushed him further in. So he was away from the team. He wasn't able to benefit from some of those auras that might have protected him. Back of the Helm of the Overlord, for example.
Alex? Oh, no way, man.
He's got haste, man.
They can't start these fights. This kind of, sure, their lineup's great at being up pushing and taking objectives, but when you play from behind, we see some of the issues that their 5-man is currently showing, that Dire are just kiting them across the map, and there's nothing they can do about it currently.
Lyce needs that Blink Dagger so badly. Like, you will still have vision. It's not going to stay up for long because of the Slark and all of the vision advantages that they've got on Ancient Tribe, but they've only got a minute left of nighttime. If you can get into that Blink Dagger, if you could somehow prevent them from going up onto your high ground, then well, it gives you a chance. You got to find that instant pickoff, though.
Yeah, but now you're going to accept it on the Disruptor.
Oof.
That's one person
gotta
dead.
Be careful. Just able to get away.
Very, very close. But a BKB forced. So meanwhile,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
bottom they're pretty close to catching some of the members as well. Kadaro. Ooh. It's alright. Still feels like we saw what PogChamp were able to do, of course, taking back to that previous game. I mean, it was a very similar position where they had the net worth lead. What do we...
Oh, no, it was just Sweden Strong's running away, sproinking away, just able to avoid the duo once again of the Clockwork and the Disruptor. Rocket Flare was slightly off the mark. But it's important that they don't just give up these individual kills, and it's a DD that they're going to be able to use during the daytime, so at least you're not going to have that instant jump to worry about anymore, but you got to get out of dodge against this Slark.
Uh-oh. Nice TP. They've got a glimpse of him with the Rocket Flare. He's going to be able to TP back. I have a great ward on the cliff by the secret shop, though. And Alex is in a position to be able to jump in as well. You've got the Disruptor nearby to drop the Static Storm, but it's a question of which target are they going to jump on.
Wrath of Nature's up now.
Looks like Lies. That'll be the one. Beastmaster revealing himself for the rest of the team, not playing behind him. Pleb continuing to find more permanent agi. Level 19 for the Slark.
He's doing damn well, isn't he?
Man, they're going to I don't know. What do you do? Like, Mobai scaling is going Satanic next. They don't really have a lot of stuns to stop him from right-clicking. Really, it's just going to be raw throughout it, and Pleb's getting more kills across the map. So you have the damage. Well, they've got the hook shot, so it's not going to matter. Alex, just a tip.
That's all you need.
Now,
Look how fast
even Lorinov as well. Are they going to be able to force his BKB?
Possibly. Depends. I guess they don't have the
I hate this item. Why?
Clippy.
What? Yes!
No
Look at
Bloodstone
that,
for you.
dude.
No
like,
BKB.
this is so dumb. You see the range on that?
Mm-hmm.
What? You nerfed it. It doesn't matter. Oh, I hate this item. Sorry.
How do you really feel?
Dude, this item's so dumb, man. I cannot believe no target. Roots from that far away. 1100 range. Cool. Very cool.
All right, so you ready for the copium?
Okay, I don't know if it's going to be enough, but yeah,
I mean,
sure.
second Roche, and they didn't take any high ground yet, and they've only got 50 seconds left. So
I think they outscale PogChamp.
sure, but you're not in like...
You're coping, it's okay.
I said it was copium, all right?
I understand, I get it.
Yeah.
Look, we haven't felt like the Lesh counter to the Slark. We just
No, 'cause
haven't
he just
felt
gets
it. He doesn't
burst
even have a
down.
BKB.
Oh, he does. He does. He just wasn't able to activate it because of the static storm.
Sorry,
Oh,
I meant Slark. Sorry.
Yeah.
So he's going to have like a late game BKB where you've got 9 seconds of immunity. TA won't address you because you got Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. Lesh won't address you. And we're potentially seeing it. Little player pretty aggressive. He's still got 10 seconds left of the ages. Got to be cautious though. Lorinov, he's looking to jump in. He's had enough of the status quo of this game. He wants revenge, but it's a BKB for a Disruptor.
It's a pretty important kill, though, especially with that Aegis about to expire. Maybe they feel like now they can look to push the lanes out, look to get a bit more of their farm, get into that next item. Although I don't really know how much that next item is going to change things, right? It really felt like Lorinov was going that Blink Dagger because no one on his team was killing this damn Disruptor. And I still don't necessarily agree with Liza's choice to go, like, he's been going back and forth between, do I want Force Staff, do I want Octarine? It's still BKB for mine. That Disruptor has to die, and the most important thing for him right now is just saving gold for buyback.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Let's see what they're able to get at least off the back of the kill. Being able to farm across the map. Low Skill's in some trouble though. Got Kadara nearby. In fact, he'll use his own Hurricane Pike to get some distance away. Gotta be cautious of Alex. Man, what was that? Off for the right, we still see Kadara go down. I don't know, the ball's on Low Skill. He stood still. That was why Alex missed the hook shot. What a play, regardless.
Ooh,
great reactions out of the BKB as well. That was incredibly quick.
Low skill my ass. That's high skill right there.
Who's quickening Charming? Oh, Fives. I don't know how Radiant were able to steal it.
Yoink.
Pretty nice one to steal as well. I'm sure Dai would appreciate having their own quickening charm. Ah, they're 14k ahead. Come on. It's not the end of the world. Top lane. Uh-oh. They're on to Lorinov, and these two members just evaporate the Lesh's health pool. Can't even get out on the map.
Only 15 gold away from the buyback, so he is... what sort of
lane.
movement are we playing down bottom?
LeBron
Low
setting
skill?
up a low skill. Oh. They're coming
just
actually.
avoiding the
Radiant.
vision.
They want to take the fight.
Glimpse?
Sweet and Strong's going to be able to wrap around. They're going to be able to get the glimpse back into the static
See a
storm. And now with
refraction.
Mobai here as well, there is so much damage. Now Sweet and Strong's in some trouble as well, but the Enchantress will not be able to escape inside the tree line. Oh, getting spicy with the tips now.
Okay. The lanes, once again, aren't in the most amazing position. Top side's looking pretty healthy. And actually, they do have that backdoor disabled because of what they've been able to do up top. So they're just going to use that to fall down onto this bottom side. No one wants to use buyback right now, but you might be forced to. LeBron, Glimpse, just a little bit short on the range.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle
You know, I'm a
tower
4-star
is under
fan.
attack.
I just... Beastmaster's a step too far, I think. That's not the issue. The issue is that they're stronger than you right now, and you can never seem to find an outnumber because of it. And they've got great heroes at being able to force that outnumber with the Nature's Prophet, with the Glimpse. So you got to try and... You got to fix that somehow. And yeah, 4-star's, it's not the one.
How are you ever going to get the lanes in a position where you can take a fight without them knowing that you're looking to get outside the base? You got
to send the Beastmaster creep to do it, but then you don't have it for the fight, so it doesn't feel great. But that's sort of the sacrifice that you need to make. I actually really like Lorinov's itemization as well. He's going for the Scythe of Vice next. It's exactly what they need. I mean, he's saying go because they know that Roshan has the potential to respawn. Unfortunately, Sweet and Strong wasn't caught by that smoke there, and all the while top lane's being pushed in. So we'll see what happens. Roche is up, number 3.
They've got a glimpse of Alex. They'll see Lil Pleb as well with the Hawk.
I mean, they
Now
know
they're going to be able to address...
there's no reason for Sweet and Strong to be out here on his own. You know, they have to know something's up.
Jump in onto Alex.
He didn't use
Decent amount of
BKB.
damage with the Static Storm. Oh, he got out. Lesh was able to get out of the range. Still, they're going to try and turn it back around. They're surrounding the Nature's Prophet at the moment. A really good start of the fight here for PogChamp, but they need to get more out of it. It looks like they will be able to do so. LeBron's going to go down as well instantly. They're not going to hesitate about jumping inside the pit. This could be an opening here for PogChamp.
That was a really solid static storm, but then he glimpsed him back, so he actually sent him back out of it. And he was able to get the BKB, get the Bloodstone off, and that was the fight that we've been waiting for this Leshrac to actually start to do work. And there we go. They're able to take the Aegis, they get the Aghanim Shard onto low skill. Actually give...
Look at little pleb.
Oh.
They're a little bit isolated. It's just Lorinov here, forced staff up to the high ground. Little pleb's going to be stuck for the moment for a couple of seconds.
They're fighting this.
And Lorinov is like, nah, never mind, I'm out of this one.
Both of them
try and take this.
They TP'd next to each other.
All sweet and strong. Hunter's back up. He's close to some boys to protect him. Kadari's got the 4-staff ready to work with. Not going to use it though. So Pleb gets another kill. They're done. Already looking for more low skill now. Static Storm's back up for LeBron.
He's just de-warding while he's inside the enemy base solo.
Has so much vision with this Moonshard. He sees so much actually. Oh my lord.
That is kind of nutty. It's like Dark Ascension level. If there was a way to check how much gold Little Pleber's got from de-warding traps and observer wards, I'd love to see it. I know that's probably a bit of a hard ask, but it has to be in the thousands.
Yeah, I'm just watching him sweep across the map.
Of the game.
Yeah.
Like, even if Ancient Tribes somehow lose, I want to see him highlighted with like wards destroyed and stuff.
In every trap, 25 gold. Seems like he's getting plenty of them. And even with that, you still have a Nature's Prophet that's 5k ahead of him. Whereby just been farming up a storm across the map, doing NP things, and he's level 25 now.
Still no BKB. Who needs it?
Sweet and strong though. I'll try and take over one of the ancient black dragons.
What do you even do at this rate? Giving the frenzy over to low skill who gets
Mixer.
caught.
Jump on a low skill. Static Storm again. The 4-staff though. Entangle's holding him in place for the moment. Oh, the Wrath of Nature. Enough of a control, but of course he's got the second life to work with. But the rest of the team are in some trouble. They're separated for the TA, but Lorinov is going to go towards the Stark with the AoE damage. Pleb's in trouble to pounce. Gets some distance, but Lorinov hunts him down. And now the rest of Ancient Tribe, are they in trouble as well? Mix up the last seconds, able to blink away. So, an Aegis in exchange for a beyond god-like streak. Unfortunately, it was Kadara that got it though.
What is this, unfortunately? The support hate coming through from you. I mean, are they close to any other big items that they've really been waiting for?
What do you want the Kira to get? No,
the scythe would have been good on Lorinov. All right, I'll be real about this all. And bye-bye.
Nixon's nearby as well. Bloodstone's still on cooldown for a little bit, so Lorinov doesn't have this turn potential. They're going to glimpse low skill away as well.
Oh, the cheese just wasn't able to get off.
Oh, did they try and pass it over?
He had it. It was just from the backpack,
okay.
The cooldown. The thing that I hate most.
He bought out as well, so 75 seconds without the Lesh. Of course, the Slark is dead for a little bit as well. PogChamp are kind of grouping up at the moment, but Ancient Tribe, they're sweeping across a 2-man smoke from them. They've got the Static Storm back up.
So you could
Looks... I'll run into Kadaro, an easy kill for them to find. This is shoves out the wave, silver lining.
Bot's pushed in though, so it doesn't really matter that much. Sweet and Strong's going to go back. He's even going into a scythe himself.
Oh, low skill might be in trouble. Oh, bye. Can he can't TP out. It's still on cooldown. Low skill is just going to be forced to stand his ground, but the damage is not enough against them. Oh no, he doesn't have buyback too.
I mean, even if he did
have
the TP available, he was inside the Sprout leash as well, right? So wouldn't have been able to.
Very true.
Now, Ancient Black Dragon goes to work. The Red Eyes Black Dragon doing work here.
See what Sweet and Strong can do set up inside the base. His Impetus wanting to rain down a decent amount of damage. They're going to look to try and turbo the roar as well. Sweet and Strong protects himself with the BKB, not looking to give an opportunity for the Static Storm, but just doesn't matter in the end. Once the Pleb's able to lock onto his target, he'll turn to Lorinov next as well, but he's going to be cautious. A Hex catches the Slark off guard, but the damage, it's not enough. Lil Pleb's going to be able to stay alive, and well, the rest of Radiant, they're still in shambles. TA into the Static Storm.
That's a
dieback for him. And now Mobite, he's more than okay with beating up against the members. Nothing for the Nature's Prophet to fear with no damage left in the tank. Looks like we're going to be going the distance here for our first series of 2-2.
Yeah, for sure. They just want to give him the rampage.
Nice.
He gets it, despite the best work from Lil Pleb to deny it away. They're going to be able to secure that one. Any spicy old chats coming through? Nah, just good vibes from the rest of the boys, and for a good reason. Like, this is what happens, right? You look at this PuckChamp draft and you think, holy crap, how are they going to be able to deal with all of this push? But when it comes down to it, it's very obvious, their strategy. It's very obvious what they need to do at each separate stage, and they just felt like set up for it perfectly at almost every single opportunity. And they were just... He's not worthy of the MVP, but LeBron on that Disruptor destroyed them. He was just able to completely stop any kind of aggressive potential that they were hoping for. They didn't get enough in the early game because of how they swapped around the lanes. You couldn't go the Diabolic Edict into the Dragon Knight. Into the Nature's Prophet because of the Treant soaking it all up. Like, they were ready for this. They had all of the vision that they could have possibly wanted on PuckChamp, but it just wasn't enough because Ancient Tribe knew that it was coming.
I would really love to know who made the call for the gem. I think whether it was support, whether it was Slark, I don't know who bought it, but I think that was a gigantic reason of why they're able to have success in this game. We just saw them sweep across the map. It was like 18 minutes in, we saw that clip and he already had the gem. You lost the value out of the traps, you lost some of the value out of the Hawk Vision. They got it nighttime as well, and this is what we saw with this really big nighttime of being able to excel their net worth leads. So that gem was such a incredible choice for them to go for it. And man, what a series Lil Pleb is having. I'm 2 games in and I'm quite a fan.
I think he's been a phenomenal player for quite some time, a few years now. So it's great that he's getting this opportunity on a solid team. And I'm keen to see more. I mean, it's just game 2. They got to close out the series, but he's my MVP for that game. What do you reckon?
Yeah. I again, he's against one of the biggest counters in the Leshrac, which is just incredible. The fact that he was able to go 15-1 and 11. So very impressive performance from Lil Pleb overall for Ancient Tribe. This is now back-to-back games now as well, where we've seen Ancient Tribe have a really good... I'm happy with Mobile getting as well. I think it was an incredible Nature's Prophet game too. So
I want to see the wards destroyed by Slark. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, it was so many, man. So many of those, so many traps. But it was a really good team performance just to be able to rally around and understand, again, the timings that PuckChamp were pushing for.
So this is back-to-back games now where we saw Ancient Tribe had a pretty good hold on the game through the laning phase to the early and a little bit of the mid game as well. Of course, going back to game 1, like they had a couple of mishaps where, but we saw in game 2, they closed it out with ease. So this has got to give them a lot of confidence heading into game 3, where their lanes look solid, their early game looks really solid, and a lot of their rotations, and we saw no mistakes here, and we saw what was able to happen. They just look like they look like the better team. They look like a very, very dominant team. So it's definitely going to be putting PuckChamp on the back foot heading into the next one.
Yeah, it will. And I think they're going to take a lot of learnings from it in terms of the draft, right? Like I talked about it. Alex was the only initiation they had in that game. This time around, they had Glimpse. They had Slark jumping in. They had Dragon Knight. They had Clockwork. So many ways to be able to start the fights. And not just that, when they won the fights, to transition that into something else. You know, Dragon Knight could push. You could push with the Nature's Prophet, who was just farming away on his own. Because if you're going to go this full Mega Death Ball strat, you're not wanting to roam as a smoke to try and find a Nature's Prophet, taking the safest farm on the map. You want to push. So despite the fact that he wasn't our MVP, I thought that Mobai did a fantastic job. He read the game perfectly, great itemizations, and always was there to join in with the rest of the boys.
Yeah, very exciting to see a team flex the MP, even though it's still incredibly strong. We see it a lot in the 1, a lot in the 3. We don't see a lot as a mid laner, but you know, maybe this is something that we could see further down the line for the boys on Ancient Tribe. But regardless, they're going to be able to tie up our series, and well, we're going to be going the distance. Let's see what we have in store for us after the break.
Big, what's up? I need to heal up.
Just kill them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I
Same.
heal.
This-
I'll jump soon. I'll jump.
Only Amps have damage, guys. Only Amps have damage.
I mean, I'm stunning him.
Get him! Yes!
Uh,
I cannot steal the rampage. Fuck.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Oh, what a way to start off our spring to our first series going the distance here. We've got game 3 coming up shortly. Denog, at the start, we were kind of mentioning maybe some of our favorites for the teams to be promoted and kind of the ideas we had of who was going to be stronger. I know you said PuckChamp was one of those teams that you thought would be out of the 2 to be promoted. Are we concerned, or is it a little bit too early with
Nah.
early?
It was a
No,
blip.
right,
It was
right.
a blip. You know, they're going to come out. They're going to dominate this game number 3. No chances, Ancient Tribe, but yeah, maybe a little bit scared. They look pretty good in that game number 2.
Yeah, that they did indeed. And I mean, Ancient Tribe was one of those 2 teams that I said I didn't think would have as much
No
of a
chance,
hope
you said.
of-
You said no hope, no possibilities of being able to take
Just-
it. And it's our first pick, Broodmother. Okay, so I want to see how Ancient Tribe address this one.
5 seconds remaining.
So we saw game 1, PuckChamp had first pick. They went Monkey King, and then they went Brood at the 8th. They're obviously changing the priority, wanting to pick the Broodmother. This is going to enable Ancient Tribe to address it, though. So we got to be still cautious of that Ancient Tribe if they go too heavily into the off lane counter, because again, we mentioned low skill. He does play a Brood, and he plays it pretty well.
Yes, he does. I kind of want to see Ancient Tribe going into something like the Tiny, something that's flexible into multiple lanes, that has burst against something like the Brood. Even, you know, you're able to eventually, if you play it as a core, Dragon Knight feels just kind of okay, you know? Like, you're able to flex
It's
it
just
into
meh.
multiple lanes, sure, but it's meh. I agree with you.
Just like
You can't OD this, can you? Nah, too early.
the mixer didn't have everyone out, like you had other people having a stand-up performance. You're on a Dragon Knight. It's a hero that's not going to have an MVP go. Like, he fulfilled his role and it
It's not
provided
an
flex,
exciting
like you
hero.
said. No, but sometimes you got to play those boring heroes to get the dub, and he was able to do that last game. We saw he scaled very well, and it's going to, again, give them an opportunity to put it as a 3 or a 2. Very excited to see what PuckChamp look to go at the 8th.
Hey, I do like me some Sweden Strong Hoodwink.
Yes, very good Hoodwink player. Very, very good. Gives you a lot of kill potential against the Dragon Knight. Now you have that built-in break with the Sharpshooter. Your Hoodwink Brood lane can be pretty strong if that, again, if it is going to be the off-lane Broodmother. Just how does it play versus the Crystal Maiden lane in regards to kind of the supports trading back and forth? Is there one that you feel like might be able to get an edge?
It doesn't feel like amazing either way, just because Frostbite has such a short range on it. So most of the time, the Hoodwink's able to stay far enough away from it. You've got a nice little benefit of the fact that you can use the Bushwhack as well as a nice ranged way to be able to stop the freezing field when that eventually starts breaking out in fights. We saw how much importance PuckChamp put onto that the last time these 2 heroes, the Brood and the CM, came up against each other, focusing down that CM first almost every single time. So I feel like it's going to be a similar sort of thing this time around. Look at how much respect El Capitan LeBron is commanding from the rest of his boys. All listening in. He is the big brain, the mega mind. What, you don't think so? Wow.
Sure.
So
I
you don't
know.
rate the
How
team,
easy.
you don't rate the
What?
players. Like, what's going on, bro?
Hang on now, come on. I'm just. No, he's got it. Like, how big's the brain? Though that's the thing. Is it gigantic, giga brain?
I said
There's
Megamind.
levels to it. Mega mind.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bigger? Is that higher on the scale compared to a giga brain? Again, there's levels to it.
You've seen Twitch emotes. Monka Mega is smaller than Monka Giga. All right, that gives you a bit of an idea of what I'm talking about. This is great Dota analysis, by the way. So they're banning out a lot of these heroes that have jump, which are able to get onto a lot of these backline heroes. I wonder if they're even considering, probably not a Drow, actually. Like, this is sort of what I think of when I'm looking to go down this way. But the anti-mage doesn't, I guess it's okay into the Brood, right? If you've got a CM to be able to back you up.
Yeah, look, I don't know. We saw those 2 games in the qualifiers, right? Where AM played into the Brood and went Vanguard and
Dominated.
yeah, yes, dominated. And again, I thought it was going to be very different. So I don't know. I think my opinion needs to change a little bit on that matchup. But maybe it's also protecting what they are considering about going here in the second phase.
We've both seen enough clowny AM games where it's just, it's literally like a pub game, you know, farms for 25 minutes, your team loses, you join one fight, you die, you lose the game. So I think that's kind of impacted us a little bit too much with our hatred towards this hero. But I love AM when it gets active. I think it's a really exciting hero to watch.
I like the position the hero's in at the moment. I really like it. I think it's, you know, it's not super situational before where we saw it like 1 in 100 games. Like now there's a little bit more frequency to we're getting this hero, which is always nice. Ancient Tribe,
little flex like we saw. It was Mixer playing it previously, but of course doesn't have to be. I think that's exactly what you want out of this first pick of the last phase. You know, we've been asking for things like the Tiny. And we're just going to snap it back to back. Hidaro Silencer is third most played hero. So, I mean, it still could be this Brood in the position 1. It's a combination that they've done in the past. They're really just waiting to see, right, what is actually going to be the biggest kill threat, because you've got to make sure that you're just giving the Brood... The laning stage isn't the Brood's strongest point, right? So are you going to be punished hard enough that you're not going to be able to get to that huge power spike at, you know, the 15, 20, 25-minute mark?
You're pretty happy with putting the DK mid now right into the Ember. Like you've got a very, very good lane matchup, high damage advantage, very good stat game. I mean, going into the early braces means that Ember's really going to struggle to CS. We've seen this lane go poorly for Ember, and you do have that instant stun as the game goes on. So I wouldn't be surprised if they already look to remove the flex for the DK and just cement it as a 2.
I'm just thinking, like, are they wanting... There's a team, who is it, that goes Night Stalker 1 very consistently?
I'm not sure.
D2 Hustlers. No, it's it is. It's D2 Hustlers. They go it all the time, and I think that a lot of people are sleeping on Night Stalker, and I feel like it could be a pretty decent game for them. You know, like you're going to find the Broodmother. You've got a couple of squishy supports. You have no jump outside of the DK right now, and the DK is set up to have a pretty good early game against the Ember Spirit in lane. But they're going to go a Morphling instead. All right, I don't hate the Morph. You've got some decent Morph targets. You're a natural Manta builder, so you don't care as much about the Global Silence. I think it should be just fine.
And there is... I was going to say some flex, but I don't think Mobi will play it. I think it's your little pleb hero. I know he likes the hero a lot. Maybe he can play it mid. I haven't seen the team enough. I don't know if there's going to be some flex between them. Of course, you know, some of the real top tier teams, you put the mid laner in the safe lane. And then, of course, vice versa, safe lane play mid, because the Morphling matches up very well versus the Ember. But regardless, still pleb more than likely gets his hero. Should have a pretty good time versus the Brood and the Hoodwink. There's not too much that he has to be concerned about.
Now, it's not exactly meta in the European region these days, but I think this is a pretty good Mars game for Ancient Tribe. I think, you know, it's great against the Broodmother. Just destroy all those trees. You don't like to buy the BKB, so you can get trapped pretty easily. And similar sort of thing with the backlines, right? Silencer, Hoodwink, they don't buy Blink. They'll buy a 4-staff, but that's not going to save you from the arena. And it also combos well together with your Mortimer's Kisses. So I can see it working.
10 seconds remaining.
No, I really like that call. Definitely would fit what they currently have for Ancient Tribe. Luckily enough for them, of course, they have the Ultra last pick, so they're going to get to see the carry matchup that they're going against. Alchemist has been currently banned out. Is there anything else that you're hoping Ancient Tribe look to remove?
I think Ancient Tribe might also be considering a Beastmaster still. Alchemist, you could just throw down that acid spray, and then you've got a decent amount of kill threat, but B, it deals with the boars if you're wanting to go like that sort of build. And it really does enable your Morphling and Dragon Knight quite heavily too.
Yep.
Also gives that extra vision that we've been wanting. It still does kind of pigeonhole you around one form of initiation in that DK, but it's a pretty strong form too. You're not dead as soon as you blink in.
5 seconds remaining.
I think for PogChamp, kind of wanting that win condition hero for them, you currently don't have a hero that's really able to go high ground and take objectives. Yes, the Brood early on with the taking tier 1s and some tier 2s, but being able to actually end the game might be difficult for them.
They really seem to think that Ancient Tribe is still yet to pick up their mid laner as well. I guess, again, they don't have that jump that I've been talking about, but DK into Ember, I love that matchup.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that matchup as well. So it's a nice thing. They can still flex it. Who knows what's going to come out for them? You know, PogChamp, they're going to have to pick blind and not really know what the at least lane matchup is going to be.
You can't Naga into this, can you? Yeah.
No, you
Tribe
can't.
still have a response. You can, you can Zeus or something.
DK will destroy that late game. I think they scale pretty well versus Naga.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, what is going to be the sieger that they're really hoping for? They wouldn't troll, would they?
Oh, please don't.
Then they just, like, Bloodseeker or something off lane, or I don't know. We'll see. They seem a little bit stumped on PogChamp going to the very end of their reserve time. That's a Doom. Okay.
Wow.
So might be that low skill pos 1 Broodmother.
They do not have a lot of control at all for the Doom, which can be a very big issue with just the enemy team being able to reset fights.
10 seconds remaining.
Could you Centaur?
It's decent. And more importantly, it's something that Mixer likes to play. Gives you another form of initiation.
Yeah.
You could deal with the Spiderlings relatively easily with the double edge. It's a little push-ish, right? Retaliate. I can see it
it's a hit or miss hero though, which is my concern. And we still don't know like if they're looking to put the DKs at 3. Maybe Mixer just wants the hero. They want a bit of a different mid matchup.
I mean, it's Mobe's second best hero in my eyes, the DK. So I'd be kind of stunned if they didn't put it mid. They go that Mars. Right, I like it. Just because it's what I was thinking.
Well, it still works very well versus Doom as well.
Yep.
He's more than likely going to have BKB inside the fights, but some of the other heroes will not. So if you are kind of trading Doom for Arena, it could be very nice, help reposition in that aspect where we were kind of considering about the Doom.
It's a low-skill Doom.
Carry Doom as well. So very, very interesting. It is something that Eastern Europe really like. They love their carry Doom. We'll see how it's going to shape up, though. This is a lineup that does not scale on PogChamp. You're looking to have a high net worth lead early on and just run over the game.
Yes, you've got probably one of the best heroes to do that in the Doom, so we'll see what low skill chooses to do with his itemization and everything. It's probably still going to be a Midas, right? But the thing that I'm looking for is like how much emphasis does he put on the Aghanim shard, because it is a great Infernal Blade game. You've got coming up against 3 strength heroes, you're coming up against a Morphling that's probably going to be morphing strength a lot of the time. You don't have the greatest rundown potential, so I don't know. I'm favoring Ancient Tribes draft so far, but I feel like it's balanced, right? You've got multiple ways to initiate. You've got team fight. You've got solid lanes. I think they could probably take this one in a bit of an upset.
Which would be very important for them as well, considering how goddamn close Division 2 is in Western Europe. So every series is going to be important, and especially against a team who we're thinking maybe is just a little bit stronger than them. So for Ancient Tribe to be able to potentially get this win under their belt, and with a draft that seems like it's set up pretty well for success so far. But we'll see what PogChamp are able to do. This is a team already so far through the first 3 games. We've seen they've got a lot of flex with their heroes. We're always mentioning about this potential for low skill to be playing the Broodmother as the safe lane. Now we get to see the Doom as the safe lane. So they don't have that kind of traditional carry, and I wonder how it's going to favor them in this game.
I'll be honest, I haven't seen low skill play the Doom in the safe lane, so we Doom picker. I thought it was more about nice hero pool, that sort of thing coming through once again.
Practice morph. Yeah, I think he's practiced it, little pleb, level 30.
Yeah.
This is
just a few practices.
Arguably his best hero, so I'm Rossi, yeah, right.
Liar.
That's
cap.
They gave him the ward as well. Very interesting. So, what do we make of this ward? Why are you putting a deep lane ward here for the Morphling?
30 seconds.
Give me a second to think about that. I mean, I guess it's really important just to know the positioning of the Hoodwink, especially now that they might have seen that he's got the Blightstones. So you want to make sure that you're not getting caught out Agimorphed as he's walking around to try and make some sort of sneaky play. Also helps if you're able to just cut down a lot of these trees like he's doing to enable a lot of that vision. Just gives less trees for him to be able to latch onto with a bushwhack as well.
The battle begins.
Ooh. You know, I like
Oh, well done.
I mean, Mars hits this big power spike at level like 20, and you know, let's see if it even gets that late. But like, the extra 0.8 seconds on the stun, you can already see he's going the Meteor Hammer, so that's going to provide a surefire way to get a ton of lockdown into these fights, especially if he goes into that Aghanim Shard that we've seen, and you're just able to prevent heroes from joining the fight for the longest time.
I know we were mentioning the drop, but we do get to see that Dragonite ends up put in the mid lane, so he's already got the double bracer queued up, and as a result of this, he's just going to have a overwhelming amount of damage, which will make it difficult for Lorinov to be able to help CS in this lane. He did go Breathe Fire level 1. I see some Dragonites prefer the Dragon Tail to help secure some of the range creeps, and also maybe get denies as well.
You could still get denies off that throw, right? It's still the damage reduction 30%, so even though the Ember Spirit's still able to hit, you're not hitting anywhere near as much as the DK that already has the right-click advantage by about 10 damage over you.
And I wonder what the skill build in particular is going to be for Lorinov, considering the Dragonite will have a bunch of armor, so maybe he doesn't want to put as much emphasis in the slight. Maybe goes looking to max out the Flame Guard, maybe a couple points in the chains as well. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've got a hoodwink to be able to make plays with, so I wouldn't hate seeing 1 point in the chains, but I'm really expecting to see a few extra points in the Flame Guard this game, because that's where the majority of the damage is going to be coming super early on, and the DK doesn't really have too many ways to be able to contest that.
Wow, alright, sweet and strong. He's going to give out first blood, and as a result, gets a couple tips as well, so well, Pleb rewarded with that. Bounty of gold given over to him.
Nearly got that kill back if he wasn't on the mark with the... Oh, top lies. Looks like LeBron's used a fair amount of his regen once he got coming out. It's just the single clarity. So, I mean, CM, you build this for crushing the lane and then basically giving your carry a very solid start off the back of some first bloods. And, well, he's done that, but you got to keep the pressure up. Can't leave this Broodmother to have too free of a time.
Bottom lane, low skill. This carry Doom, he's going to go down as well. So,
Is that a spear back into the tower?
I'm trying to take a look now. Yes, it looks like it was.
Okay. So
yes,
just a little bit of mispositioning. Maybe it was like a cookie forward by Alex to get him ahead with for the stun, and then just spear him back in. Whatever it was, Ancient tried once again having a really impressive laning phase, and they're going to go
They're
for
looking
more.
for it again. This time it's going to be onto the silence, so they can keep him inside the range thanks to the God's Rebuke. And this is something we mentioned, Denog, towards at the end of the last game, that Ancient Tribe, 2 games in a row, their lanes in early game has been really on point, and already it's looking to be the case again. 3 kills in an early net worth lead.
Shouldn't stay for too much longer. Again, you've got the Doom. He's just used the Devour onto the, what do you even call that thing? Warpine Raider. So he's got the Seed Shot available now, and we'll be able to secure a few more of these last hits a little bit easier. So that's nice that you're not needing to put your body as much in harm's way to be able to get those range creeps. Bit of a trade. Morphling's the happiest one about that, although.
That he is. A minor thing as well, Kadaro TP'd to the outpost to try and get the bounty, but Alex was able to pick it up before him, and well, with him TPing to the outpost instead of TPing mid to refill the bottle, it kind of feels a little bit awkward. I guess Sweet and Strong's now going to do that off the back of his death, so at least they'll get the refill. A little bit of damage in a mobile too.
TP coming through from Alex, which I feel like they're not going to be too unhappy about. Sweet and Strong's going to try and do his best to keep him away, but gets the nice little deny off. Well, it seems a little bit like they're not on the same page. I really feel like Sweet and Strong felt like they had the damage potentially to be able to get that kill onto the Snapfire, considering how low he was in resources, but it's going to be able to just slither his way back down towards the bottom side. Do lizards slither?
Yeah. What? I'd say so, right?
Like a wiggle. Oh,
Again,
another
bottom
spear.
lane. Oh my.
He's running away.
Just go the other way.
Get me out.
Oh god. It's going to be a long trip around. I'm very impressed with how they're playing this bottom lane.
so he can't just cut his way through.
A good tango, I suppose.
Could he die?
He could die.
I mean, not getting farm is basically as good. That's exactly what Alex is doing.
Might get a kill though.
Get the
Alex
deny,
can get
Alex.
close to the neutrals. Ooh. No, not going to be able to find the deny. Okay. It's nice for the... I mean, he's missing a lot of creeps though. Full wave that he's not going to be able to get. So, yes, you get the kill, but it's a lot of gold and experience not going your way in regards to the lane.
I mean, Mix is a full level ahead of him now, making his way into that Meteor Hammer. Still fair ways away from that, but yeah, it's looking really solid for this Mars. All three lanes.
I like this TP mid. Mobi just hit the level 6, and Alex, he's going to be able to fall with the cookie as well, so even mid lane now. Looking
It was
pretty
already
rough.
gone
They've
well.
still got the catapult. Uh-oh.
Going to be able to connect the rest of the wave too. Just get the chip damage in onto the tower. Why not? Who have they found here? Just looking to try and protect Alex a little bit. Supports help you out. You got to do the same. And what? Power rune top, regen. Won't be able to claim it. Are they going to have? He's only about half a level away from the level 6, so probably don't have that same level of kill threat for the Ember. So hopefully for his sake that doesn't happen again, and he's going to be freed up to make a few plays elsewhere. But again, the question is, where can you make those plays? It's not like Broodmother does a crazy amount early on. Same sort of thing with the Doom, who Lowspill's been kind of bodied by Mister on this bottom side.
That he has. That he has indeed. I mean, he's got the Midas queued up here for low skill, but we're quite some ways away towards a recipe. Maybe they're going to look to try and unlock this Brood lane. Get that early tower, try and shove the Morphling back in the jungle. Of course, he's going to be okay with that, with going for the Morbid Mass. So, in fact, they're actually going to look for the kill aggressively onto Lies. And, oh, just the push. Sweet and strong. He turned it back around. That is a huge individual play coming out from the Hoodwink.
Just able to pick that kill. It gives Lies a little bit of time to be able to heal himself back up, get some of this farm uncontested. I don't think Sweet and Strong could go for this kill underneath the tower, and they do back off. Really looking to see how they look to make a play on this bottom side of the map, though, especially before Low Skill hits up into that level 6 himself. Mixer maybe just wanting to wait for that Meteor Hammer to come out to him before popping the Arena of Blood, and they're actually going to force the Doom back to the jungle even before that with the Elder Dragon form in the mid lane.
Okay.
Nice done by Lorenoff, though, in mid. He made sure to drag the creep wave over to the right-hand side so that the creeps would be hitting the tower, just going uncontested. There's a lot of experience that you're losing, but you're losing even more of your map.
Bottom lane. Mixer. First use of the Arena of the game, and they're going to have to damage for the kill onto Kadaro. They will with the Breathe Fire, but everyone's in some trouble. A Dragon Tail to hold him back for the moment, but Lorenoff, he can always run the nod over the top, but now they've got the experience for the Doom and Low Skill. He'll chuck it out onto Mixer, and this is a much-needed injection of gold and experience into PuckCham's camp. Beautifully done from them. Great tower defense.
It was a great tower defense. I still want to give props to Lorenoff off the back of all of that, because he's the one that made that play to pull the creep wave to the side. It made Alex TP to mid lane because they didn't want all of that experience to go by, and then he makes the move bot. So you've got the outnumber, no support TP able to come back to you, and they're able to get, you know, a couple of kills, which was looking really bad off the back of that laning stage.
Yeah, they've stabilized this game now. Like Low Skill, that's... You're happy with putting the Doom on cooldown. With such a long cooldown, you get a guaranteed kill, getting you closer towards your Midas. So you might see them just go back down to bottom. I mean, Mobi's already here with Elder Dragon form up shortly, but you've at least... You've defended the tower when we were not expecting them to do it successfully. Interesting. Mobi's got Midas queued up, so looking to try and scale here for the Dragonite.
I guess they're not worried about the late game.
Is he in trouble?
Ron's actually backing him up this time, though. He'll be fine.
Oh, that bounce.
Bounces 4 times, man, for 100 damage. It's too much.
15 cooldown. Good old seed shot.
I wish it was called Nut Shot instead. That would be even better. That's real devastating. What kind of damage is that? It's not physical. Worse than pure damage.
It's the most outlandish stuff coming out of your mouth. Oh, it's only 2 a.m. as well. Jesus, wait till it's like 5.
Oh, yeah.
Give us a couple hours.
It gets much worse.
All right, we do have some more power runes coming up shortly. See both sides starting to make their rotation over to try and secure. Looks like it will be a DD, and they might be able to pressure mid now. They still got that Elder Dragon form. I'd love to see all the supports start to rotate. Look at the backstab, though. Lies and Sweet and Strong looking to get involved as well. The trail of webs and spiders get into the middle, but Mixer just holds him into place. A point-blank mortar of kisses. Couple of ultimates, and Lies is gone, and Kandaro might be dead as well. The damage of the time. Not enough for the gloves, but importantly, though, might give them an opening now to get some damage into the tier 1.
Sweet and Strong has to be a little bit careful there. Got scouted out by the melee creep. Still keeping this creep wave in a pretty solid space. Again, the siege creep is alive. You've got the DD, but again, Sweet and Strong really feels like the standout for mine from PuckChamp so far. He got an unexpected kill in his lane. He was able to escape a lot of the damage. Sure, he's died a couple of times, but I feel like he's doing everything he can to mend the damage that Ancient Tribe's solid play has done.
And Sweet and Strong is a very, very gifted player. We haven't seen him too often in the scene. I mean, really, his first big stint, of course, was on Na'Vi, but he's a very high-ranked player on the EU servers, so it's going to be expected in multiple games for him to kind of make these plays, and we might see it again onto Mixer. Nice Quelling Blade cut.
Yeah. He knew it was coming.
Trying to get a smoke out for PuckChamp. Lorinov just to jump over to the Crystal Maiden. LeBron, ambitious freezing field, but I don't look to use it. They're looking to wrap around, though. Right with the backstab. Is he going to be able to find with the Dragon Tail? Kidara's not going to mess around, wanting to try and use the ultimate to help Lorinov escape. But as a result, Kidara will still be killed off. So it's a pretty big ultimate expended.
It is. I mean, I was kind of expecting them to use that in combination together with the Doom. You know, he's got his Devour maxed out almost. He's got the Scorched Earth maxed out. He's got the Doom available, and not too many heroes are going to run away from that.
With the kill with the combo out to Alex, it looks like they will trade the life for Sweet and Strong. Unfortunately for Lorinov, he got the regen denied in his face, but it looks like you will get a refill from the silencer, though, TPing back in.
I feel like that's happening a lot this series, just runes denied in the face.
Yeah. Well, we've seen both sides put a lot of emphasis on trying to secure those runes. Been pretty impressed so far.
Pleb's gone for a very, very deep dive here.
They form up in a couple of seconds. Kidara's going to try and step into the tree line.
Sure, why not? If you're able to get the kill. Just wanted to back up his DK as well. Gotta love them repping the SEA voice lines as well, the Army Geniuses ones.
They've got some incredible voice lines. It's only deserving. Top lane, there's also some action going on. Kisses onto Liza. Oh, Mixer was able to get the meteor to cancel the TP, but Liza might be able to get to the tree line. Cook at the last second stops him short before he's just able to escape on away. Couple kills across the map.
I'm wondering if this is a game where Lil Pleb likes going into the Aghanim Scepter still. Like, there's not amazing spells to be able to take. Like, Ember Spirit feels kind of nice, but not Aghanim Scepter worthy, right? But against the Doom, it can often feel nice just to have that 40% status resistance, so that if you do get doomed, or if you do get global silenced, it really doesn't feel that bad at all.
No, I like that call a lot. I was thinking maybe he might consider about a Linken's. I mean, Manta has so much value this game versus still the silence and the chains. I wonder if he feels the Linken's is required going up against the Doom. Sometimes we see the Morphling go for it first item, but maybe that Scepter just might be enough. You might not even need it. Mixer and LeBron in combination together. Beautiful spear angle. We'll see the Global Silence come out to prevent the freezing filth for LeBron, and now the Doom's going to find an angle to turn it back around, but with Mobai here, it'll hold him into place, and LeBron will be able to follow with the damage. Now Kidaro.
All right.
Ambitious TP. No one else was
Blink Dagger on the Ember, potentially? No. Mobai doesn't have any boys to be able to back himself up. Probably just look to defend this tower on his own, but I mean, that's no global, that's no Doom. They can look to make plays all around the map. Complete freedom.
This is looking really scary. They've got a lineup on PuckChamp that needs to have control of the early game, and Dire are going to scale. Like, Mixer is doing very well in net worth. This DK hasn't been punished for his Midas. This hero late game is incredible when you get that Scepter, even potentially some extra items afterwards. Mantis, Satanic, I mean, probably both of them, considering again with the Dispel like we mentioned with the Morphling. So this is not good signs for PuckChamp.
Scary boy for sure.
O-skill?
Again,
The stun, is there anyone
no
nearby to
global.
cancel the kisses? And they're not. Lorinov is going to attempt to go on over the top, but it's a little bit too late, and he's got to be cautious. They're just not in fighting shape yet on PuckChamp. Sweet and Strong's going to try and move on over, but he too is lacking the damage, so things are not going right in the camp of PuckChamp.
No, indeed. I mean, this is what happens when you first pick a Broodmother. We talk about first phase Broodmother is fine, but you got to make sure that you've got the potential to protect it. And, well, the CM certainly made the lane not quite so good. They got those early kills onto it as well. And even this Mars is going to make life a lot more challenging as they go for a smoke up towards where Lies is farming. He's got something coming out to him, I believe, but it looks like he might be in a little bit of danger. Let's see if... they don't even have a scan. You can see they're slowly edging forward.
Does he just
there we
blind
go.
Arena?
They know it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get vision of him now. Beautifully done. Mixer again. Really being on point. They're going to give him the tip as well before he dies. Hang on, don't be too early with your tips. They will soon be able to chase him down though. Still doesn't matter. Oh no, he did get his pipe delivered.
I mean, Mars is such a great counter to the Brood for all the reasons that I mentioned during the draft, right? You don't want to buy the BKB. You could, I mean, when low skill plays the Brood 1, he does actually buy it, so maybe that would have been an option
It's a different
for them.
story though.
Yeah.
Like, you're a right-clicking Brood. You don't want to get controlled in fights. Sweet and Strong. Gonna run to the Snap Fire, but the damage follow-up's not going to be there. In fact, Mobi's going to look to leap into the middle. Some of the ultimates are on cooldown for Dire, but now they're going to have to Morphling consider about showing up. It's not going to be enough, though. They'll turn around with a Global Silence, slow skill. Still looking to try and find the Doom target, but he wants out of this team fight. He will be able to escape off the back of getting the kill onto the Dragon Knight, but Mixer looking for some revenge. The chains will hold them into place, making sure he doesn't find an angle for the spear, and Lil Pleb we won't be able to kill off Kadaro as well. So finally, something is going to go right for PuckChamp.
They did have to use the Doom for that one. I saw low skill wind it up a couple of times, but still wants to keep a few bullets in the chamber for himself. He wants to make sure that they're not just going to be completely free to run at them. You can see as soon as he shows on that bottom side of the map, the pings start to instantly come out. LeBron just wanting to keep tabs onto the Doom. What's up?
I was just going to say, this is kind of one thing that we haven't particularly mentioned so far, is that Kadaro with Global Silence has been, it's a very long cooldown. We've seen him, he hasn't really been using it in team fights, but this can be a combo breaker, like to disrupt the Kisses damage and potentially disrupt the freezing field inside the Mars Arena. Something we haven't seen yet, but something we do kind of need to keep tabs on for the next kind of upcoming fights.
I guess so, but the thing is, I feel like that's more of a factor for the super early ones, and you're going to have enough damage coming out off the back of these BKBs that Mixer and Mobi are going for. Sweet Strong's getting gone on a little bit here, but it still feels pretty healthy to me underneath that tier 2 tower.
No, Mobi is actually going to look to get the jump. Kadaro pinging out the ward on the higher ground, so it's a lot of vision for Dire to play with. Lorinov feels strong, though. He's actually going to look to wrap on over. Very nice bushwhack. Finds a connection onto the Crystal Maiden. They're looking to dance around the fight, but now with mixed green, they'll get the spear, and that's enough. All they needed was one stun, and Ember's gone in a low skill. Forced to pop a BKB, and again, TP out.
Blink spear.
So can he find another angle? It's been incredible on the Mars so far this game, but maybe he stepped a little bit too far forward, but Mobi and the boys are still here to clean up the mess. Little Pleb considering about going under the tier 2 tower, but we'll pay some respect this time.
Another thing I really love about that, Mars, is that it enables the Morphling so much, right? Morphling never wants to be the first one into a fight unless someone's in a horrible position, which this is pro Dota. Players are never in horrible positions. There's like less than ideal, but not horrible. And you just need someone like a Clockwork or a Mars with a Blink or a DK with a Blink to be that person to lock a squishy hero down so that he can just come in, waveform, right-click, shotgun, dead.
Is Doom ever going to get to this stage where we're going to fill the priority that they've given to him as a position 1?
I don't think so, personally. Like, and even if he does, I feel like you've got... By that stage, you'll have answers for it, right? Like, you can have multiple 4-staffs, for example, to be able to get you out of an AoE Doom. You can get Lincolns for the individual Doom. You can get the Ags that I was talking about on the Morphling. And Morphling is the one that you're concerned about. And whoever's not getting doomed, you're going to have a farmed DK with that Midas off the back of it as well.
Yeah. Well, low skill at least. He does have this blink now getting delivered, so let's see. Probably going to look for a smoke on PogChamp. You've got one on Kadaro. Lorinov would love to have a BKB, but he's still so far away from the Ember.
They really want to make something happen with this Doom plus Global Silence combination. The Blink BKB has been used defensively up until now. They really want to find someone on the aggressive. And they're going to see that the Scorched Earth was hitting that creep wave, so he backs off. It's just more time that you're going to get to farm. Going into the Skadi as well on Little Pleb. Going to be some nice value as well. Slowing down these heroes when they try and run away, even if they do choose to go down that BKB route.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke up themselves. They got a pretty good ward act top by the small camps, giving them a lot of information to play with.
Positioned by Kadaro.
Yeah, it's going to be able to pop the smoke. Can they reset their position, though? Lorenov's actually going to jump into the river. The Global Silence setting them up. Low skill with a follow-up as well. They'll get the Doom onto the Mars, and they should have the damage to bring him down, but Lil Pleb's going to be enabled inside the team fight. Not much that the Morphling has to be worried about it, but it looks like Ancient Tribe are on full retreat. Snapfire's going to be cleaned up, but still Lil Pleb is okay for the moment. Waveform over the top. They've got the first stun. Is there going to be a follow-up? It needs to be perfect with the War Stomp, and it is. Well done, PogChamp. They find 4 in the end. They got 4 kills. My oh my. I thought they only got a couple, but they're going to look to try and take Roche off the back of it. What an incredible fight from them.
They're really punishing some of that aggressive movement coming through from Ancient Tribe. If they have BKBs on their 2 other cores, then they're going to be just fine. You're not going to give up that life quite so easily. It was really just the power of the Infernal Blade once again. It's maxed out against these really tanky heroes. Solid positioning by Kadaro to be able to pop that one, and then he gets off an amazing Global Silence. They just zone in onto these heroes that are going to be able to deal with them super early. You see, he just turns his back and says, you know what, Mars, you're going to die anyway.
Coming though, the respawns aren't long.
Well,
Next good with the initiation in, but the arena's pretty on point. But they're going to be able to pick up the Aegis here from Lorinov. Looks like Doom still will go down nonetheless, as Mobite is now looking to try and catch up for more, but they might be able to get lives, and they will. Okay. Just a spear before he's able to TP out, so it's another member of PogChamp that's going to go down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, you didn't ideally want that to go to Lorinov, but they'll take it. It would have been an absolute disaster to give up the Aegis as well, but well, they're able to get a lot from that, right? Not just the 3 kills, but also a bunch of experience. There's a 4k experience change going in favor of Ancient Tribe off the back of that Roshan last hit. Really been impressed with Mix's play on this Mars. Not something that he plays in the recent times, but he's been making it work.
It was really unknown for me coming into this series was how Mixer was going to be able to perform, but I think this has been more than you could ever ask for with this Mars showing so far. It's been very, very solid, and they've put themselves in a position where you've got a 10k lead. It's now given Lil Pleb enough time to get the goal towards that Skadi. It's going to be PogChamp that are looking to try and make another play, though. Smoked up as 3. Where's the angle for them?
Get a D-ward off. Alex thinks twice about going in once again. He's just finished up the Glimmer Cape for himself, and he's going into a 4-staff. Pleb's not taking any chances, wanting to get the Aghanim Shard nice and early, realizing that, you know what, I've got the man to deal with the Global Silence. If I get doomed, I get doomed. I've got a Glimmer Cape. I've got a 4-staff to save me. And it's really just about any sort of stuns. I want to make sure that I've got the strength more for that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Feeling like the timing's starting to be a bit of an issue here for PuckChamp, right? It just need to get more out of this lineup.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm just trying to think when that's going to happen. Like, Boots of Travel on Doom and Octarine doesn't really change the way that you're going to take team fights, right? It means you can fight slightly more often, but if the enemy team's ahead of you, do you even want to fight, or do you just want to try and continue to outgreed them? Lies, he's almost got the Guardian Greaves, so you've got that coming for you, but it's still not even 2 pieces of the Aghanim Scepter and Lorinov picked up, so yeah, I'm still struggling to see when they can look to make something happen. Honestly, it feels like Sweden Strong off the back of the Aghanim Shard may be the big thing that they're waiting for.
Sweden Strong?
Sure, but it's a Aghanim Shard Morphling.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This means he can get away with not going the Lincolns, potentially.
I don't know if there's ever going to be a threat of this late game, like, double Doom.
That's real late.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm looking for. I'm trying to see if I'm missing something of this potential where they might have a bit of a timing, but you could just mass buy Lincolns. I'm trying to see a response because I'm still very concerned. Like, I don't like the status quo of this game for PuckChamp. So probability saying 85% for Dire, and well, they might be able to get a kill onto Doom as well. Mobile and Lil Pleb in combination together. Let's go gets the BKB off, but it's gonna do nothing.
Yep, and that was with a pipe and a mech helping him out. Like you said, pops his own BKB, so now it's down to 6 seconds after all the times that he used it for defensive purposes, and yeah, it's just becoming easier and easier for Ancient Tribe to start walking it down towards the PuckChamp base. Really feels like their upcoming items are just so much more impactful, right? Like, they still haven't got a BKB up on this Morphling, so that's going to be another way to be able to, you know, avoid a lot of this. You don't need to necessarily save the Manta style for the Global Silence. You could use it for other purposes. Dragon Knight, of course, getting into the Aghanim's Scepter shortly, already more than halfway there. He'll have his level 20 as well, so plenty of ways to be able to siege. You would assume the Manta style's coming after that. Mars, he's 3.5 levels away from his level 20, but I talked about the power spike already with that, plus the Meteor Hammer, plus the Aghanim Shard. So I honestly think that they can afford to be a little bit greedy here on Ancient Tribe. Just trying to bait LeBron here on the creep wave. See if they can get someone to make an aggressive move with Mixer there to back him up, but well, they don't need it. Seems like no one's playing on this bottom side of the map, and they go for a smoke on PuckChamp.
Lies is not going to be with them. They're down the Broodmother for this attempt.
2 seconds left on the Aegis.
Mixer first. They see LeBron in the lane. Is that really the person you want to start the fight on? They'll try and get the counter jump. They're not going to be on the mark with a spear. That's going to cost the Mars his life, and now with the Doom turnaround as well. DK silence for the moment. Looks like he's going to be able to reset his positioning. Just got the BKB before the ultimate from low skill, but Sweden Strong still in pursuit. Can they take the fight? Still 3 on 5. Alex finds a great cook here, catching out Sweden Strong by himself. In the end, 2 for 1. PuckChamp will just come out on top.
You think that's enough? I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, do you care? You don't really. Like, the Doom Force, Global Force, who cares, man?
Yeah. Arena, lower cooldown as well, so by the time he respawns and is able to be in a position to want to use it again towards the tier 2 towers of PuckChamp, it'll be up and available once more. No Global, no Doom. It's rough. And
for the Doom, he's only level 17 as well. I mean, this is again, position 1 Doom, and very early Midas. You love to have that 20 talent with the minus 35 second Doom cooldown, combination with the Octarine, but still quite some time away. In fact, Lil Pleb, he's already level 20, so of course have that waveform, attacks targets. I wonder if they can look to protect this ward. It's a pretty good ward they've got set up where Kadari is placed at the moment. Ugh.
how much do you give up for that purpose, though?
Yep.
There we go. Aghanim Scepter for Mobai. Almost is level 20. They're just going to look to rally around Lil Pleb for now. With the last hit onto the tower, he's almost got enough for his BKB as well. So they are...
Well, Force Stuff even forward, breaking the tree. Mobai's going to be able to get the stun. Meanwhile, Lies as well, controlled from Mixer. Once again, the Mars going to be on point with his arena, catching up with the Brood Mother.
Spinally's doing their best to try and take the mid tier 1 tower. They might be successful, although LeBron, how good's the micro? Not good enough. Oh,
Jesus,
no.
dude, 2 spiders and he ulted. What a man. It's 30 minutes in and they haven't taken this tier 1 mid with a Brood.
Yeah. That's what playing with Dandy will do to you. You get a little bit of the cloud factor in you. Oh, even a DD bot. As if they needed more stuff to be able to close out this game.
And they've got a pretty good ward as well. Scouts are 2 heroes at the moment. That's a almost suicide attempt to try and deny the DD, but Lorinov, he wants in as well. A lot of damage coming out early for the Ember onto both the supports. He's lacking the mana though. Is the BKB going to be enough to cover his TP? It's not, pleb. The last second. Lorinov, I mean, he did as much as he could with that freshly completed Scepter. Almost got a second kill on the support, but in the end, it just was not enough. And Pleb, he timed the chains perfectly.
All right, no cheating. Guess what Lorinov's KDA is?
4 to 6?
10, 3, and 4.
Oh, wow.
The man is having a really good game on this Ember Spirit, despite the fact that, again, he wasn't set up success off the back of that lane. Like, you just do not win Ember Spirit against DK matchups unless there's something really, you know, funny going on in terms of, like, some mid-rotations or, like, 5 bottle refills or that sort of thing happening. So the fact that he's still been able to make this much of a game, and you got to make those hero plays happen, right? He almost got 2 kills and got away, but you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out completely.
And I love that they further enabled the Dragon Knight and made this matchup difficult for the Ember, where, well,
found Brood again.
It's almost same spot that he died previously.
He really wants that mid-tier 1 tower. The damage that LeBron has done with that freezing field. It's not just the actual tower damage, it's the mental damage.
And it's definitely weighing on them that this lineup is well and truly missed its mark. Mobile already looking for more.
Ooh, he actually connects onto Sweden Strong. Did you see that meme about Hoodwink when you finally catch her?
Yes, I did. What, the hand around
The rat.
Yeah. That was a good one. Another one that I got baited by was an April Fool's one. The G2 roster.
Oh, you were actually baited by that?
I got baited for like a little bit, a good couple of hours. I did actually. I was very excited. I'm like, oh yeah, never mind. All right, it's April Fools. Dude, I was actually so excited for that roster. I'm like, G2 finally doing it.
Jerax, who else?
Yapsaw and who was there? Wait,
I don't remember. That's why I'm asking you.
Who was there too? It was a very popular 2. I can't remember
Miracle.
now. That's it. Yes, thank you. Man, what a lineup! What a lineup in G2 and
That will
Dota.
never be.
Oh, that'd be such a cool lineup. Regardless, yes, I got baited by that. I was a little bit sad. I was sad. Now this was afterwards when I knew it was April Fool's. I saw the thread about OG and OG swapping rosters next to it, but yeah, I got for like 5 minutes got baited, but it's okay.
That was
Wasn't that
before
silly that
OG
time.
had their like miracle comeback multiple series in a row.
Man, what the hell was that? Like, what was that? Oh my lord! I'm
the OG magic.
almost. It is the OG magic. I'm closing in on finishing game 3 of that series. Haven't finished it just yet.
You're still
get to see
watching
the
it?
game.
It's on your fourth monitor.
Yeah, I want 4 monitors. That would be very nice to have. The luxury. Three's
Really want to get this Doom up to level 20 if they can. They've already got the Octarine. They want the reduced Doom cooldown, but they're looking to not give them the chance. Aegis for another 4 minutes. Just putting the Morphling on the front lines. Kind of surprised they're backing off, to be honest. I mean, they could look to buy out the Manta style now on the DK, which seems like they're doing, but they're not actually sieging the high ground. So they're giving them these chances to hit these tiny little timings. Doom now only 82.5 second cooldown.
Don't do it. Oh, he did it. They're coming. They're coming over. Is he going to be fast enough to get the kill and get out afterwards as well? He's going to try and get some life still back, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive, and Skill will escape. So that was, of course, with the 20 talent. So Doom, only 65 seconds now.
It's something, you know, you got to try and stall. I mean, do you stall this out? Maybe if they could get the Scythe of Vice on Lice, right? And you get a really aggressive morph that he doesn't instantly use the BKB for, then, you know, full agi morph, you get Scythe of Vice, you can't use the strength game morph despite having the Aghanim shard, and you take him down. I think that's their only shot, and I don't think they're going to look to want to give them many more avenues to be able to make that sort of thing happen. DK just 5 seconds away from the Elder Dragon form as well.
Let's see how they're going to be able to mount the defense. Need to just stall this one out. 20 seconds. Very close to that cookie getting the connection. And unfortunate, but Mobi now Elder Dragon form back up, so just going to be the slow siege of the illusions.
Just, yeah, get that dot ticking up on multiple towers. Why not? Completely safe as well, throwing the illusion in there. Just going to hit the range racks, unhealable damage. Oh well.
So there's another minor, very, very late game, but Doom break as well. With that refresher for Mobi, he probably dies with the Doom on him as well.
How many 4-stars we got though? One,
Yeah,
two.
that's a very good point.
Snap could also. Do they have any kind of cast range things on Snap? Yeah, you can cookie. You've got a psychic headband that you could look to give over to the Snap as well for the gobble up range.
Yep. It's like a minor opportunity. Very later on though. That's something that he's got refresher coming out.
I know.
Double Doom. All right, they need a ward though.
Just walking around.
Way to grant them information.
Dust
Smoke's gonna
available.
pop. Able to get the jump in. LeBron's in some trouble at the moment. The Global Silence gonna get laid down as well. There's the first tomb. This time it's onto the Dragon Knight. He's gonna be okay for the moment. Lil Pleb though, no concerns for him. Lincoln's given over with the BKB activated. Lil Pleb won't want to continue chasing forward. So in the end, PogChamp get one kill. It results in a couple of ultimates expended, but the Crystal Maiden will buy back as well.
I mean, they used a lot, right? Sure, you use the Global Silence. You're not going to have that. They won't have seen the refresher potentially. There was so much chaos that they might not have looked at the items. And now you've just finished up the Aghanims as well on the Snapfire. So maybe you get like a big toss in onto, I would assume, Mars. He's got BKB available still.
It should be no excuse for them to not to know. You saw him in the fight. Now you can click on him and...
I guess, yeah, the new stuff.
Which is... I don't know if I like that still, but... Anyway.
It's in the game.
Let's see if... Yes, let's see if they want to try and hold this. 25 seconds. Do you give up the full set, or do you try and go? It's the call here for PogChamp.
I think that you got to give it up. I think you want to have double Doom.
Yeah.
You don't want to be refreshing right now.
Are we looking up the Lincolns as well?
Respect. And, well, that's Elder Dragon form gone, so they're going to be playing a little bit scared, not wanting to make instant use out of that that gobble up coming through, just using the Meteor Hammer to do the dirty work.
Oh, this could be crafty. Sweden strong. Looks like they potentially got a glimpse of him somehow. To scan the tree line. He's going to drop a ward. There is a gem on Dire, I believe. Yeah, Mix is the one holding that, so just looking to back on out, though. Maybe another nice little thing is the fact that Kadara's next level is going to be able to find that level 15 talent. So minus 20 seconds in the Global Silence, because we are very much getting to the stage where cooldowns is going to be the pivotal thing here for PogChamp.
So I'm just looking
Still
at
got
this.
that ward.
Oh. It's like, oh, they've got the Quickening Charm available on the Dragon Knight, so plenty of chances to use that Elder Dragon form. He's going into the Octarine as well after this, just to basically have
his mix up
in enough time.
Can they get the Lincolns as well to protect him? Global Silence is out. They get some more kills off the back of this, and Dai do a really good job to reset the position. To the north, though, Sweden strong. He's been able to scurry away as well.
Still got
As
the
a
racks,
result, though, were able to find that full set of barracks, but it was the illusions that were able to go for the finishing blow. So Ancient Tribe, happy with that they've got him. Probably going to look to address their lanes and maybe play this one a little bit more safe and wait for that next Roche, which could potentially be up in a minute 30. You know, it's a bank to make as well with the triple bounty still waiting for them.
Not too often that you see a silencer at this stage of the game being the one holding the Elven Tunic as well. Like, I guess some of it is just to potentially get a little bit of that evasion to save yourself and enable the Global Silence to go off. But, I mean, they got some decent attack speed, right? He's got the Boots of Bearing just freshly picked up. Not too many better options, I suppose.
This could be a big ward here for Sweet and Strong. If they can catch Pleb off guard, Low Skill's going to try and find the angle. Very difficult for them to start, and looks like they somehow got a read of what's going on. Low Skill's still going to charge in, but he's off the mark with a stun. Might be in some trouble now. Oh, he got very greedy with not popping BKB, and as a result, Doom's going to be killed off 70 seconds without him. Might be able to catch up the Sweet and Strong as well. Pleb's going to make the attempt.
Looking low enough, though. He just wants to deal with this mid lane. Alex has got an eye on him. He really wants to try and take him out if possible, but Lorenoff making sure that even though you give up that kill onto the Doom...
No way.
No
way. Oh, they got him.
Took all 3 cores to do it, though. That freaking squirrel.
Fast that Roche spawn going to be. They're not even going to care. A little bit of time, LeBron once again. Freezing field. It's the last game onto the Ancients. Why not? Pick up his farm.
It's a good farming tool.
Yes.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
More than likely, second full set of barracks. No Doom buyback. They might be able to poke mid as well. They push incredibly fast. Is this Megas?
Could be. 5 seconds on the
Nova
Dragon
even
Ball.
jumps in. Looking to try and target down Kadaro. He's going to buy back and he's going to be able to rejoin. Does turn their attention to... How do you get the start, though?
They're all up
They're
if they
using a
want to be.
couple of remnants. There we go. There's the initiation. Low skill. Stun him to 2, and they get the Doom as well to the Dragon Knight, but they're standing strong. Low skill is almost going to go down. He gets the double ultimate out at least before he dies, and this time it's onto the Morphling as well. So Lorenov, he can remnant over the top. Morphling's not dead just yet, but the attribute shift, is it enough to keep him alive? Finally, the finishing blow comes off. A big kill for PuckChamp to find, and they can chase down Mixer as well. So PuckChamp hold the base. 1 barracks left standing for them in between the mega creeps, but that was a very, very difficult fight.
A very difficult fight, a desperate play. Roshan just about to spawn, and, well, Brood will be the one to scout it out. What's it got? It's got the Aghanim, so that's pretty decent. You know, you could look to give that one over to the Doom. I'm not sure if they can or not. Loronov's just trying to influence the lanes as much as he can, and it looks like Lies wants to commit for it. I mean, really good targets, like I was saying. Give it over the Doom. That Aghanim's... Grouping up in an AoE and just getting chain controlled feels like their only way of winning these fights, right? It was a really good double bushwhack that went through from Sweet and Strong that time. They got the double Doom off as well. They're going to need about 3 more of those fights, it feels. Lanes constantly pressuring in towards their base.
So who are we considering with the Scepter? Now for PuckChamp?
Gotta be Doom.
Doom? Okay.
Maybe the Brood, but probably
He's
not.
still only 21. Oh my... Dude. He hasn't gained a level in... How... What? He has died in the past couple of fights, so not getting that experience, but... And you're really hoping this guy gets that 25, but it's going to take quite some time now.
It's not just the net worth that gets affected by not being able to leave the base, it's the experience as well. And low skill is Exhibit A for that one. And Lorenov, he just needs to refill his mana. You can see that low skill wanted to go for a play, but you could use that ninja gear as much as you want. If you've got the Scorch Earth going, they're going to know that you're trying to make some sort of sneaky play. And, well, I like the fact that PuckChamp are playing around their vision, but I'm sure that Ancient Tribe knows that this is the area that's most likely to have some level of understanding. So they're just going to play on the bottom side of the map as much as they can. They go for a smoke away from that obvious ward and see if they can find a pick-off. Low skill would be a great one.
That he would indeed. Great reactions out of the BKB, but is still in a lot of trouble. Look at the damage coming out from Pleb. This is going to buy back, but they still got the ward on the cliff as well, so they'll even catch out Lies. Another death for PogChamp. Both these heroes have a buyback, but you're going to be forced to use it pretty much instantly with these last barracks being vulnerable.
They're even going to be able to snag that gem from the high ground as well. Snapfire picking it up, and well, again, it's going to need to be
strong. Nice glimmer. The buyback's coming out instantly as well. Arena used defensively. Low Skill's going to try and find an angle into the middle with a self-doom, but he's not going to see the opening. Lorenov still wanting to try and play around with Ancient Tribe, but great retreat coming out from Daya. Look at that.
Look at the split.
That is a picture perfect retreat from them.
Yep. I think they learned a lot from their previous attempt onto the high ground, right? The only reason that didn't go well for them is that they grouped up on top of each other. This time around, a full-on delta split, going 5 different directions, and we'll see what happens. None of them actually die. And it's as well off the back of 2 buybacks coming through. They really are putting so much on Lorenov, though, aren't they? He's level 25, he's got the Ags and the Shard and the Aegis, so they really want him to just create a ton of havoc.
I wonder how Doom's going to continue to use the ultimates in these fights, because one thing with using that self-Doom is that, I mean, they have multiple 4-staffs on Dire and Cookie to help them get out of range of that AoE Doom. So
they got 2 Lincolns. You have to, unfortunately. That's just the reality of the situation.
Unfortunately, yeah. It'd be ideal if you can pop them, but with the chaos in late game Dota, it's going to be very difficult to find that opening. So we're now at a stage where Low Skill, with that buyback being forced out, is going to have to go into the Aeon Disc to act as that little bit of protection. Second life almost.
Yeah. I'm almost wondering, like, yes, they're going to be able to force stuff away, so is it worth... I know it's... If you die, you lose, but do you go Boots of Travel just so that you can actually stick on the target that you want? That plus the 25% increased movement speed from the Scorched Earth means that you can chase down basically anyone. They're just pinned inside.
They're gone outside the base. Lincoln's popped early on. Self-Doom again from Low Skill, very far away, but he's going to be able to get the jump this time onto the Snapfire. So not a core they're looking to take out of the fight, but they should be able to get the kill. A heavy commitment from PogChamp. How can they look to set themselves up for another round? Low Skill once again popping the refresher, trying to get in the middle, but it's the Ember that's caught out for the moment. Lorenov's still okay. They'll find the opening in the Mars. He's going to go down, but now Lil Pleb looking for some wrench. The BKB activated, but he'll use this one to retreat. They're still on the hunt, though, Lorenov. He doesn't have the greatest mana pool. A couple of remnants still to work with. Got to be cautious about the base as well. The creeps are starting to get in. LeBron with the TP out. He'll make it. Lorenov is able to find the chains.
And they got to get back. That's the thing. Most of the time, off the back of 2 kills where they don't have buyback, you're wanting to push these lanes out, but they just can't. They can't do it. And they've only got 20 seconds left on this Aegis as well, Lorenov. So... You know, he's doing a lot. He's trying to create as much space, havoc, allow the Doom to get in. And I feel like that's the right target, right? The hero that has the Glimmer Cape, the 4-staff, the Gobble Up, the Cookie, you got to take out the Snapfire. So it might not feel great to use a Doom on a support, but I don't think you have any other options.
Another silver lining, I suppose, the fact that Low Skill was able to stay alive throughout that fight. So he gets a lot of experience. Yeah, so he's... getting closer. I hope they give him the tome as well at the 50-minute mark. But it's still going to be probably a couple more fights until he's going to find that 25 talent. But let's give him some time for the buybacks to come off cooldown as well. Still a little bit away, 4 minutes on cooldown for Low Skill.
So he ended up buying the Aeon Disc first, but then he's going into that Boots of Travel afterwards. So I like it. Again, it's just about latching onto that target and never letting go, basically. They are standing right on top of this vision, by the way. Does anyone have a gem? Or any wards? Like, Lies is on top of Ancient Tribe vision. There we go.
Yeah, where are the gems? No one's holding a gem right now. Are they inside the base? Yeah, Dai got 2 inside the base. Okay.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Who needs a gem?
Little pleb last game. I still want that number. I still want to know how many things he destroyed.
Unfortunately, we do not have that technology, but one day, maybe.
It feels like PuckChamp are waiting for a mistake to come from Ancient Tribe. You know, that was what got them back into that first game. Maybe they want a big Roche fight. They don't have the greatest Roche fight potential. Like, you're going up against Mars ulti, DK that's able to go over cliffs, Mortimer's Kisses, Freezing Field. These are all areas that thrive in that enclosed area. But that melee Rax is still standing. What can we say?
Yep. And it is.
Bit by bit. You're going to have Devour plus Midas use by low skill if you're really wanting to. He's a little scared that some of these DK illusions might just be real. Ooh. Run, little squirrel.
Very... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say, very intrigued that they still aren't playing with the gem on die, but Mixer picked it up. All going to come down to information for PuckChamp. Find that opening. Very surprised the fact that we still have a ball game here. I mean, the probability is not getting any better. Net worth is maybe a little bit surprised that it's only 15,000, but you're still playing from behind, PuckChamp. You know, don't seem out of it, which is very interesting. It's a weird feeling this game has right now.
It feels like they're hanging on for dear life. You know,
Yeah.
it's not like they've got a solid chance, but you know, if everything goes their way, they know where the Doom is. By the way, they've still kept these observer wards up on the top side, so they saw him use the ninja gear up towards the top side. I wonder if they're going to look to group up and go together and try and pick him off. They put the Morphling first because he's by far the tankiest.
That's a big item. He just completed Nullify as well for Little Pleb, so going to be able to address some of the Aeon Dis. The Force Staffs as well, so we'll see how that's going to be able to come into play.
Just feels like another standoff. Not right outside the Roche pit, but seems pretty clear that that's at least what Ancient Tribe are waiting for. They don't want to be in a position to throw away this game. Keep them busy with defending. Keep a tab on when that Roche is respawning, and then look to claim it. It's gotten to the period of the game where they can take it fairly quickly at this stage.
And importantly, those buybacks are coming up as well very shortly for the Doom and the Broodmother. They are both currently lacking gold, but they will both be up in 40 seconds. See if they're going to be able to farm that gold. Very important for this next team fight.
They're going to use these Spiderlings as a bit of a scouting move, and well, this hasn't happened for the past few minutes. So the fact that the Spiderlings leave any sort of farming space is a bit of a tell, right? They're like, well, something. They're trying to figure out something, and Mobile doesn't want them to have that understanding. So I'm going to go for this bit of a backstab move. Sweden strong. Putting himself up onto the high ground for now, acting as a bit of a ward.
Let's see Alex.
They found the right target.
And low skill with the jump. Brendan over the top as well. They'll kill the Snapfire. It can look to rejoin, but they might even lose the Crystal Maiden as well as both supports. Food for Radiant, but they're going to be cautious inside the river. Lauren up. They weren't able to get the follow-up summon. Now low skill. It's a pretty big Doom, but the damage follow-up's not there. Morphling standing strong, but he's going to be in trouble for the moment. Morphling. He'll get blown up in our Radiant. Can they get more out of this as well as Mixer getting chased down by the gobble up from Alex? We'll keep him alive. And now Ancient Tribe, it's a heavy commitment to Morphling. He bought back.
The stun.
They might be able to get Lorenov. Looks like he's out of Remnants. There's going to be no escape here for the Ember Spirit. Buybacks are available. Someone needs to go to mid as well. The creeps are inside the base. It might be Mega soon.
Kadara's just playing tower defense right now. I think they need to just give up this Roshan. The fact that they got 3 buybacks out of them, including on the Morphling, is going to be seen as a big win. They're going to just try and close this one out. Surely you just play the safe route. You know that Roshan's not far away from spawning, and oh, there we go. They've got the information.
I don't think you can fight this as well on PuckChamp with Doom being on cooldown currently.
No, I don't think so. Someone might have an extra life, but they're down 3 lives total, right? Just off the back of those buybacks. So I think they just need to wait for everything to be back up again. If they can afford for Ember Spirit to save the buyback as well, of course, that's going to be fantastic. It might mean that he can purchase out like a refresher orb or something like that and just completely just go in on the back lines and take them out, because again, you saw that the supports were the main target, right? Alex number 1, LeBron number 2. They just take away a lot of that control, and really nice Glimmer Cape as well by Sweden Strong that allowed the Doom to get back to safety, at least for a little bit.
Let's see if the call is going to be to buy back to protect the barracks. And it looks like it will not be. So once again, Mega Creeps will be on the cards here.
Dire now have mega creeps.
They've even got a Wraith Pact as well, but Little Shredder deals with that one pretty quickly.
At least Emperor won't be forced to buy back. And it looks like Ancient Tribe, they're going to look to try and reset. Get the creeps inside the base. And just a quick check on that Roche as well in some of the components. The Aghanims was given... Oh.
Sorry, he's...
No,
he was looking at potentially making a play onto low skill there, but well, with low skill's positioning, he at least forces the BKB out of the DK, so probably you're like, all right, he's got all the items that reduce cooldown under the sun, so we can breathe a sigh of relief for 30 seconds, and you know, maybe that's all that they need to get low skill to his level 25, but he's got to be very careful with how deep he's going out into this lane.
Don't worry, Mother. I'm still here.
Always just farm under the cover of the ninja gear with this Scorched Earth, but yeah, you hope some of the brothers aren't here.
Hope.
Again, look, Frun's still using Freezing Field to farm Ancients. Yeah, again, just want to highlight Lil Pleb. He was able to pick up the Scepter from Roche. They gave him the Aegis, so off the back of that buyback, a little bit of protection. You've got Refresher Shard and Cheese on Mixer as well, so potentially seeing this double arena come out for the Mars. Nice to see. I mean, it's been a rough game for PuckChamp, but maybe some camaraderie coming out with some of the voice lines. Just your knees is 25.
I still kind of feel like the Morphling wants to, with that Ags, get onto the Doom if he can. You know, that status resistance is going to be really effective, even just stealing the stats alone. You know, Doom's a fairly tanky boy with all of that strength gain. So close to 25 as well, but they're going to go.
Lies protected by the own disc, but the Nullify instantly coming out from Lil Pleb. They'll get the kill onto the Broodmother, who does have a buyback, so it can look to rejoin. Refresh up. Oh, they're going to look to get the jump in. Low skill. A 4-stuff. Double 4-stuff. Preb, he's protected for the moment. They can turn it back around. Look at them standing strong. Low skill's going to look to reposition back inside the base. He'll use the secondary Doom. This time it's going to be onto the Morphling. There's just no damage follow-up though. Morphling, he can stand strong. They even tickled the first life as well. 2 down, and they're both diebacks, and it looks like finally, it's been such a long series, such a long game 3, but Ancient Tribe, what a statement series from them, being able to take down one of the close qualified teams in PuckChamp.
Yeah, one of the potential favorites coming through as well. PuckChamp, they're no joke, but Ancient Tribe just dismantled them with this draft. Another great spear coming through. And well, a well-deserved win for this squad that's, you know, had a few recent additions. Alex coming in, of course, has played in the Western Europe scene, had a stint over in NA, but he doesn't look out of place at all.
Oh, God, Lil Pal, look at him
He's
go.
feeling himself, man.
Oh, man. I do not blame him. What a series. This guy just destroyed them.
He did, and at least he gives flexes for the camera. I keep asking you for them, and you keep denying me. Yeah, you look at that little cheeky smile. You know you want to show it off at one point. I won't force you to do it now, though. Wait for you to have a pump or something like that.
Yeah, I need a pump. My body dysmorphia. I need a pump. It's okay. I don't want to get called small. Dude, Lil Pleb, he does not give an absolute damn with a performance like that. He's got the juices flowing. I do not blame him. He's a big pleb. He's not a little pleb. He's upgrading, and what a start. There is a lot of momentum for these lads. Now, a team that, of course, you know, swapped up their roster as well from the previous tour, and they are looking very good with this new 5-man.
They are indeed. I mean, I was impressed by the early game. There was a little bit of a mishap that happened, of course, in game number 1. But I mean, the drafts felt really solid. The ways that they responded to what PuckChamp had to throw their way both times felt really good. And yeah, if this is more of what they're going to be dishing up, I got some high hopes for them.
I do as well. I'm very excited to see their next couple of series, and we've seen some kind of cute swaps in regards to their flex potential and their heroes, and just overall, Lilpleb, that is a carry to look out for. I can't stop singing the praises for him, but of course everyone else is well-deserved. Mixer throughout that game had some... The early game Mars was very vital. Late game, it was like, all right, the rest of the team is going to look to take over, but he was really vital to limit the effectiveness from what we saw from the Broodmother.
Yes, and he did. He did exactly what you drafted this Mars to do, right? Like, it was a solid enough late game once you've got that Snapfire to combo together with. We know Meteor Hammer plus the Spear at level 20 plus is a good combination. But more importantly, again, Brood offlane, not going to buy that BKB. So if you find him and they made multiple smokes and connected on them every single time, then you're going to have a really good time. You had the supports with the damage to take out that hero. You didn't lose a lot of your map. And that mid tier 1 tower stayed up until what? The 35, 40 minute mark? Yeah, he should feel himself, man.
Man.
Give him the MVP.
I like that. I like that. I like seeing that energy. That is... He would be a nice guy to have in the team house. Just he seems like he's oozing with, that's, which is exciting to see them all together as well. Like, this is, you know, the mixed bag coming in, Mobi from Ivy, Mixer, you know. We didn't have a lot of information from him. Of course, Alex from D2 Hustlers, and two of their, of course, other components as well from the previous tour. But that was quite the series from these guys. It's going to be exciting to see how they can continue on.
And for PuckChamp, I mean, I'm sure they're going to be reeling from that a little bit. You know, they've moved regions. They still took it to 3 games, and there were 3 really exhausting ones as well. But if you're going to have a series like that, better to have it at the very beginning so that you can look over exactly what happens. This is where your coach really earns his pay. Like, they are going to need to... Man, these guys, they love Mobe, don't they? They gave him the MVP last time when we weren't really wanting to, but, you know, he was still a really solid performer on the Dragon Knight as well. But that just feels like DK these days, right? If you let him get into that Midas and level 20 plus, how do you deal with it?
Yeah, and he did his job. Like, this was something that we were mentioning in the draft when they picked the Ember into the Dragon Knight. I know Laurenov had a very exceptional game, but importantly, they slowed down the Ember's early game, which was pretty much all down to this matchup mid lane, and of course some of the rotations as well we saw from the supports to take away water runes, take away power runes, and also look to try and help out with taking those early towers. So they did a very good job to enable all their heroes, all their cores, supports, looking very fluid across the map, and in just their first series as well, which is great to see. And we will get an interview with one of the lads as well, which is always nice after a win. So we're gonna have LeBron.
Hello, guys.
Congratulations. I've got to ask, because we saw just at the end in the camera, Lil Pleb was flexing. He's very hyped up. What's he like overall? Like, what's kind of the what's the morale like as the team? Are you guys enjoying the boot camp? How's everyone feeling?
I mean, he's classic Balkan boy, you know, enjoying, flexing, happy about win, you know. Bootcamp is really good. We are all happy, like we are finally on bootcamp all together. So it's really good for us. I feel like it's very productive. So yeah, we are happy. First to win, so yeah, it's good.
Very good. It's going to be nice, yeah. And what was it like trying to build this team? Of course, from the previous tour, you stuck around with Pleb as well. What was it like trying to get those 3 other components to join?
We had 2 CIS players, and it was hard to bring them on bootcamp. We changed the team. We got Alex, which is like one of the best position force we could get in Europe. We respect him. He's our Serbian friend. And then we also find Mobade. We were testing players, and then in the end we took Mixa. He was the best fit also on offlane. So yeah, we're happy with what we got. We got good, talented young guys that are working hard, and everyone is willing to work hard. So it's good.
What's kind of the schedule of the workload for the team? Are you guys scrimming a lot? Is it a lot of individual stuff? Are you watching team replays? Like what does it kind of look like to grow this team?
Usually we wake up around same time, have breakfast, then we watch some replays, play pubs, and before scrims or official, we love to play matchups, a lot of matchups, what we want to play and stuff like this. So I think this is helping us a lot. And me and coach are watching replays. He's analyzing how they play. I'm watching how they work, So yeah, it's good. I think we are doing good at the moment.
Awesome.
Just real quick before I let Deno take, who's the coach? Who do you guys helping you out?
It's Mitch, old school player,
Okay.
From Croatia.
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go. Another Croatian.
Nice. I have a quick question about the game one, the Roche fight. That was the longest Roshan standoff I think I can remember in a long time. Like, what happens in the communication during that? Is it one person that you're like, just listen to me so that we're all on the same page, or is it just too much chaos to handle? What happens? Give us the insight.
It's chaos, it's long. So because it's like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 minutes, it's super long. It's like, of course, like a lot of ideas, chaos, and every second matter, So everyone sees something different, and then he's calling, and in the end, one guy is calling, "Oh, push the base." One guy is like, "Hit the Roche." One guy is like, "We'll go there." But they are sitting on their vision. We are sitting on our vision. Nobody wanna commit. Whoever commit on Roche, it's gonna be bad for them, And in the end, like, I don't know what happened, but this lost us the game. I think, like, we lost the Roche fight. Yeah.
It happens, it's a lot of stress to have to go under. Is there ever any point where you as the captain are just like, guys, stop talking? There's too much information coming through. Just listen to me so we're all on the same page.
Usually in mid-late game, you want the core to have strong voice, not me as a captain. I can like calm down, or like if I see we are doing some big mistake, I should like tell them like to do it differently. But usually want to give a big voice to some mid carry, whoever is like leading the game that moment, who is the strongest, who is the playmaker. But we know like first game we had them, but we ruin it, So I tell the guys we are better. We just need to play better. Like we should play how we can, and we should win. Third game we should win probably earlier, but we are, yeah.
And you did. Tell me about those freezing fields as well. We saw a couple inside of the ancient camps. We saw one to kill, I think it was 2 spiders in front of the tier 1 mid. Like, what's your thought on this spell? Is it a farming spell, or how do you look to use it?
I mean, it's hard for me to use it in team fights. I think it's useless spell. So if I see opportunity, nobody farming some camp, I can get decent XP gold. It's good. On mid wave, I see there is spiders. I cannot kill them. It's gonna get tower, and this tower give us a lot because we can also see a vision on it, and we can TP there. So I just use it. I don't care because this useless spell. On CM in mid late game, I can say.
Yeah, and we saw them try and take that tower twice after that, and you punished them both times. So the mental damage was really good by you being able to do that. So, very, very big brain. I called you the mega mind, the big brain coming through for the team. So that's what we want. Just one last question. It's the first series of the entire tournament. There's a lot of good teams in Division 2. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking forward to facing, and what reason for that as well?
I mean, one of my favorite players all time are Papi and Seb. I am like idol, I'm looking them whole career. So I'm really looking forward to playing them because they're one of the favorite players of all time. So yeah.
Awesome. So Secret Old G, we'll be looking forward to those. Mark them in on the calendar. But big congratulations on the win. Very well deserved. It was a very long one, so I'm sure you guys are wanting to just take a chill pill, relax a little bit, and I'm sure you'll be in pubs in about another 20 minutes or so anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, mate. There we go. That's first series done and dusted. What a lovely interview. There seems like there's a lot of heart from LeBron, a lot of heart on the team as well. So it's going to be nice to continue to follow those boys throughout the season. But this is just our first series. I mean, how crazy is that? First series. We got 3 series of the day. Next up is a very, very exciting one. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, OG into the breach. Two pretty big names in terms of teams coming together in just the first day of the whole thing. OG, they actually were playing in a third-party tournament. They lost game 1, and then they won games 2 and 3. So they'll have a little bit of confidence coming through into this one, and I'm sure they're going to want to start it off with a good showing. So I'm excited to see how it turns out. We're a little bit behind schedule as well, so hopefully we can get into that one very, very quickly.
Yeah, we'll find out what we're going to store for us after this break. And just like that, we've got two brand new teams ready to go in our lobby for our second series of the night. The first series was a incredibly exciting one, and I feel like we're going to have a no difference here in our second. We got Into the Breach taking on OG, the debut for these two squads. It's going to be a bloodbath there. I'm excited. I think there's a lot of people that are excited as well.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see. Obviously, these guys play pubs against each other a lot, so they see a lot of the memey, weirdy stuff that's going on. I think it was Cybercats that OG were playing up against, and Seb's been spamming that Keeper of the Light in pubs, so they picked a Faceless Void against it in the lane. It's really good because the time dilation lets you catch up to them. The Illuminate actually counts as 2 instances, for example, so he actually had a really rough time. Thompson as well, when you give him more meta heroes and take him away from his comfort, he just doesn't seem like the same sort of presence. But as soon as they gave him back the clowny stuff, you know, the Ricky, all that sort of thing, he just pops off to another level. So I'm interested to see what happens this time around. He's also going mid Beastmaster with the drums of Slom, so I'm keen to see if that one comes out too.
Keen to see some new shenanigans. And speaking of some new things as well, our partner esportsbet.io, they've launched a exciting new feature as well, which is a watch to earn feature on their platform. You guys can earn 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 USD by simply just watching your favorite Dota 2 matches. So head over there and start watching to earn your free tokens and more exclusive bonus. So again, that is esportsbet.io. And we'll see how we get this one set up. It's going to be very close between the two teams. Where did we put these teams in our little ranking? How are we feeling about them heading into this one? I know the odds we see you're pretty favoring for OG currently. Are you agreeing with that? Is there a little bit of disrespect for Into the Breach?
Potentially a little bit of it. I mean, Into the Breach are a solid team. They were in Division 1 just last season, and you know, we've heard that OG have been scrimming against the main team and OG have been giving it to them. So, you know, we have to worry about the true power level, right? They were taken to 3 games by Cybercats, who are playing in, I believe, Eastern Europe Div 2 at the moment. So they got some huge names, but they've yet to put it together as a full unit consistently. So that's weighing on my mind right now.
Okay, so it's still the uncertainty on this team and how they're going to be able to shape up if they have that full chemistry down pat for them. And I guess that could be the question for Into the Breach as well. They've got 4 of the same members. The only difference is Kadaro, of course, who we just saw for PuckChamp, not on the roster, and they have Respect, who we see in the top right. Again, another person who I am not as familiar with.
No, Belarus player, not super consistent plays at the top level. And well, he doesn't even have the jersey yet. Come on, you got to hook him up, boys. But I know Zibe a lot. Like, I really love the way that he plays. He is that traditional, like, position 3. I am the offlaner. I am going to be shoving your lanes out. Like, we talked about the different styles. His best heroes, Lycan, Beastmaster, Broodmother, Enigma, Nature's Prophet. Like, you know what he is going to provide to the draft. And OG, as is pretty standard for them, they're just going to get rid of the Broodmother to start with because they just never want to be able to play against it. Man, Thompson's got that gamer posture going.
He is more chill. And then you also have the classic camera from a lot of the people for no one. He's like, yeah, who kind of cares? You guys don't need that good of a view.
It's just
okay,
his phone
you can see my arm, a little bit of keyboard.
Propped up on a book or something. I don't know. Think Dota players read much? I know you do.
I think some will. A lot of people like some other hobbies outside as well. Reading's a nice one to have.
Nice joke. Dota players play Dota. All right, let's be real.
Degens.
No, not degens, but they play Dota. It's
Oh, come on, dude. They're DG. You have to be a degen to be a pro player.
I love that
you
the
have
camera
to.
changes to Thompson as you're talking about DJ.
He's very chill, man. Thompson, he's like, yeah. You guys
just
do
pick
stuff.
me Ricky last pick Ricky, please. That's all that's going through his mind right now.
Such a bad accent. Right,
You'll see when that Ricky comes out. We'll see who's
laughing.
Yeah.
So, OG Nature's Prophet's going to be their response. Something that, of course, no one has been spamming in pubs, and Resolution as well is very, very comfortable with playing the Nature's Prophet as a 3. So still a lot of flex for them. And we'll see what they're going to look to try and follow up with as well. Rubik's there, no Disruptor though. That was banned out from them. They want to go down that route. You could go a melee 5 as well, just to potentially set up for the NP1.
Does fit Rezo's greedy style a little bit too, though, doesn't it? Like, he is a core that, yes, he can get very aggressive if he's got a good lane partner, and, you know, Seb still pretty good despite being, you know, in the latter years of his career, let's say. But you've got Thompson making so much space for you that I feel like you could potentially get away with having 2 slightly greedier cores in the side lanes. So what are they going to pair
taking
together
a lot
with
of
this?
time.
Yeah, that's the real question. Like, Undying is probably one of the best pairings together with the MP. They're just going to go to the Rubik. I don't hate it. You know, it's something that Seb can play a little bit. It's something that Kitrak likes. It's probably his best hero, to be honest. I know he plays a lot of the Disruptor, but it's still the Rubik for me that's going to look to set him apart. And it's pretty decent against the Undying as well.
10 seconds remaining.
What's a response here into the breach? This is one of their most important picks throughout the draft. This 8th pick's really going to open them up, something that they can look to protect in the second phase as well.
I mean, what the Rubik does as well is it provides a little bit of protection if into the breach we're going to do something like a Primal Beast, for example, because that's, at the moment, with the nerfs to the Bat Rider, that's what we see a lot of teams doing against this Nature's Prophet. But Rubik, instant CC for it. You just lift him, toss him away, and suddenly the trample doesn't do anything. Look to be versatile, I guess. Like, something like a Death Prophet can fit into most lineups and in multiple positions. So it wouldn't be the worst. And, you know, with an Undying to back you up as well, doesn't feel like the worst thing for me. What's interesting is that both Supreme and Thompson have been spamming the Ricky mid. So, like, who's the one that's going to bite the bullet first and be the first one to pick it up? It's actually the Beastmaster instead. All right, so putting a little bit more priority onto Zippe. I don't hate that, especially considering Beastmaster on this pick feels incredibly solid. Also, we've been saying before, it's more likely to be no one picking up this Nature's Prophet. So, again, Beastmaster, level up the axes. You can deal with that somewhat in the laning stage.
You know, still continuing to see hero hasn't really changed a lot in regards to the priority, has it? Like, still people are first phase picking the Beastmaster. I mean, we saw OG in that important tiebreaker series against Orodu, where they went DM's Beastmaster just every game, first phase. So still,
He delivered.
a lot of people. Yep, I mean, with how well you're able to perform on it, and you know, it's nice as well now. You can look to protect it at the 8th. You see Sniper banned out. Not only is it a Thompson staple, but if you want to give it over to no one, that's one of the best lane matchups versus the Beastmaster.
I'm still just thinking what Thompson's going to go. I kind of made a bit of a commitment to myself to not predict OG drafts before this season started, because we tried to do it during the closed qualifiers and we were miles off a lot of the time.
Yes.
So we'll just let them do what they do.
I mean, that's what happened. I think I even said it as well when we were going through one of their drafts for the closed qualifiers. I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna stop this. Like, I don't know what Thompson's playing. I don't know if it's an Oracle mid. I don't know if it's a Ricky mid. I don't know what's going on. There's crazy stuff. I don't know if this is a Rubik for Thompson. I just don't know. This is the thing. I mean, this is one big power that they have, and I mean, into the breach as well. When you get down to these levels, or when players have been playing for such a long time, you build up that hero pool, you build up that experience, and makes it so difficult to draft against when you don't know when these heroes are going in what role.
And they're really looking to get rid of some of these ranged carries for now. I mean, I know Thompson can play the mid sniper. He's, you know, probably the one that popularized it the most in recent times, but this really feels like protection a little bit for the Beastmaster. I know, like, you can still run the Nature's Prophet into it, but it doesn't feel quite as solid. I mean, it also could just mean that they're looking to go a bit of a ranged core of their own, or like a melee that isn't great at gap close. Who could that be? Is what I'm really thinking of. Like the things that they look to play a lot of, like the gyrocopter a little bit to somewhat deal with the treants. You can go a Chaos Knight as well for a little bit more burst, which I wouldn't hate. Combine that together with a Beastmaster, you can really up the tempo and look to take some of OG's map away from them.
Where do you even rate the gyro as well overall? As, we do see that Ricky getting banned up, but we know like a lot of people are liking this gyro 5 Army Geniuses in particular, who just narrowly missed out on making it to the major over in Southeast Asia.
Seb's been playing gyro 4, so yeah, they rated a little bit, but I was talking about a position 1 for Into the Breach. They still play it a little bit, and if they assume that it's going to be into a Nature's Prophet, then it is one way of dealing with it. Kind of like what Team Spirit did at TI against the Enigma, right? One of the few physical damage ways in the laning stage to deal with Eidolons. Similar sort of thing for the Treants. I wonder how much old G talks with like OG about strategy and macro stuff, because I know a lot of pros have varying feelings on the Beastmaster. Like some people feel like Beastmaster, there are so many great counters to it, like the Night Stalker, for example, and I'm in that boat. But I've heard some people also say, you know, we actually don't care. There's not too many actual counters to the Beastmaster other than, you know, a very, very small handful. And it's not even these ones that deal with the neutral creeps. So we'll see what that's what's great to see at the start of these divisions, right? We get to see all sorts of different strategies come together, because I'll say it again, we've been on this patch for a long ass time, so yeah, teams need to try and innovate in any way that they can.
And burning through a lot of reserve time. It's gonna be the call. Okay, so we'll be the clockwork. So you get that melee 5. It's gonna be, it gives them that potential to put the Nature's Prophet as a 1. Have that clockwork act as the bodyguard as well. A little bit of vision, some initiating as well, which they were currently lacking on
You say
OG.
Clockwork 5. It could be Thompson. Like, let's just...
Oh, shit.
No,
Okay.
but probably not. But, you know,
Okay.
we never know. And it is something that really only Kitrak has played, but Seb recently hasn't really been playing a lot of Clock or Rubik. So it's like, where exactly is this going to fit in? This is where I thought Into the Breach we're going to go with this. Like, Mirana just feels like a really solid way for them to deal with the split push a little bit with the Starstorm. You can lock down the Nature's Prophet, but you're going to need a little bit more reliable stun to come first off the back of this, whether that be blink point stun or just some sort of targeted stun. But these, to me, feels like the support. So what even is there? I mean, Puck's gone. Maybe a Storm Spirit wouldn't be the worst.
Could there be concern to picking... Oh, very good call.
I wonder if we'll get to see a
You're on a
Thompson
roll,
Invoker
keep
here.
going.
Thompson Invoker, potentially, against the Storm Spirit. You go Quaswex, you get into the Meteor Hammer, you're able to stall the game out a little bit for your Nature's Prophet. You really deal well with him in the lane, just being able to burn the mana, and it's a signature hero.
You got some pretty nice setup as the game goes on as well.
Yep.
Nice pickup potential once you're able to find the levels, like late game, once you get that Exort. But you're more than likely going to see your Thompson hero picked up here now, considering you have your mid matchup already.
I was about to say it's going to be a Techies or an Oracle instead. And,
so this is really interesting, because usually you're pretty happy with playing Storm into Oracle. Yes, he has some magic protection with the Fate's Edict, but the big thing is the Storm is able to find the Oracle throughout the game. I'm not going to lie, I have no idea what this matchup is like when it's actually a core Oracle.
Who does?
I'm not going to pretend.
Other than Thompson, who does?
So I've got to trust him. Like, he's picking the Oracle into the Storm. And again, like I just said, usually Storms like that matchup when it's a core versus support. So there's got to be something different here. The lane, I can imagine, would be very difficult for the Storm. He's just going to take a bunch of harass, and there's not much that he's going to be able to do. And maybe you can play off the back of that. But look, this is so funny. I'm pretty glad we get an Oracle in our first game.
Yeah, and even in games where it's like amazing, he just doesn't get Fate's Edict until like level 9, 11, something along those lines. This game, it's not quite as good. You know, you're going up against a lot of damage that's just going to burst you through. You need to be a lot more proactive, and at least you've got the Nature's Prophet and the Clockwork that are going to do that. But the way that Thompson builds his Oracle mid, again, we're assuming it is. It could just be a mid Rubik for all we know. You know, I'm just throwing stuff out there. He likes to get the Aghanim Scepter as his first item after like the Arcane Boots. And to me, he does very little damage on that. And then he looks to get like the Reigns of Destiny coming through. It provides a lot of healing. But with this lineup, what is that lot of healing really doing? You know, the Clockwork, the Rubik, they don't thrive on these long fights. The Nature's Prophet, the Reigns of Destiny tickles, basically. It's going to barely move his HP up. So I'm really wanting to see a hero that wants to have these really extended team fights that also has a bit more of an ability to lock people down, because I feel like outside of the Rubik, this Storm Spirit is still primed to have a pretty good game.
Oh, we do see Into the Breach, they're still looking for their Otake hero, so I mean, Phantom Assassin Slark currently banned out. They don't have a lot of reserve time, or is there something that quickly stands out?
No, they're just looking to get rid of anything that jumps Ursa. I don't know. That's all I'm thinking. PA's gone, Slark's gone, Anti-Mage's gone, Morphling's gone. Yeah, anything that likes buying a Blink Dagger, basically, to get in onto the backlines really quickly and connect together with the Storm Spirit. CK. Yep, CK works as well. Again, it's something that I was talking about really early on into the draft, right? You pair together well with a Beastmaster to provide a little bit more push. The lane is solid, and you can buy a Blink Dagger. So I like it.
It's a very, very strong lane. Chaos Knight, Undying. There's not a lot that's going to beat this matchup. We all see OG, though, down to the Abaddon route. So is this the no one Abaddon? It looks like that's going to be the case. So something that is continuing to rise in popularity. We did see no one pull it out a couple of times in the closed qualifiers, so something that he is very comfortable
Immersion
on.
doesn't look very happy. I'm not sure if that's just his standard face, but he's like, oh god, we have to deal with an Abaddon. I mean, this is one of those heroes that likes those extended fights, right? You build into the Radiance, you're able to provide a lot of that healing very quickly, of course. It's just, to me, the lockdown still isn't great. So that's where I'm feeling a little bit iffy about this one. But you know what? Like I said, decided I just wanted to sit back and enjoy this one. I'll take the game as it comes. And I call the Storm Spirit little wins.
Little wins here and there. The nice thing about the Aber is that you have the potential to break the combo for Into the Breach. Of course, you're looking for that raw setup into the arrow. It can be pretty frustrating as well for the Storm Spirit if you're trying to zip to the backline, blow a hero up inside the Vortex, and all of a sudden you've got potentially no one there to save them with the shield, and then maybe Thompson can get some saves out as well. So we'll see. I'm very intrigued on how that matchup's going to be able to go in regards to the carry-to-carry matchup. Yes, Abaddon with this Radiance can be able to deal with the illusions. Is he going to have some armor issues, though, against all the physical damage on the CK? Because apart from the Abaddon, maybe the Reign of Destiny is enough to help with the Phantasm. Again, still not sure. There's a lot of question marks about this Thompson Oracle, something that he's very comfortable on and continuing to pick up. So he feels like this is a hero that deserves the limelight a little bit more than what we're currently seeing. So regardless, I think we've got a very good draft set from both sides. It's going to be exciting game one.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that I'm really looking for, especially out of this Storm Spirit, is I know you mentioned that the Abaddon is going to be there to be able to break a lot of these dive-in attempts by the Storm Spirit, but we know that the Abaddon likes to be very, very greedy. Like, his timing is level 15, where you're going to have the Phase Boots, you're going to have the Radiance, you're going to have the Manta Style, and that's where you really want to get active. So until that point, he's going to be greedy. He's going to be sitting back, he's going to be farming, he's going to be focusing on himself as opposed to the rest of the team, unless it's some, like, crazy deep dive, which, you know, we know both of these teams are very, very capable of doing that.
Сейчас поиграем.
Oh boy. I am looking forward to this one, that's for sure. We get to see a Seb Clockwork as well, so I think they might be potentially switching these lanes up a little bit. No, I guess the Clockwork wants to be paired together with the Nature's Prophet, but really doesn't feel nice into the Undying lane for sure. Thompson's already
starts
looking to make some shenanigans start with the Fortune's End.
You blew it!
I mean, okay, so into the Storm Spirit, you're both going to be spamming spells, wand, big value, right? Like the Purifying Flames for constant harass, yada 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 from level 3 onwards. Alright, rein myself back, no predictions. Watch what Thompson does and learn.
Well, Do want to mention though, with the game that we did see out of his Oracle in the closed qualifiers, we both thought it was a game where the Fate's Edict was kind of warranted. It was I cannot remember the heroes,
against
but it
Primal.
was yeah, that's right. And it was a game where they had actually, and Supreme might be in a lot of trouble here. Seb's body blocks are going to be on the mark, and it looks like that is the case. And OG hit the board to start our game 1.
Ooh. Okay, so both teams have kind of scouted out a little bit here. They seem to think that they've got vision on this bottom side, which is why the Undying has come here to deal with the Treants. But Old G have also done the same sort of thing. They've completely swapped out which lane is going where. I like it. Both teams making the right sort of rotations.
Who does this favor now with the setup? With how we got the lanes at the moment, the side lanes in particular?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. Like, the immersion, him being here is going to feel nice with all of the units. You can, even just a single point in the Soul Rip is going to be good value. You can deal with the Treants and you can deal with the Clockwork Strength hero very well. So Zibe should free farm. It's really the top side that I'm like, well, are you... I'm going to use a boomer saying, robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. It's like, taking rid of something good just to give yourself something else good, but something else suffers as a result of it,
Well,
I guess like arrow into... stun into arrow feels kind of nice.
But you've got no one here. I guess maybe if you use it onto no one, then... Yeah, but... Kitrak's going to be okay, especially if he's positioned next to the Abaddon, but like we just saw, if no one eats a stun, then... might have some troubles. Might get aggressive on Respect. We've already seen the level up in the Star Storm. They know he's not going to be able to leap away, and unless right click, no one. He's able to find his own kill as well, so already off to a very good start is OG. Now I gotta look at mid. We gotta see what's going on here. I mean, Supreme one of arguably his best hero. I mean, the Storm Spirit level 27. And he's having a pretty good time, 12-3 compared to the 6-1. So I wonder if once Thompson's able to get a little bit more levels, that it becomes more favorable. But we even see Seb trying to rotate over and take away with the water rune. So they're trying to help out Thompson.
Yeah, they're doing all the right things. Things, of course,
lane, no take. Falling pretty low, able to duck into the tree line though.
Things do become a little bit easier for Thompson, especially once it's level 4. Seb might actually be able to set up for a bit of a kill here, but no Fortune's End just yet.
Able to drag him onto the tower, Seb. Not gonna go down, but Thompson gets the kill nonetheless. Oh, it starts.
I mean, that was just the 1 point in the Purifying Flames as well. I was really expecting that sort of stuff to happen from level 4 onwards, but the fact that it was 2 points Fortune's End, just 1 Purifying Flames, and they're still getting the kill and denying this experience away, big win for Old G.
And Rezo's not too worried about going to this matchup. I mean, see, he's got the creep wave in a pretty good position. He's farmed up the hard camp as well. There's nothing the Undying is going to be able to do, so we already see Immersion. He's back into the jungle trying to make some stacks for the Storm Spirit just so he can potentially get some catch-up off the back of this lane.
He's having to run away from the Oracle mid. And he's even going to get a bit of a bottle refill coming through from Seb. So, yeah, the old boys, they're sticking together. Ooh. Another kill. Really wasn't expecting that to go back the other way quite so easily. I guess that's what happens when you look to go for these kills. The Chaos Bolt into the Sacred Arrow, no points in leap, means that as soon as they saw that, they were like, all right, we can look to make a play on this, and we just saw what happened.
And this, you got to be very concerned because this Chaos Knight, this is a hero that bodies lanes. Like you don't really farm overly fast. So the Phantasm Chains, it helps. See, they're actually going to try and rotate Immersion up top. Oh, some trouble at the moment, trying to juke and jive, pumping out the arrow. Meanwhile, bottom lane got the kill onto Zibe. He's trying to TP back to get the experience under the tower, it looks like, but it's not a whole lot. So you... Oh, boy. So you rotate Immersion top to try and get the kill on no one. Use Tombstone, you don't even get it. And then bottom lane, your offlaner goes down and... Not a good start.
I mean, Seb's making a move towards mid. He's got the boots. He's going to look to try and chase down Supreme while he still doesn't have that level 6, and they'll be able to secure another kill. I kind of want Seb to go back bottom, but he's just a little bit short on the mana to be able to do so. So, I mean, if you could kill Zibe another time, then that would completely ruin the tempo that Into the Breach have to play with for the first little bit of this game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So they're holding this tri lane up top, it looks like, for Into the Breach. Just very much going to cost him.
Do that. I mean,
Yeah.
Seb's just waiting for his battery assault to be available, essentially. Yeah, they've got another 5 mana until he can look to make the play, and Zibe wisely is looking to play back next to his tower. He might have made the move just a little bit too soon before it turned into nighttime, so he's able to back away. Actually, just chasing down the boar, not wanting to get this creep pull off.
And this is all happening as well before Rezo even has that level 6, so I mean, you got to be so cautious with him having all the solo experience. He's going to have a very fast Wrath of Nature, and he can look to get active pretty early on if they feel the need, if this tri-lane continues. But, I mean, Supreme's back in the jungle.
Seb's hunting. Oh, he's going to find
He
him.
might kill him, man.
He's got to get a right-click into Seb just to be able to slow him down, and unfortunately for Seb, the cogs just a little bit off the mark. Dropping the voice lines. Would we expect anything else? Got Respect just sitting in that mid lane. Still doesn't have the leap leveled up just yet, but his main role is just making sure that you're not able to get the siege creep hitting into the tower. He used the arrow onto it, so he's going to win out there. These lanes have almost completely dissolved already at the 6-minute mark. And we've got supports roaming around the mid lane, really trying to provide as much protection as possible. And well, Tops is the big winner here, and oh, surprise, surprise, he's going into that Reigns of Destiny. Have you had a chance to listen to Africa yet by Toto?
What the? No, I haven't.
Bless the Rains Down in Africa. You've never heard that song. I know.
I definitely would have heard it. Just the name. I don't know the name of the song. But I would know the song. I can imagine it is.
We had like a school sing-off, and my my house won.
Oh, what color were you? I don't.
Yellow.
Did they do it at any? Oh, so I don't know if this is an Aussie thing.
We didn't have a sorting hat or anything.
I know. I get it. I don't know if. I'm pretty sure it's just an. Do they even do it in other states
I had one
in Australia?
Canada. I had one in Canada.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, very interesting. The houses were cool. What was I? I think I was red in primary and blue in high school. Taker's getting shoved out. No one is very aggressive right now. They know that the Nature's Prophet's going to be able to join if needed, and see that Rezo's even considering about looking to try and TP in. He's got that Wrath of Nature out there ready.
I mean, he's just standing under his tier 1 tower at the moment, just looking for any opportunity to get aggressive. He's like, could it happen now? I've seen him pump fake the Wrath of Nature a couple of times as well, and oh, Taker, he's getting dived a little bit here. They want to try and make some action happen before he reaches up onto that level 6 if they can, but maybe with Respect being here, they're going to feel like it's a little bit too much. No real point in using spells onto the Mirana either. He's just going to be able to run away with that leap, but still, with just a single Blightstone, Illy enables this top tower to be taken, and the Chaos Knight is going to be able to retreat. Do they make a full-on rotation to defend the bottom side as well, though? Because, I mean, Zibe still is a pretty prime target. He's still got that.
Thompson mid lane. Oh, they're going to try and drop the Tombstone. Supreme's going to zip on him, but Thompson blows up the Undying. Not going to be able to turn as well. Fortune then up in a couple of seconds, but not long enough. Oh, they're going to get the goal for the Tombstone as well now, so give that one over to Kitchuck. This is... What do you do? What do you actually do when you're down 4k gold and your Storm has had such a rough start? Again, CK is a lane dominating carry. You do not farm fast in the jungle at all. And I mean, this Beastmaster needs help with the Overlord, and
he's going to die.
Speaking about the Beastmaster, Zibe is going to die down bottom, so he's going to be dead for a long time as well. 50 seconds at 9 minutes in.
Oh, no. That is not what you want. He is your tempo setter. And I was really thinking that they were going to try and make some sort of play onto Resolution, because out of all of these people, he's the squishiest by far. You know, obviously you got the supports, and for Immersion, he is just getting completely ganged up on as Thompson reaches up to a mega kill streak. It really does feel like the Nature's Prophet was the squishiest of the bunch, but honestly, not even anymore. He's got a full magic wand. He's got a couple of crowns on the way towards that that Atos, just because of how stat efficient it is for what it provides. So I'm liking the way that they've itemized. I'm liking the way that they've been roaming around the map and just playing full-on in-your-face old G style.
And all this with an Abaddon, like you said, who can have some difficulty in the early game. Like, your lane's fine, but still you have some time where you can be a little bit slow, but it's the team that is just demolishing across the map. And a lot of this is set up against, thanks to their wards they place down, thanks to a lot of their de-warding as well into the breach. They've been trying to set up a lot of the defensive wards around the river to try and protect their own jungle, but Seb and Kid Track are
trying to
being
protect
point.
this. Even just taking the helm top creep, 100 gold, plus 100 for Thompson. They don't have the greatest heroes to be able to deal with it. I guess the Aphotic Shield, actually. They're going to need to focus that Tombstone, though.
They should be able to do so with ease. Resolution's going to TP in as well, so respect. Double leap away immersion will not be able to TP up. Very close to escaping, but just got the damage at the last second to secure the kill. I mean, with all that going on, Supreme's getting a wave, right? That's good. Right?
A wave. He's got the treads now finished up, but again, this is the timing that I was wanting them to be able to play around with. No one, he doesn't have the relic yet. So if you kill him somehow, then he's going to have that unreliable gold going away. But the thing is, you don't have any tier 1 towers to play around.
Seb with the hook shot under the tier 2 tower. Supreme tries to turn. Might be enough on a Seb, but look how scared they are.
A little surprised that he even chose to fight like that. How abysmal the laning stage has gone for him. They've got that Helm of the Dominator now, though, so they could potentially look to make some sort of play towards this bottom side of the map, and they're going to need to. Like, again, you cannot let no one just sit back and get this radius.
I don't know if they can even brute force it down, though, with the heroes they have. They're so far behind. Like, it might be a tier 2 trade for a tier 1 bottom, which, don't get me wrong, is very, very bad, but you're at this stage of the game where I don't even think you can try and find that tower without a trade.
Yeah, probably. I'm just trying
it's
to...
another D-ward too. Yeah. Oh, God.
They've just got nowhere.
They glyphed a wave!
Oh, man.
Oh,
where can Supreme go?
Oh, such a sad game.
Oh, at least they're able to arrow the siege creep there. They are putting a little bit of pressure here onto no one, and they've got the haste, so maybe just trying to bait some TPs, and then they can look to play elsewhere. But until they fully commit to actually try and kill no one, I don't think OG are going to care about this. He's just holding a point for that borrowed time if he absolutely needs to.
Now they're going to be able to force out those rotations. So with the Hawk,
but they see it.
See Thompson.
So get the hell away from Thompson, basically, should be the game plan. Try
Looks
and
like
push it to mid,
list.
I guess, but don't exactly have the greatest heroes to do that either. No siege creep to be able to play around with. Oh! That courier. It was holding the relic and it nearly went right over Supreme. That would have been huge.
Alright. See what they can do off the back of the smoke. Oteka pops the Phantasm. Of course, you've got the Chaos Bolt to be able to set up for the arrow as well. Rezo might run into them. A pretty big kill. Gonna be cautious about the oh no. The treants might block the arrow. It's going to depend on the positioning. They saw that Thompson used the TP prior, so he won't be able to protect him, and no one was a little bit too late to get there with the shield as well. So finally into the breach, they're going to be able to find their first kill 13 minutes in, but still OG. They're looking to try and rotate over. Looks like it'll be a trade. Immersion's life for it, but of course into the reach. Oh, very happy with it. And you've got bottom getting pushed out, Zibe getting closer to the Helm of the Overlord, and Oteka was getting a little bit of farm as well after that kill up top.
If this enables Zibe to get the bottom tower, they can see this as a win. I mean, he's got the Hawk to enable a lot of this vision. They saw that a bunch of TPs were used, so I'm honestly a little surprised that he hasn't hit this tower a couple of times. But still, he's going to get the tower before they reach him, unless this full-on wraparound catches him. Oh, yeah.
He's blocked on. Oh.
They want the poor Sated Tormentor as well. They're pinging it. They're laughing at him.
He's pretty speedy, dude. I don't know, that thing's out of there. Jeez. Oh, some of the all the action we've seen so far. One of the more interesting ones, trying to chase down the Beastmaster creep. Meanwhile, Supreme respect. How are they going to try and go at this attempt? OG.
I guess Thompson would be the one that they need to go on to, but Still feels like they're lacking a little bit of the damage. Odika. Oh.
Nice start from Seb. Should be able to have the follow-up as well, but the Wrath of Nature doesn't get pushed to the low ground, and as a result, Seb's going to be able to clean that one up. Killing spree here for the Clockwork. Midnight Shadow was put through into the breach, so maybe trying to find an angle to look to re-enter. And we do have this double damage rune for Supreme. You need to get a kill off the back of this. If there's little extra damage you can find, little extra luck here for the power runes, this is one of them to try and maybe offset a rough of a game he's having currently, but just hasn't been able to find an opening, and well, that means OG, they can look to try and claim Roche.
Oh, is he going to layer the reins down? Do it. The reins of destiny need to come off for this Roche attempt. Come on, man. Feels bad. I mean, you go on an Orchid on Storm, and when I saw this, I'm like, man, is this 2019? Yeah. You know, what's going on here? It doesn't provide the same amount of regen, but I mean, it's good against the... I mean, it's good against the Abaddon just to stop him from popping the borrowed time actively. Sure. For popping the borrowed time actively, but you've got an Oracle as well to be able to protect him, so he can just Fortune's End you. So basically, they're banking on Abaddon and Oracle not being together at the same time and using everything onto the Oracle. But now Oracle's even got Aegis. So what are they going to do about that? They're going to find
Taker in the jungle.
Taker, that's what they're going to do.
It's attempt with a wraparound, but not going to be able to find that connection. Dire playing all together on a Radiant's high ground. Feels strong enough to be able to take the fight as well, but the Rocket Flare pass over, scouts at the Chaos Knight. But get the start up to Thompson for the moment. The Raise to Destiny's there. Thompson's going to be able to play around with the ultimate. A lot of damage, so with that Wrath of Nature. Now into the breach, forced to retreat over towards the secret shop. The arrow will be able to cover them, but it looks like Zibe might not have the same fate. Raw used defensively, but no one instantly purges that off. You look for the TP, and he might be able to make it with Thompson just a bit too far away, so in the end, even down towards the bottom lane, Seb was able to cancel Immersion's TP with the cog, so at least they get one, but into the breach, you're pretty nice escape from them.
Yeah, but I mean, OG haven't reached their timing, you know. They've got the Radiance picked up, they're going into the Manta. It's...
Dude, it's 14 to 1. We gotta do it.
I know. You gotta try and, you know, get every little victory that you can, but it just doesn't feel like it. They need an overwhelming team fight victory, and the only way that they're going to do that is by killing Thompson. So I completely support OG's decision to give him the Aegis. And we just saw how hard he was to kill even a single time if he's able to get off that that false promise, sit in the reins, use the Purifying Flames onto yourself, and just doing things like holding the Pupil's Gift, getting the Cloak. Like, he's able to dish out so much.
Radiant are scanning.
Scans on the mark. They're going to look to try and make the play here from OG. Moving on aggressively inside the top jungle. Supreme inside the lane might be in some trouble. The double root's going to be out. Looks like the damage should be enough. And that will be the case. Resolution finds a kill. They're going to be able to now start to put some pressure onto the tier 2 tower top.
That's the game state. No one solo behind a tier 2 about to dive a tier 3 to solo kill Immersion is... it kind of explains how this game is going right now. There goes the Reigns of Destiny healing up the creep wave so that even the glyph fortification isn't going to be enough to be able to take it out. They might not even need to wait for this Manta. They could look to go to go high ground pretty damn shortly.
What's really stopping them?
Cold feet, I don't know. They've even got the drums on Seb as well. This is how OG play Dota. They want every game to end in 20 minutes. And they're on track to do just that.
Look, Dire did find some items, like Helm the Overlord on Zibe, Mechanism on Respect. You've got Echo Saber now completed on the CK, and Orchid almost done on the Storm. It looks like they're not even going to be able to set up for a defense, but maybe they can try and take a fight in a minute 30 once this Aegis is out.
Yeah, I don't hate that. You probably want Storm to hit level 12 as well, just for the extra damage aspect, as well. He's going to try and at least take out one of those couriers. Is Seb going to go for a blind hook here? Might not even need to be blind. Oh. See if there was any vision on that cliff, as Supreme looks like he'll be able to get away. Yep, just does.
Was Very good micro from Zibe as well. We see up top he was cutting a wave with the Ancient Thunderhide, so it was the reason why they had to go up against the backdoor protection. So yes, T3 tower is going to go down, but it will keep the barrack standing for a little bit longer.
Believe, is that the Orchid now on the Storm? Yeah, he's going to have it delivered to himself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
45 seconds. I mean, he really needs this level 12 as well. Like, just a big damage increase for the ball lightning. And that's how you're going to win a lot of these fights, without allowing Old G to react. But the thing is, with the way that they draft, with the way that they play, itemize, they just stay together. So you're always going to have some sort of layer of protection.
Do you want to look to... Actually, what's going on at the moment? Supreme... Oh, we ran over a sentry. Let's look at this root connection. Supreme's going to be okay, however.
Dire's middle tower
Do you consider about giving him the tome on Supreme?
I would look into it, for sure. There's not really anyone else that can use it as well as he can at this point.
It's like Undying just ate it, so never mind. He's pretty close to it, though. Just going to continue farming. Aegis has expired. They're going to look to try and make a play off the back of this smoke. Got to be quick, though. Barracks are starting to fall at a pretty rapid rate.
Yeah.
Hobson as well. Oh, no, they saw the storm. Lucky illusion room, though. Supreme be able to get out of the route, back to base. How can they set themselves up for the defense, though? It's going to be the wraparound call from them. Smoke's going to pop and look at no one's positioning. Well aware of his strength at this stage of the game. Just looking to charge. And Immersion pops a tombstone down, but the rest of the team are very far away to look to play with it. Finally, Supreme's going to try and get it in the middle. But the instant Gleipnir resolution. Quick on the fingers. Supreme gets blown up. Looking to try and address the tombstone, but the roar's going to be out for the moment. But the instant false promise resolution. Need some health coming through from Thompson pretty shortly. Rezo, is he going to survive? Yes, he will. Meanwhile, off to the right, though, a Taker. Trying to man fight no one. Almost found the finishing blow, but no one is able to stand strong. So, 2-for-1 exchange. Just going to sit in the Reign of Destiny and maybe look to walk up once again.
Might even kill that Hawk with the Radiance Burn. Survives on a little bit of HP, and, well, there's that Manta style completed. Still, just because of how much they've balled up together, no one not going to be at that level 15 for the plus 65 damage talent just yet, but, I mean, he's even going to have the potential to go in onto the backlines shortly, with that Blink Dagger being his next item.
Still not the level 12 on Supreme. They're going to try and smoke. Eye out set, but Thompson's right behind him. Protected with a Fate's Edict for the moment. Yep, it's given enough time for the rest of OG to show up. Seb, what a hook shot. Cogs push back as well. There's going to be no escape for the Storm. Zibe's going to go down as well. Seb, pinpoint accuracy, pierces the middle. A great hook shot from him. And now with these two heroes down, I mean, that's not the longest death timer, but should be enough for them to look to walk it up.
Respect again. Just trying to do some, creep pulling. He'll get caught by that Gleipnir as well, though, standing inside of the Sprout. No leap charges left, but Seb won't have the hook shot this next little bit.
Does it take you actually got the damage? Kid track. So the defensive telekinesis. Thompson's going to have an opportunity to play around with the false promise, and now with all the Phantasm illusions gone, there is no damage for the Chaos Knight. It's going to be chased down, and well, now finally they're going to be able to crack the high ground.
Makes a lot of sense with the mid-Oracle as well, just holding onto the bottle as well. So during that false promise, he made sure to use all 3 charges of it. Plenty of way to heal. There's no way to interrupt it, of course, because you're just taking no damage during the false promise.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
95%, huh?
Mm-hmm. What do you think that 5% is? There we go, 3%.
I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. Ancient Dive?
Even then. you've got to borrow time,
they might survive it. They might actually survive through it. Oh, God.
The Reigns of Destiny are powerful, dude.
He's got an Aeon Disc.
It just allows it to be a psychopath and dive to the front lines,
Well, that's what it is. That's a perfect way to put it. Just allows Thompson to do Thompson things.
Mm-hmm.
Why not go Aeon Disc at this stage?
I mean, it was chaos to be able to begin with. Supports completely leaving their lanes, creating havoc for poor Supreme, constant diving, playing solo in front of tier 3 towers, but now they're just grouping together. They're not doing anything different from a lot of other tier 1 teams. The ideal scenario is Rezo gets into that AC, but they probably don't even need it. Like, no one still is at level 15, but who cares at this stage?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke behind them, and let's pop the smoke and look to charge up. Rezo's still got that DD for a little bit of time. Let's see, potentially one last fight, potentially wrap around as well as a takeoff. Trying to find an angle off the back of the BKB, but Supreme is just getting cleaned up. No opportunity to be able to zip away. It's going to be up to the Chaos side to pump out the damage without the Phantasm Illusions. There's going to be no hope for him. It's a buyback out of Supreme, trying to get back into the middle. It looks like the damage is not even enough. Finally, they'll get one, but that looks like it'll be all they get. A dieback shortly for Supreme. Seb's controlled another. The G's are dropped. 25-minute victory. That is a hell of a debut for OG.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, the old teammates, yeah, they get the tip from each other. What a performance coming through there. But it just seems like business as usual. Rezo can't keep the smile off his face. No one as well.
I don't... So, do you ban the Oracle heading into the next game? Do we just, like... I'm sure Thompson's got some other crazy heroes up his sleeve. I do not doubt that, but it's like, you don't verse this mid Oracle a lot. Is it just like, all right, let's get rid of it. We want to kind of play a normal-ish game of Dota, which is always difficult versus OG. Now that normal game of Dota is never easy to find. But are you just looking to get rid of Thompson's Oracle?
I guess. I mean, it's not even like they drafted weak lanes, you know? Like, they had a Chaos Knight, they had an Undying, they had a Beastmaster that wasn't necessarily into, like, a counter, and they still got crushed in the lanes. And, you know, a lot of it was off the back of they just didn't have someone to be able to make plays around because of how much Kitrak and Seb were focusing in onto that mid lane, making sure Supreme didn't have a game. But, I mean, just sometimes you're just too damn good.
The lane swap was perfect as well for OG though. You put the Nature's Prophet down bottom to be able to play into the Undying, so this hero is not going to get a whole lot of value versus a ranged and non-strength hero. You get the Abaddon into the lane where you need kind of the one stun into the follow-up, but he can disrupt that. And because the NP can play solo, it enables Seb to rotate. I mean, we saw how much emphasis they were putting on to shut down Supreme, getting that first blood before the creeps even met. Seb going for that first water rune. We rarely see supports rotate for that first rune. We often see for maybe the second water rune, but even going at the 2-minute mark, we don't see often. But again, that was heavily enabled because of the lane setup, because NP was fine into that matchup. So I think very cute overall. Yes, it's very difficult to draft against OG, but just their shenanigans on how they can kind of set up the lanes as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's even without taking into account you had a dual melee lane into a Clockwork and that non-strength ranged core that we were talking about, right? So things just looked really good from OG in that lane specifically. Mid lane, Thompson's just an aberration. You know, there's no one else that can do. Maybe Nine is like the most similar person in the Dota ecosystem to him. And who do you even give MVP to, man? I guess it has to be Thompson. It has to. Him or Seb?
I think Seb deserves it, to be honest. I think he made some incredible rotations to help set up Thompson, and he did a very good job as well to place aggressive wards down inside into Breach's jungle and also find a lot of D wards as well. I think Seb will deserve it, but I mean, I'm happy with Thompson. Regardless, I mean,
throw a blanket over them.
Dude, what a performance, man. Yeah, it was...
That's the statement that you want to make at the start of the division. You know, they lost a game to PuckChamp during the qualifiers. They lost a game earlier today, but seems like they've warmed up. So if you give them their jank, let's call it, you know, their stuff that's a little bit off center, then they're going to be able to make some magic happen. I wanted to see if Into the Breach try and lean into that a little bit, because for me, when I saw Supreme, I'm like, this is a guy that plays a little bit of that off style. You know, his mid-visage, for example, was something that no one else was doing. I'm not sure how successful it's going to be, but that's the sort of thing that maybe you need to do against OG. I don't know.
That's the thing. You got to pull something out of the hat, because regardless there's still going to be that old OG mentality on just make the game not feel like Dota, just play a completely different style, and we're seeing that be the case. So yeah, you're gonna have to pull, which is very difficult to do now. Your first series of 2-2, it's going to be very difficult for you to play a different style of Dota from what you've been trying to prepare for, what you've been scrimming, maybe what the setup you've been wanting to run versus this team, and all of a sudden you go into game 1 and it just doesn't work. Who knows? Maybe game 2 could be very different. Maybe they find a draft that suits them better. Maybe OG aren't as strong in that regard, but it's going to have to come down to who is that vocal person on the team. Can you wipe the slate clean and just head into game 2 with a fresh mind? Because you're wanting to forget game 1 pretty fast. But we'll see if they're able to do that. We'll see if they can set themselves up with a strong second draft and be able to tie up the series. Because I'm hoping for a game 3, but it's all set up off the back of how they can perform in game 2. So we'll find out after the break. We're back here with our spring tour over for the Western Europe Division 2. Let's see what we have in store for our second game. Of course, OG, a very, very dominating game at 1. I'm hoping for a little bit more of an even game 2. I just want us to go the distance. I want some exciting Dota. Game 1, we got a lot of crazy stuff. Let's see. Maybe you gotta, like we were saying, you gotta go into the craziness for Into the Breach. Potentially that is
Lean
the way.
into it. Yeah. You gotta... I don't know. I don't have a saying for this. I'm just like, I took my break to get up, have a bit of a walk, clear my mind, and I'm like, all right, if I'm Into the Breach, what do I know OG are going to do? Again, I've said it. They did it all through the open qualifiers. They did it all through the closed qualifiers. They are going to find a timing at 20-ish minutes to just ball up and run at you. So you need to find these heroes that counter that, right? And OG, to their credit, they look to ban out a lot of them. They got rid of the puck, they got rid of the disruptor, and they got rid of stuff that looks to even just reposition a little bit as well. So I think if you have something that's actually able to fight effectively against multiple units, like Underlord's not great against a lot of things, and you can find yourself getting stomped in lane as well. But I feel like against OG, it might be a value pick. Same sort of thing with the puck. You know they're running at you, coil them all, deal the damage. Maybe a tiny is going to be really effective as well. That's the sort of thing that I'm wanting to see Into the Breach pick up in this game number 2.
Yeah, it's... That being said, though, like Into the Breach did have pretty strong lane setups, and those lanes didn't go their way. I think in particular was you're really expecting this Chaos Knight to win the lane. Like that is again a lane dominating.
They moved the Abba. They moved the Abba up there. I feel like it would have potentially won the lane if it was the Nature's Prophet up there, right? So that's just OG recognizing, right? This is the strong point of their draft. Let's take it away.
Yeah. So it's. Big respect to them to being able to rotate the lanes, but at the end of the day, like if you pick this hero, it's unfortunate where you have some weaknesses on, you lose a lane, there's not a lot of comeback potential at all. But the lovely thing is it's a best of 3. You got a second game, wipe it clean, refresh the mentality, and let's see what we've got in store for us. At least for Into the Breach, a pretty quick first phase of the bans, nothing different for them. Once again, the Io Monkey King, and for OG.
And they've got Ricky standing in for them in the black and white chair there. Immersion just he's gone vanished. He's practicing his camouflage right now. If I'm OG, I'm still banning the Disruptor, to be honest. I feel like while Kitrak does like to play it, it's still something that is going to provide that AoE control that I was talking about. And yeah, there we go.
Seb was speaking a little bit on, oh my lord.
Different strat.
Hold that for. Okay. Very interesting. A like in first phase. A little bit of flex, of course, coming out. Rezo can play it. No one as well having the capability to do so. Double strength into the Undying. Of course, Snapfire is a little bit of value to be able to address the Tombstone.
Just don't level it, 4 hit.
Okay, sure.
Max decay. Easy clap.
Jeez.
I don't hate it. I don't hate the Terrorblade this early on because, again, you know that they're going to run at you, right? So pick up a hero that's, a little bit beefy. At the moment, they don't have it's only 2 heroes in, overwhelming amount of magical damage, so the armor is going to help. And the reflection is really good against multiple units, right? So especially a Lycan that likes to build auras too. So yeah, it's going to feel kind of nice. I really don't hate this TB pick. You just got to get rid of stuff. Zeus, got to go. Naga, got to go. I don't think you need to get rid of a PL here, but yeah, definitely those 2. I'm wondering, like, Rezo, he seems like he's having a good time. We saw him be all smiles during that the end stages of that last game, but I wonder when he's going to lean into the memes a little bit. I'm still waiting on seeing his hoodwink in the off lane. He's been spamming it, so I want to see it come out.
That's it, Big Daddy sucks lol on the whiteboard?
I think it does.
I think it does. It's a pretty nice handwriting. My handwriting's not that good. It's a pretty nice cursed handwriting there. Them no-tail catching strays even when he's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Need to see it. All right.
They say people with bad handwriting often have, a lot of thoughts going around in their head. That's why, it's it's in their mind faster than it flows out to their hand. Is that
so what are you thinking about? They say that sounds not Really? My handwriting's not. It's actually not bad, but it's not that good. I don't want to say good because it's kind of weird to say your own handwriting is good, but
I know
clean.
some people with exceptional handwriting, and I'm like, what, how did you do this? How did you make this a thing?
Oh, that pillow is not very nice.
Oh, he has to have set that up for the stream. He has to. I wouldn't have even noticed that, and I think I know who that character is as well.
Ah, classic. Of course you watch those ones.
No. They
Freaking
make body pillows of
dweeb.
anyone these days. Her name is Rem, okay, and she is a queen.
She's a queen? Yeah,
No,
okay.
she's not a queen.
classic.
She's chat's queen, all right? What are they going to pick? Let's go back to the draft. I really feel like you got to take away a Zeus from Thompson. Like, he won a TI with a hero, and it's against a TB. Like, this has to be a hero that they're looking to take away. The Tidehunter I really don't hate. You know, against a lot of this push, you just want a hero that A, good AoE, B, is able to withstand the, I'll call it the grug, the just old G style of run at you.
Yeah.
And Tidehunter's pretty good at that. Also decent meteor hammer buyer.
I even think that, of course, depending on Into the Breach's second phase, Tinker could be a potential at 18th. If the Zeus is banned out, I would much prefer the Zeus, but if Thompson wants to run it, it's already a big counter to the Terrorblade, and Undying does nothing to it. Of course, that is very dependent on what Into the Breach pick, but it could be a viable option for them at the 18th. But again, I very much prefer the Zeus. That is kind of another back pocket strategy to address the Terrorblade, which we haven't seen in quite some time. I'm glad Tinker is not in the meta, and I hope he actually gets removed from the game.
We'll see what happens in the patch, man.
Dude, who likes that hero? You have to have something wrong with you to actually enjoy playing Tinker. Tinker, Arc
Old
Warden.
Techies was worse. That just... I dreaded playing games with it. I kind of feel the same about Bounty Hunter these days, which, by the way, Seb's been playing a little bit of it, so we could see that come out this
beat
series.
the same level. Come on, dude. Bounty Hunter can never beat the same level as something like a...
It's annoying, sure. But
it's annoying, sure.
Yeah. Old Nargasign that just bought Radiance and then ran the illusions down the lane, completely pulled the waves all the way back to base. That was what
Sniper
broke
ban.
me. I guess they just feel like the TB is going to have a better matchup against everyone if these heroes are gone.
Okay. Well, it is very similar where you can kind of outrange the Terrorblade, kind of like the Drow. Drow's a little bit better with the piercing the armor, but again, it's similar to how they banned last game. It was more kind of protecting the Beastmaster, but there is a lot of flex. And they're going to go down the Jakiro route. So this is something that you were mentioning earlier in the day, that we might see a little bit more Jakiro in particular for Western Europe Division 2, because there are a couple of individual players that like to pick it up, and it's going to be very nice versus the Terrorblade. Can lane pretty well versus the Undying as well.
Yeah, and it gives you some solid-ish push as well. Also, a lot of the spells don't require full-on committal, which is really what you want to avoid going up against this Terrorblade. So yeah, I quite like it. It's nothing like super flex, right? But it gives you what you need at this stage. They are, and it's more magic damage, which they really needed against this TB. I still think you can Zeus man into this with a Beastmaster. Maybe it makes things a little bit more challenging, just because you're going to be found out. But again, they don't have any catch right now on Into the Breach.
Can you Darkseer at 18th and put the Lycan as a 1? It's a very good Darkseer game with the wall. You don't have a melee 4, which is a bit but combo with the Jakiro is really going to be nice. The snap as well. See all the illusions you can... So the...
I was thinking that actually Old G might pick up the techies, just because of how Thompson builds it with like E-Blade early on. You just ruin TB's life. So this honestly feels a little bit like a block pick to me.
Okay. Something that we've seen great success on ex-Hellraisers now, Antres, their position 4. Really showcasing what the tech is able to provide them at the moment. Here that's kind of not really been, I think, worked out at this current stage.
We did see the smiles fade off Old G's face as soon as that techies came out, though. So I kind of feel like that was what they were leaning towards as well. They just go back with what works. Why not?
We saw the Batrider banned out in the second phase, so already some protection here for the Nature's Prophet. They're going to have a lot of difficulty with being able to get on top of this hero, and again continues the flex as well. We don't know if this is going to be no one playing the NP or Resolution. Even the Lycan can go back and forth, so
5 seconds remaining.
we're now just unsure of what Thompson's going to be playing. And do we even have to consider about this? Could be, is there any room for a Jakiro getting played mid?
Or Snap, if you want to avoid the Undying.
Red team ban.
I don't think so.
Look, I still have a lot of concerns that it's just going to be a very similar game previously. What did Into the Breach do when OG push? You've got 3 heroes that rip apart objectives, and Into the Breach are pretty goddamn slow. Like Techies, I feel like his strength is when you start to get the Ag Shard, Beastmaster again around maybe that 15 minutes with a pretty good Helm of the Overlord timing. Undying can have some difficulties. It's with pushing lineups. We might just have a very, very similar game.
I still want them to pick Underlord, actually. Like, I'm not sure how they're going to fit this into whatever, but I think it's a decent Underlord game, right? You've got a lot of physical damage that you're going to be able to remove. You have another route, which is going to be really important. The reason the puck ban is good, again, kind of the things I mentioned before. But if they run into you, you can Tombstone and you can pop the Reflection, and then things aren't quite as easy, especially if you get all those Lycan auras. And then, I mean, you're able to stand and fight, but if you're just able to run away, then it's not nearly as dangerous, right? The Dazzle ban.
Yeah, the Riki ban as well. Like, that's so crazy. And he might already have his hero picked. Like, who knows? He might already have his hero picked.
So what if he picks Oracle again, and then does a lot of this, like, killing of the Terrorblade with it, and then if the Techies tries to jump onto him with the silence, he pre-channels the Fortune's End to immediately dispel it and then get away.
Baller. Yeah, it's kind of rough if you're in that position. Where do they go? They're going to go the Ember Spirit route. Okay.
Did the Oracle? Oracle into this?
Oracle.
What's Oracle starting
Let's
armor?
go.
It's very rare that you look at that in terms of, like, how's the laning matchup going to go?
It's pretty important versus the Ember though, right?
3.5. It's not bad.
I can't remember what his Agi gain is.
I mean, do you now run the Snap mid into the Ember?
That's true. That's true. I mean, that was a staple for Yopaj over NC. Was a very big fan of the Snapfire into the Ember Spirit.
What can you look to get away with here? You don't gyro here, do you? No. Can you coddle? I feel like no, you don't really have anyone to illuminate here. Sorry, to give the chakra magic over to that's going to benefit you in a big way. Well, maybe Thompson if Seb like plays together with him if it's like a Snapfire 2 in a position 4 coddle.
Well, I guess maybe what do we feel like they're potentially lacking on OG? Because we don't know hero-wise, but what do we feel like they need to cover with this pick?
Reliable stuns, I guess. Maybe this is going to be a game where you get a really early Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet. Like, yes, I know you need the Maelstrom to accelerate your game, but there's nothing really holding them in the macro pie. There's nothing letting the Mortimer's Kisses constantly go off. There's nothing... I guess the Lycan's going to run you down regardless, but you get what I mean, right? And I mean, yeah, sure. They just Zeus against the Terrorblade, something that somehow has gotten through the entire draft against a TB that was picked up first phase.
Yep. It's a pretty goddamn Zeus game. Still, overall, they're going to have a lot of difficulties with being able to get on top of him. Have multiple heroes just to put him front.
You have 2 global aspects now, though. Wrath of Nature, Thunder God's Wrath, TP's in, Nimbus eventually, if it gets to that stage, and it's a big Terrorblade counter, so... how's this going to go? I don't know, man. You got to go for old G just based off of the back of that game number 1 with how dominant of a performance it was, and you've essentially got one of the biggest counters to the position 1 in terms of how you're going to limit its effectiveness. So, yeah, I'm going to go with them.
Yeah, and it's not like you have this kind of crazy late game potential, I think, with the Terrorblade and Beastmaster to enable him with all the auras, because again, you're against this counter in the Zeus, so I'm quite concerned already that we might have a very similar game to last, where OG just look to run them over. I mean, you've got a lot of heroes that can get involved super early on. Your tower taking potential is something that I don't think Into the Breach are going to be able to handle. Probably a lot of it comes down to this Ember. Like, how is he going to be able to play in the lane? Is he going to be able to help make plays early on? You rotate to those tier 1s, get involved, defend the tower, pick up some active rooms, and just be something that they needed out of the Storm Spirit in the previous game. But we'll see. He had a very rough performance. They put a lot of emphasis to shut him down in game 1. Oh, gee, they're going to do it again in this second game. Well, we'll see.
Possible, very possible. I mean, the difference here is that Thompson doesn't exactly have one of those mid heroes that's able to root someone in place where they have no response to it, right? Like if Supreme's on point, he might be able to use Sleight of Fist to dodge a cookie stun, for example, if Seb makes a rotation towards his lane, and maybe get out of it a little better. Zeus has decent armor though, 4 armor, so Sleight of Fist spam shouldn't be as devastating against him. They seem to think that they had that sort of ward set up there, but it was actually just Supreme inside of the smoke, so a little bit of gold wasted there by LG.
So very interesting starting build from Thompson, just triple branch into the rush of the bottle.
It's fine. What else would you look to go?
Yeah,
more stats like null tally?
I just think it's interesting to see the difference in starting items depending on who's playing what hero and against what matchup as well. We don't particularly see this too often, so Thompson just feels like he wants to rush. The extra spam, burst the Ember, might prove to be pretty annoying here for Supreme.
Yep.
The battle begins.
I think, again, they're just putting a lot of faith in no one to get a lot of farm in his Nature's Prophet, right? He did it last game, he'll do it again, and the way to ensure that is to get a lot of that spam going early on, right? Keep those lanes pushed in, means the Ember can't rotate quite as much, and it just frees up the game so much more for this NP, and you end up being the ones to actually influence the game first. Perhaps off the back of the power runes. We saw what a Zeus was able to do if he picks up a haste rune, so some of it's luck-based as well.
Yep. Looking like already a pretty good start for Supreme in regards to the first wave. Chillin' Thompson's going to be okay as well. Looking towards bottom though, how do we feel like this lane's going to go between the double strength that OG are running with the Lycan and the Snapfire? Do you have to kind of play with pulling shenanigans to avoid the Undying?
I think for the first little bit. Like, I don't really feel like Seb will want to, and they're just using the Wolves for that, right? So that Respect isn't going to be able to connect quite as easily, but he's done a good job to ensure that at least he gets half the wave. But yeah, this certainly feels a lot better for Into the Breach this time around. Once you're level 3 and Seb's able to get a second point into that Scatterblast, then maybe you can look to get a kill in onto them, but until that point, they need to just be a little bit more passive. Level 4 as well. Could probably afford to put a single point or at least hold the point for a little Shredder, just in case that Tombstone starts to come out.
Lastly, we got our top lane as well. Of course, Immersion. We were kind of asking or hoping Into the Breach put out some craziness to equal OG. And I feel like definitely Techies is going to fulfill that role. We'll see how Emergent's going to be able to play. Already proving to be quite a nuisance to no one, who's going to TP all the way back to base to fill up on the resources.
I wonder if they... Is there anything that you could do to the Nature's Prophet to prevent that from being a thing? Like, just being able to, you know, get that free resource refill. Of course, if they kill it now, it still feels kind of bad, but it really doesn't feel like they're going to be in a state to do that until maybe level 3. You get a bit more damage into either the Sticky Bomb or the Blast Off. You get about the same increase from it, but Immersion's actually the one dropping a bit low.
Yeah, a couple more right clicks. Let's get the Disarm, though. To right-clicking into the Taser, so won't be able to find that finishing blow. And Immersion still got some sustain to play with. Cloudy himself try and continue to look to play the lane. Already off to a pretty good start, though. OG, already 1,000 net worth lead. They're getting all this gold from.
Thompson.
Yeah, nice little advantage. A couple hundred net worth and should be chilling so far. Already we saw, of course, previous game Seb wanting to put a lot more emphasis to rotate. Haven't seen that just yet. Are we wanting either side to bring supports over for the next water rune and eventually the power rune at 6 minutes as well?
I think Thompson's fine enough with how the lane's gone. I don't think he needs his teammates there. I mean, he's so close to being able to pick up the energy booster that a Water Rune is more of a denied away from Supreme sort of thing. But I'm expecting the Power Runes to be when they start to make themselves a lot more active, because it is still a fairly scary lane in both of the side lanes for OG.
Seems like there's no real big winners so far. I mean, both the offlaners, I suppose, are kind of struggling a little bit with being able to find their CS. That's more than likely expected, especially with this bottom lane, like we were mentioning. I mean, the Strength Hero is going up against the Undying, so they're up against their pulling shenanigans. I wonder if we're going to start to see... No, Zibo actually didn't put that second point into the Call of the Wild, so he can't start to make his own stacks. We might see him go down that route at the level 4, just to help him find that faster Helm Dom and the Overlord as well.
Mm-hmm. Version continues to take a lot of that harass. Of course, Dual Breath doubles in damage from just level 1 to level 2. So nice way to get a lot of that harass off. And even just using the electric taser there to get a few disarms in. But got to be careful. The body blocks are on point by no one.
That they are indeed. Still got a bit of a time to chase down no one. But now with Kid Track showing up with a Dual Breath, they're going to be able to turn it back on him and potentially get immersion as well, as no one's going to look to try and TP in. They need one more right click, and no, it's actually going to be the Treants with the finishing blow. So no one off to a great start here with the position 1 Nature's Prophet.
I love that by no one. He didn't get full tunnel vision onto the techies that was like 8 HP. He's like, this guy is a complete non-factor this team fight. Let's turn on to the core instead. And yeah, that's what ends up getting them the first blood. Seb's nearly got more net worth than Zibe does in this lane, just off the back of some really solid performances out of Kit Track and no one.
It is getting to that stage, though, where Into the Breach need to be considering about the raindrops being up against the Zeus, and they even looked and trying to rotate mid. Supreme's lost his Flame Guard, which might be a bit of an issue with the Cookie. Oh, beautiful timing. As soon as the slide expires, Cookie's going to be on the mark, and Thompson blows him up, so it's going to be now bonus experience. He's hit that level 6. Might look to shove the lane, and is he going to stick for the Power Rune as well to get that refresh?
See how quick he thinks he is. He might even use the Heavenly Jump just to get back to base a bit faster. But yeah, I mean, you could see that he was clearly aiming for some sort of kill build, right? Just the 1 point in the Arc Lightning for now. He's not dealing with the Terrorblade. His main role is just make sure that this Ember Spirit isn't in a position to make rotations. As long as Ember's in the bin, then there's nothing really that the Nature's Prophet needs to be too scared about.
That's a nice thing with having it max, well, higher points in it, right? You're going to be able to blow up the Flame Guard instantly. I mean, level 2 is only 190 magic absorption, so...
Oh,
so
they're
it was
actually
a big
going hot
reason
for the TB, but it was in front of a creep wave, and I think that's what Thompson is chat wheeling about. So it won't be able to claim anything here. We'll be walking underneath this ward as well, so they're completely aware of his positioning, but in the meantime, Supreme's hit up onto the level 6 and push the wave in. So let's see if they're able to catch him on the run back. Doesn't seem like it.
Can Supreme even consider about making a play across the map with getting this Power Rune? Is there any angle that you can see for him to maybe help out one of the side lanes?
Not really with Invis, to be honest. Like, if it's an Arcane Rune, if it's a Haste, if it's even a Regen to a lesser extent, but this Invis just honestly feels like, you know, it was a bottle refill. That's all.
He's got to be pretty happy he's got a game, though. That's the important thing. Storm, he did not have a game last time. He wasn't able to play the game of Dota 2. This time, again, he's on one of his more comfortable matchups, or comfortable heroes, level 29 overall on the Ember, so... See, the top lane, Thompson once again looking to try and get involved, and Zibe is going to be the target. Whether Beastmaster is going to try and turn and get as much damage out as he possibly can, but that is not enough. So again, the Beastmaster will go down. Thompson's rewarded with the kill.
Yeah, but I feel like, again, the purpose of this Zeus wasn't really to beat the Ember Spirit in lane. The fact that he has is a bonus, right? Like, he's obviously been able to get those couple of kills. Closing in onto Supreme a little bit. He's got plenty of mana to play around with, though, and looks like he's trying to protect both of these runes, but with how much they're guarding the bottom side, I don't think it's a safe place to go. Actually, he might anyway.
Oh, they want to fire. Yeah, Thompson's in some trouble. He'll be able to leap up to the higher ground, but Supreme with the triple Remnant Easily closes the distance. A nice kill for them to find, and they might even consider about Seb as well.
Remnant's coming up in 3
he's
seconds.
got a Javelin already on Supreme. Mass amounts of damage with that slight proc. Seb's going to try and hide in the tree line, but that's not going to be the case. Supreme, beautifully done. He's off to a great start. Now, you're saying that Zeus was edging out a bit of a victory in the lane, but with those 2 kills, Supreme is now top of the net worth.
And it's all props to Respect as well, right? He shows up, he protects the rune, he forces them to stay a bit longer. Really good spot for the Tombstone as well. And just enables Supreme to run him over.
And that's what they need though, right? Like, this is a game where still OG will very much struggle with addressing this Ember. They do not have a lot of control, and with him having like an early Maelstrom and higher levels to stop the push from OG, could prove to be a bit of an issue. But bottom lane, we've got our first shapeshift out, and even no one's wanting to try and move down to Ataka's lane. There's a Sunder leveled up here for the Terrorblade. Is he going to be able to still turn it around? But the cookie on the mark for Seb. He's going to try and get the damage, but it's not enough. Maybe this is where Supreme can look to shine. He'll get the kill, and no, he's just out. He's happy with that. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the Emp. The tower will still go down eventually bottom lane.
I'm sure he was expecting that Ember Spirit to come just a little bit sooner, right? You pop the meta, you are wanting to fight right now, and he was, what, 1v4 in that sort of situation? Will they be able to catch up onto Tops, and he's got a single zombie looking to chase him down. And then that Deathlust is going to slow him down enough as Supreme, like you said, he is freeing up to have a much easier game this time around, 4-1-0, and he is going to be that space creator. Really now, it's just how could you look to play around this 10-minute timing? If they're lucky enough, the rune's going to be on the top side of the map. Haste rune would be perfect, illusion rune, it's fine enough. But just the lack of Fire Remnant charges for now might be the one thing that's preventing him from wanting to TP back to base, because you need to get active with this. You need to try and take that top tier 1 tower away from OG.
Yeah, but as a result of Supreme having such a good start, it means that Zibe as well he's not really contested with his farm. Yes, he's bottom of the net worth out of the cause, but he's got a lot of stacks to catch up on. He's already working over towards the hard stack, which is going to give him that maxed out axes, and now with that, he should be able to take the Ancients as well. So he too is having a bit better of a game than what we saw prior.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do we know who stacked this for him? I'm guessing it's just techies, right?
Probably himself, honestly, with the boars.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming, though.
Dire's middle
It's a
tower
huge
is
stack to take away.
Just the 1 point in the Arc Lightning, though.
Thompson.
They'll take the kill.
Oh, no. No. This is not good. Nemo inside the lane. No one's even going to be able to TP in as well. Let's see what Supreme can do. It's a pretty good Tombstone placement. Ice Path will hold them back, but Supreme's got 1 Remnant to close the distance onto no one. And let's see, Change is back up as well. Kick track might be in some trouble. The shapeshift use. Resolution's trying to get involved inside the team fight. Supreme, can he get some distance away? Stuns on the mark. Able to Remnant on over the top, and it looks like Supreme's going to be okay. So again, he is still continuing to shine on the Ember.
Even gets a bottle refill from the TPing in Zibe. They take the mid-tier 1 tower as well. Very important. We know how much Nature's Prophet likes to just sit inside of that ancient camp area, take that uber-safe farm, but they've got a relatively decent gang squad. Beastmaster Hawk to provide the vision, Ember Spirit because of this great early game, and Techies, we know how much burst damage Immersion's able to provide with that if he just gets a couple more levels.
Dude, Zibe lost the full ancient stack.
He did.
Oh my god.
Did that give Thompson like 2 levels as well?
It gave him so much. And look at his gold. The fact that he's 200 behind an Ember who's 5-1-1?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This Helm of the Overlord is going to be so slow now. Doesn't he have the Dominator completed for Zibe? It's another... I was was having a bit better of a game, but now with that stack getting taken away, it's not looking as promising. Top lane though, Supreme should be able to get the kill onto Seb, especially with Immersion looking to jump over the top. Utilizing these runes perfectly. I mean, this was one big advantage that OG had. Yes, it's very much more enabled when you're playing from ahead in that previous game, but so far into the breach have done a great job to help Supreme, and he's already looking for Thompson, who's already used the leap. So Thompson's in some trouble, and he's got no one playing behind him. Supreme should be able to chase him down, sidesteps the Ice Path as well. Supreme is he's putting in some monster work here.
He is, but man can't do everything while all this is happening. Sure, you get a kill onto Thompson, who's having a fantastic game, but your tier 2 tower's nearly gone down. They eventually popped the glyph for it just to push the creep wave away, but that was without no one even hitting it a single time. He wants to get another kill onto Zibe.
One of the kisses laid down. It's enough from Seb. They're still looking to wrap though. Supreme, the X Factor, trying to get into the move at all. They want to try and target no one down. A decent chunk of damage early on into the Nature's Prophet. They've got to be careful about Thompson, who just blows them all up. Where'd they go? Zeus shows up. Seb somehow rewarded with a triple kill, but importantly, who got the Supreme streak? And looks like it was Kid Track that's rewarded with the bounty of gold, but oh gee, what a skirmish for them.
Just bait him in, bait him in, bait him in, and then right from the tree line before he's able to make any kind of response. Thunder Gods into the maxed out Lightning Bolt, and I'll see you later to that Ember Spirit. Goodbye, kill streak, and they remain with that tier 1 tower on the top side. They're going to look to try and defend it a little bit further, but Zibe, with that Helm of the Dominator, still 150 or so gold away. Maybe he could look to just pick that one up without committing the body, because he's going to need to play a lot more passively. His team needs to play for him at this stage. That's what they look to do. Ember, TB, Techies, making the move themselves.
Yeah, but importantly, even the Terrorblades looking to get involved as well at this early stage. To be really cautious if the Zeus is inside the fight. Faker might just be blown up before he's able to react. He's going to look to try and pop out, but meanwhile inside the jungle, nope, they're on top of Thompson. Supreme and Immersion in combination together. Thompson with this Bloodstone. Is the life still going to be enough? It's not the case. Another kill for them to find. Seb still gets a rebuttal, but that is a worthwhile trade for Into the Breach.
Look to try and get this kill onto Kid Track, maybe. There's that Ice Path lasting that little bit longer on the ground. Macropie being used as well, but not sure if that's going to do all that much. Top tower will eventually go down as well. I really like that smoke move coming out from Into the Breach, right? They know that Zibe needs to go back towards this top side to open up the map for themselves. And so they know that OG don't like to preemptively TP. They TP en masse in response to something. So they're going to walk instead if they can afford to, realizing the value of those TPs. So they end up intercepting them. They get another valuable kill onto Thompson. And then suddenly, it only felt like 3 minutes ago that Thompson off the back of that Ancient stack was level in net worth to Supreme, and now Supreme's nearly 1.5, nearly 2k ahead.
We do see with the item build here from Thompson, he has gone down that Bloodstone route. As we see from our partner esportsbet.io, kind of the odds at the moment, heavily favoring OG. I mean, they do have a 2,000 net worth lead. Now looking to try and put some pressure and get that finishing blow into the T1 tower as well, but Radiant, they're looking to fight. Tombstone's going to be up in 15 seconds. Respect can maybe look to give them some information here with the Invis rune. Try and scout out who's going to be that vulnerable target on Dial.
It's an admirable thing to just...
At the start, maybe it's going to be the Helm of the Overlord to chase down Immersion, and, well, Thompson's got the finishing blow, and now Respect's in some trouble as well with the Macropie. He won't be able to escape that one. Nice double kill for the boys in OG to find bottom lane. No one's already geared up to be able to find this tower as well, so they'll transition that into an objective.
It's that 20-25 minute timing that OG are becoming a little bit famous for. You know, they've already taken the tier 2 tower. They've got pushing potential with the Lycan as well. I really haven't even noticed Rezo with the Helm of the Overlord all that much, have you?
I think he just got it.
I mean, sure, but like, we haven't really seen the Helm of the Dominator presence either.
True.
He's just going into the Scythe of Vice after that, realizing that, look, they're not going to have BKBs anytime soon. Maybe Supreme will, but I mean, it's going to force him to be perhaps a little bit early on the use of that BKB himself. They are still lacking ways to deal with this Ember Spirit.
Let death become peace.
They
really want to defend this high ground. Yeah. No one setting up here with his own BKB, freshly purchased, and, well, it seems like they're just saying, you know what, this is our jungle, not yours. I know we're the Dire, but we really do not care. Seb's acting like Napoleon Bonaparte right now, just taking over lands here, there, and everywhere. Did you get that reference, Zuma?
Sure. I mean, yeah, but there was kind of cringe, but it's okay.
All right, calm down.
It's okay. I mean, you can't always not be cringe. You have your moments.
How are they going to get back in this one, man? It's only 4K, but it feels like a lot more just because we know that this is a Zeus into a Terrorblade matchup. It really feels like Topson needs to die first every single time, and it's going to be on the back of Ember Spirit. So, you know, Zibe, he's not going to be doing too much, but Supreme, he needs to keep this tempo up. He needs to make the use out of this BKB, especially before this Scythe of Vice gets picked up by Rezo.
Supreme charging up the high ground.
But we missed the chains.
It's going to be awkward with that Ice Path. A lot of damage on Supreme, and in fact, he's going to be forced to use a defensive BKB as a result of this. Concerned that maybe Topson is going to be able to pop out and blow him up. So it's not what you're hoping out of that first usage of a big item.
No, you want that to be aggressive, not a defensive movement. And now, like Topson, he held his finger on the Thunder God's Wrath, so they still have that as a potential for themselves. They would have even seen that the Flesh Golem was used as well, but LG, traditional fashion, they don't care. They're going to see the Hawk, I believe.
Jumping immersion.
Nice jump.
All right. That's a pretty nice start onto 2. Ataker's looking to get involved inside the team fight as well as Resolution's falling low. He's going to have an opportunity to pop the Shapeshift and reposition into the breach. They'll do the same as well out to the left side. So it looks like just the kill onto immersion. It was enough to kind of scare off OG from this Roche attempt.
It was, and they know they won't have the Shapeshift, they know they won't have the Thunder God's Wrath either, and it was really only a techies that died, so honestly not the worst. And that'll probably allow at least the Tombstone to be up again, so it really feels to me like into the breach, they'll be the ones to try and make this next attempt, maybe find a quick kill onto Topson and then go for it.
Gotta be cautious. BKB still down for another 15 seconds.
But no one constantly keeping the pressure on the bottom side of the map as well. This is what happens when you're up against a Nature's Prophet, right? He's always just going to be pressuring this in. TP's back, and I wonder if that's going to be the trigger to say, all right, Roche fight time. No TB.
Yeah, instantly they're going. They spy out Zibe inside the lane. Nice way to be able to cut through the trees. Zibe's going to be okay for the moment. Now, but the rest of Into Breach, they've started to show up. I mean, Respect's got great position here with the Tombstone, so OG, there's not a location they can look to take the team fight. A little bit of hill bump given over to Kid Track, but Supreme, he's going to be invulnerable for the moment inside the BKB, or maybe the right clicks from no one might catch him off guard, and with the Mortimer Kisses, so Seb again, look at the ultimate damage, and now with Supreme, he's out of remnants, nowhere to run, no one cleans him up, and now they can look to go for the grand prize being Roshan.
That's what sets OG apart, right? Instant reaction. As soon as that TB showed up bottom, they were like, there's no way that he would have gotten down here just by walking. He has no mana. He hasn't come from the fountain. He is down here because of a TP. There's no way he's joining into a top fight. So let's use this advantage. We've even got a Nature's Prophet that can go back to base, refill on resources, and come straight back in. Oh, and he's right underneath this. Oh, Taker. Careful. Your favorite item, Gleek. Oh, he doesn't have a Quelling Blade.
Oh, he's going to have to BKB, but it might be too late. Are they going to play the distance? No one will use his own BKB to prevent the Sunder. Can he get an immersion? No. Oh, God.
Doesn't feel great, does it?
No, it doesn't. Poor Supreme as well. Man's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. They spy out Topson. See if Zibe should be able to close the distance now to find the Raw. Not going to be able to find any life still back. Oh, okay, well, back to full thanks to the Thunder God. It's the beautiful thing about the Bloodstone. Has it bought enough time, though, for the team to rotate over? No one's going to start to TP, and they're starting to TP to the T2 tower as well. As Resolution should be able to help close the distance. Supreme, BKB at the last second. Is he going to be able to escape this, though? Like you said, no more remnants now.
Might just have to drop the
chase down from Rezo.
Oh, the body blocks.
Is that going to be enough of a deterrent as well? Immersion's here trying to... Oh, for the jump in, but it won't matter. Gleipnir holds him into place. Supreme will still go down. Now Respect is caught out as well. Kitrak, he also shows up with the Ice Path just at the last second to cancel another TP. So OG in this game starting to slowly get out of hand. 10,000 up at that 23-minute mark. They've got a gem now as well picked up from Kitrak, so they're looking to try and close out the map.
Really feels like he got to drop that tombstone there. Like, he had an arcane rune as well, so it would have been slightly less cooldown. Yes, you've got a snapfire, so you're instantly going to be able to rip through it, but that's time that's spent not hitting the Ember Spirit, and that was the biggest priority there. Just get the Ember away as quickly as possible, and I'm a little surprised that Oteka hasn't actually joined in, honestly, any fights, right? Like, he's just been spending his time farming, and to me, the reason you picked this Terrorblade was to be able to respond when OLG do what OLG have done for the first 23 minutes of this game, which is group up and run at you as a team. Now all they need to do is wait for their ultimates to come back up. They've still got 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis timing. No one's level 18 on his MP, so that Wrath of Nature hits like a truck, and then they're just going to go again. Like, the smoke happens before the ultimates are even up, so that they're right there as the timing hits.
Least fit into the breach. They will deward the wards they're playing with Supreme, though. He's okay. Nobody get that stun. Tops of mid lane is showing alone by himself. We've seen what he's been able to do with that Bloodstone. Of course, a build that Kutaka really likes over on Hellraisers, and almost with the Sunjin Kai means that that spell lifesteal is going to be increased even further.
Let's see how quick Topson is with his finger on the illusion rune. If if Zibe pops out and then he's able to just use the illusion rune before the roar goes off, that'd be pretty hype. Or just to get away from the searing chains as well.
Supreme?
Preemptively popping the BKB, the Bloodstone as well.
Oh, Topson. Roar's still going to be there nonetheless. Topson's fallen pretty low and they'll get the kill. Wasn't enough with illusion, so Respect's going to die as well. And we're off to the other side. Supreme remnant on the high ground. Oh, we thought he went over, I think, with the Ice Path on Faunches. So going to be off the mark there with cancelling that one out. Regardless, though. Yeah, 2 for 1.
2 for 1. More farm for the Nature's Prophet. Almost hits up onto the level 20. Honestly, feels to me like he's not going to go the Sprout Leash talent this time around. Like, yes, you're against an Ember Spirit. Feels great, but you can just toss that onto the TB, and then he's going to be missing inside of the Sprout. We know that he doesn't have a Quelling Blade, so he's going to need to use a Hurricane Pike just to break out of it.
Oh, man. So depressing when someone's killing you. They want a high five. Come on, man. Surely. Not this moment, dude. Just let me die in peace. I'm not going to give you a freaking high five. Just let me go.
Yeah.
Stop.
He's got the Sprout Leash talent on no one.
Oh, this dude is a beast, man. It's... Again, I'm pretty sure still... Ooh. Is he in some trouble?
He's
Might
leashed.
be. You gotta pop the BKB pretty soon, but the right clicks... Is he gonna be able to dodge it? Oh my god, 17 health?
Yeah. Barely double digits.
How long?
Ooh. Do they see him? No, okay. I heard the Wrath of Nature and I'm like, do they have vision?
Just TP in.
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me with how they've been playing so far.
Tower is under attack.
They can just look to close out these later towers. I mean, it's without the Aegis that they're actually going to be the most aggressive with taking objectives on the map. And Rezo, he's even just going to pop the Shapeshift, trying to force them back.
Yeah, it's scouting them out. They knew exactly where they're positioning. Resolution, beautifully done. The micro out of the walls meant that they knew exactly where Into the Breach were. And it's just, you don't have this late game presence of the Terrorblade. Like we were mentioning, you are playing into one of your biggest counter matchups in the Zeus, and even the Nature's Prophet's going to be pretty okay scaling if you've got such a big advantage in regards to the net worth. I mean, it's pretty much a full item. They're still going to try and take the fight, but the BKB being on cooldown for Supreme and Resolution will get the last second Hex out. Massive amounts of buybacks. They're looking for some revenge. Hopson's the one that's in trouble at the moment. The initial target's going to end up going down. Kitrak will join him in the afterlife as well. But that is such a heavy commitment for Into the Breach. They needed more out of it.
Yeah, they do. And just look at what Topson does. He's what no one does. He's back towards the bottom side. Farm, farm, farm. He's just able to continue to extend that lead. He's like, you know what? That high ground push didn't work too well. I'll just wait until I get my AC, and then we're going to be able to get it from the next one. Got some tier 3 items coming as well. Elven Tunic, sure. Against a TV,
Sure,
allows you to
why
man
not?
fight a little bit.
I'm still holding the Oculate bracelet. Surely, I mean, I won't. Okay, surely there's got to be a better one. I'm not gonna question no one. He's got
Titan Sliver now.
Yeah, he's got it now picked up, so that's even a better one than Tunic. No one's loving life. I mean, oh gee, quite the debut here. 18,000 net worth lead. 28 minutes in, and
Poor
yes, it
Supreme,
was-
man. Like, he
Yeah.
controlled this game for the first 20 minutes,
Yeah.
and it feels like for the past 8, he's just been public enemy #1, especially now that they've got that Hex on Rezo. But every single time no one sees him on the map, he doesn't care that he sees. He wants him to see that he's teleporting right in on top of him, because you know that Glype is coming.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do we... Let's see if OG want to try and play this one a little bit more slow and just wait for that second roach to be up. There's a potential for it to spawn in the next 10 seconds. Looks like they're just going to try and choke out the map. Get some wards set up. They will scout out Jibe over towards the triangle. A nice way to take away the helm of the Overlord. And we'll do just that.
Plus 250. Love to see it.
Sir? Yes, sir. You just... Where can they farm? I mean, even Supreme is going to be really cautious about where he's going to show now. Said that Sprout leashes with the talent from the Nature's Prophet. The Hex Lycan could pop out of anywhere. I just even go Mjolnir on the Lycan. So they're like, you know, we've already adjusted Terrorblade, but why not even go down this route just in case he can somehow get to the stage where he's going to prove to be an issue. But into the breach was like a desperation attempt. They do have a double damager on Supreme. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do with it inside the fire. But oh gee, they've already backed on away. And Hitchak will be the first to pop the smoke. He finds the ice path. Supreme's going to have enough time to be able to activate the BKB and look to run the non over the top. But it's going to be cautious though. No one's damaged. And once they find the leash, she's going to be killed off instantly. That's a dieback for the Ember. And now Immersion, well, he jumped into the middle as well. Signing off his own death warrant. They're going to look to probably walk up the high ground here. No one's even TPing in. They spy out Jibe with that cliff ward. By some little time here with the roar. Will actually be enough. Alright, well, Jibe lives, but your buildings...
Maybe not so
stay
much.
for too long. Yeah.
We're going to talk about the Seb monster kill streak as well on his Snapfire. I think he must have died 3 times and then got every single kill from then on, but
Radiant's top tower is
no one's even going to reach the stage where he's going to have that Satanic available. If he does get into it, I'm interested to see if we're going to have some, like, clever stuff going on with the reactive taser with a basic dispel that it provides, so I don't know, could be interesting.
are fortified. Radiant's top tower
There's Thompson as well. He's level 18, so that Bloodstone gonna give him even more healing if he's the one that gets jumped on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I was even going a Lotus Orb as well, just to try and guarantee his life. They're putting a lot of attention to try and blow him up, and we see a Taker is in some trouble. Can he get anything off? A good force stuff to get him out, but it's a defensive Sunder onto Zibe, and it might not even matter. Taker just dies deep inside the base. They're going to try and make an attempt, but there's no fault. Without Supreme there, there's nothing they can do. They're going to have to watch their members die one by one. Their buildings will continue to fall.
You can't be tipping Supreme after this game. The man did everything in his power to try and get this one, and they're going to kill him at the very end as well. That Scythe of Vice just doing him in.
He's called like...
Yeah, I mean, TB has buyback, doesn't matter. No Metamorphosis, no chance, and I'm surprised they let the Zeus through. Like, if you're up against the Naga Siren, it doesn't feel great, but at least while you can't deal with the Naga Siren, Naga doesn't stop your entire potential to play this game, and it really felt like what this Thompson Zeus was able to do. Despite dying that 7 times, that was the case for them.
Was for OG, definitely the start of 2-2 that they're hoping for. Into the breach, they're wanting their next series to come shortly. Unfortunately, they're going to have to wait a little bit of time, even a couple of days. They're just looking to try and get some revenge. Definitely not the series they're wanting to remember, but was rough. Like we said,
What do we think? I think it's no one.
Yeah, well, fine. Why are we giving it over to no one? Dude, that moment was sad for Jibe. a lot of this.
Which moment?
I feel bad for Supreme.
Which one?
Yeah, which moment? That's a good point. The in particular one with the Ancients getting claimed. Supreme, man, he played a hell of an Ember Spirit game, but unfortunately when...
the rest of the team is playing this far behind. Your other two cores basically do not have a game. One from the draft phase, one from that moment that you were talking about, right? Where you're able to take away his big farming tool, and what can you do? How much even building damage did he do? Yeah, he did 214 building damage on this Beastmaster. So they were never really concerned. It was the creep wave that did the majority of the damage to OG's side of the map.
What do you feel like it goes on in the camp now for Into the Breach? What do you even say to Supreme? Couple of sorries. I mean, you next time, brother.
GG. What can you do?
GG, we go next. What can you do? It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Like you said, I mean, throughout the entire game, I mean, we mentioned the terribility a little bit here and there, but it didn't really matter because even though he was finding his farm, get to the later stages, even if you're rivaling the net worth maybe of the Nature's Prophet, again, there's just that Zeus factor. Like, there's just the difficult thing, and I don't know if it's something that needs to be looked at. It needs to be addressed for Into the Breach heading into the next series. Maybe something needs to be worked on inside their draft. Is it just the old G factor? The beautiful thing is it's just the first series. You get probably one of the more difficult series out the way. So we'll see. We'll see how they can set themselves up.
We're the MVP. I mean, he was everywhere. He had the highest kill involvements. Not too hard, considering you've got the Nature's Wrath, of course, but the fact that he was able to just quell a lot of the influence that Supreme had as soon as he got that Gleipnir, that's the big thing that I was really looking for. And of course, a lot of the map pressure that he was able to put on as well. He did more than what Rezo was able to, in my opinion, in terms of like just causing fear. Him and Rezo did basically about the same amount of building damage, but it felt like Rezo's came towards the end and wasn't really what set up the win as much as no one. So big props to him. Yep. OG is one of those teams that you just wish you could ban 3 heroes because their IO is scary, the Monkey King is scary with the level of flex, and of course, we've seen what Nature's Prophet is able to do 2 games in a row. Yeah, which is going to make it very difficult for the teams coming up against them with how they're going to address them, because it's Rezo plays it well, no one plays it well, and again, what I was a point I wanted to get through in that game too is that, I mean, no one in particular with how he's been able to rotate to the position 1. He's looking like a natural one so far. I mean, IGN, I think, in Dota are currently still hungry AF, and he is definitely performing like that. He's looking like a incredible carry at the moment. Of course, the rest of the boys are enabling him as well, but just it's good to see so far. It's a nice, strong debut. We'll see. It's just one series. I don't want to make too many sweeping calls or... Yes. All right. Good way to put it. They're growing on me a little bit, OG. I know they're a lot of people's favorites. Okay. Wow, such a surprise. They lost game 1 against Cybercats earlier today, all right? Like, that made me a little bit shaky about their prospects, but I really feel like you just got to give Thompson comfort. I think that goes a long way towards your victory. Like, don't give him Pango, give him his Oracle mid. It's just, give him his Oracle mid and see what he's able to do. We do have a interview as well with one of the members from OG, so we'll get to see the beautiful and lovely Seb. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can. Hi, guys.
Hello. Firstly, congratulations. How is married life? What's it like?
That's what I told my teammates. It's pink everywhere, hearts, people singing in the streets. You know, when I go buy my baguette in the morning, instead of just talking normally to me, he answers singing. That's what it is. No, it's everything is normal. Everything is normal.
Very good. It looks like the married life gives you a bit of a buff. Maybe I need to look for a person in my life to help out my own games as well. But an incredible start from you guys. Very impressive to see. What's it like kind of in the camp, and what's like a routine, a day in like OG on how you guys are trying to practice, and what are you guys focusing on?
I mean, we actually took this a little much more seriously than the first season, the first iteration. So we have been scrimming, and we have been studying kind of how these scrims are going, looking at replays and trying to improve together. So I guess it's kind of for now, it's similar to what the other teams go through in a way. Scrim, analyze the scrims, work on mistakes, improve, repeat. No boot camps, just online. And for now, that's it.
Yeah. Denok, you got any questions?
Yeah, congrats first, Seb. Quick question. We had over in Division 1, I think it was BZM that got interviewed, and he was talking about like, oh, do you guys scrim with old G? And he's like, yeah, we've been beating the shit out of them in scrims. Care to comment on that at all?
You got me. I mean, he got me there. No comment. No comment. It's true. He, especially like him personally, is just beating the shit out of us. There's nothing we can do. But eventually we might figure out a way to work around his greatness.
Yeah, for sure. I know you're obviously not the one that plays it, and you might not want to reveal too much. But is there any like criteria that Topson has where he's like, this is the mid Oracle game, or is he just like, pick it for me every game if you can?
Yeah, it's hard to reveal. I'm sure he has a lot of criteria where he just knows or feels like it's a good game. To be honest, he doesn't always break them down to us. Obviously, he has a really clear understanding of the hero. We don't have it either ourselves. Of course, we ask him questions and we get to understand more and more. But sometimes he would just call like, okay, guys, this is your Oracle game, so let's pick it.
Cool. I know Aries already touched on yourself being married. If you had to rank, marriage, winning TI8, winning TI9, where would you would you put them in a row?
Joker, you can't do this to me, guys. I can't believe you're right there. Joker. I'm using my Joker card. But if one day I have a chance to ask you the same question, I will not miss it. I will ask you that question.
Okay. Did you write that on the whiteboard behind you about Big Daddy? That's a bit of an easier question.
No, it just wrote itself. I think it just writes itself. Yeah.
Easy.
It's just what happens. He's so bad that even the walls know.
Understandable. All the chat was like, where's No-Tail? Where is he? But, he's there in spirit. He's there on the whiteboard. That's what matters.
Yeah, Kitrak is No-Tail.
Of course.
No-Tail.
Yeah,
it's just the illusion.
Yes.
That's it is.
Kitrak No-Tail. This is the big news that I have. It's actually No-Tail. If you look, you just need to look closely. Yeah, you need to find the right profile angle, and then you will realize that it's all been a scam.
Classic.
We've been
OG.
fooled. The tomfoolery.
Sorry, old
come
G.
on.
Not at all related, but it was really great to see you guys. You seem in amazing form. Best of luck moving forward. Félicitations et bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Until next time.
Bye,
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go, then. You got to tell my friend. I know nothing. Come on, I can imagine what you said. Thank you for the interview, something like that.
Congratulations and good luck is basically what I said.
Congratulations.
I should have asked where my invite was for the interview as well, for the wedding, excuse me. But I just didn't want to put him in the hot seat any more than we did already. I'm sure it just got lost in the mail. That was the issue.
Oh yes, definitely, without a doubt, definitely got lost in the mail for you, Mr. Danok. But what a start! I mean, we see what Seb said. They're taking it a little bit more seriously than maybe
it shows.
What they were. Yeah, it definitely shows, and they're looking mighty strong. And that was kind of one thing heading into it. Like, yes, it's a 5-man that looks incredibly good on roster, on paper, with the plays they have in the org, but how much are they going to practice? Are they going to be scrimming a lot? And like Seb said, they are taking it pretty seriously, which is exciting to see. And for all the other opponents, it's scary to see as well what they were just able to do in this current series.
It's a bit of a declaration of war, They basically said, hey, this isn't the old we're just going to scrim. It's like 5-man party queue, basically the same as that, but in a more official way. No. They're taking it a bit more seriously, and you could tell, the old man, he's still got a little bit of a fire in the belly. He wants to be able to, face up against some of the young blood especially if it's the OG guys as well. I would be really excited to see that. We've got the potential for that in some third-party tournaments, but if we could see it in DPC proper, how exciting would that be?
It definitely would be indeed. That's, of course, further down the line, so we'll see, if we're even able to get to that position. But firstly, of course, a big shout out as well to esportsbet.io, our, of course, lovely partner for making this all possible, of launching a new and exciting way that you guys are able to earn tokens with their brand new Watch to Earn feature, which you can earn 300 tokens, which is worth 3 USD per hour by simply just going over there and watching some of your favorite games. So it's very easy to do. Just have to make a account, watch the games. You will automatically earn tokens. No additional things that are required out of you. So thank you for the lads over there. Then that's our second series done. So
Got one more.
We've got one more. We got two fresh teams, of course, ready to rock and roll. Some brand new faces in those teams as well. It's going to be D2 Hustlers taking on Ivy. We'll see you guys after the break.
He has no remnant out. I think he has no remnants. Oh, he has one.
One, it's last. Follow.
Yeah, we follow.
TB mid. He cannot be
I
here.
will this,
Kill them all.
Yeah.
I have Leibner.
He's very low.
I'm coming from behind, guys. Going.
Yeah, kill them all.
I'm dying there.
Nice. They can TP for TB here. Just don't let him farm anything.
I don't have TP right now, but
He's
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Oh, we've got two fresh and new teams for our last series of the night. It's going to be Ivy taking on D2 Hustlers. Denog, it's a very different look as well from these two teams that we've seen previously. Of course, both in the in Division 2 for the previous tour. They weren't able to find that promotion, but we'll see what they're able to look like with the new rosters. Do we have any pre-thoughts on how they should shape up with these new kind of 5-mans that we see from them?
Probably have a little higher hopes for D2 Hustlers, just because it feels like they've, picked pieces out of all the different regions, right? They've even brought an SA player in Theolacor to play their position 4, and I mean, we've seen what happens to the Latin America alliance without him. They were playing at TI with a guy. He's not in the team anymore, and suddenly they were very close to dropping out of Division 1. So it just goes to show how much of a linchpin he was for all of their chances. And, well, for Ivy, I'm interested to see what they're able to do, because they are kind of a similar sort of thing, but they just feel a bit middle of the road for me. There's nothing like... There's no wow factor that I'm seeing at this point, but I'm happy for them to prove me wrong.
Yeah, that's a thing. Happy to see what the games provide us, and potentially that's where they can showcase their talent. Of course, it's up against a pretty difficult opponent. D2 Hustlers, we saw in the previous season, were very close to being promoted, just missed that slot, unfortunately, for them. But again, we've got to thank our lovely partners in the esportsbet.io lads. None of this would be possible without them. So you guys can head over to their website, and as that being a result, you can earn free tokens by watching all your favorite Dota 2 games. Importantly, you're going to be able to earn 3,000 tokens, which is the equivalent of $3 per hour. So just head over to the website esportsbet.io to earn free tokens and some bonus exclusive rewards as well. And with that being said, we've got a draft coming up pretty shortly here. So we'll see. You just mentioned that D2 Hustlers brought in a lad from South America. They brought a second one as well, being Yuma. Yuma even played with Theolacor in one of the Hikori teams. So there's a little bit of synergy between them. Of course, recently, though, Yuma being on DogChamp over in North America. And really, what I'm intrigued to see on how is Hakoda going to fare. This was a person that hit the scene running with joining Virtus Pro and playing, of course, on that outsider stack. Looked really incredible. Kind of didn't see him for a little bit of time, but now he's back, and let's see. Like you said, it's a mixed bag. They've got a lot of different people. I wonder if there's going to be maybe some communication issues or something like that. But it's a nice stack they got. They're all laughing right now.
Yeah, bits and pieces from everywhere. The real thing that I'm looking for with Hakoda is, when I think of him, and back in the old days where he was playing in Eastern Europe, he was much more on the saving style supports, right? Like, I think of his Shadow Demon, his Oracle, his Treant, his Omni Knight, but those aren't really super strongly in the meta right now, with the exception of the Treant. So I'm going to be interested to see what he looks to play. Like, Jakiro, I think, is another one of these options for him, but probably not Into the Clockwork, one of the better answers to it. This is something as well that D2 Hustlers like to do a lot. So they've basically drafted exactly how I predicted them to. They're going to pick the Rubik at first opportunity, because they've got a level of flexibility with it across 4 and 5. Both Theolacor and Hakoda play it a lot. And then they either pick their mid lane or they pick Timbersaw on this last pick of the first phase, if they've got it. And they can even run ads on the Timbersaw in the mid if the matchup is favorable for them. So they've got exactly what they wanted at the start. They're going to ban out these big counters to the Timber, and that's really just going to reveal where they think it is best going to be laned this game. Like, if we're seeing OD bans, then we're probably not going to see it there. If we see Enchantress bans, then it's probably going to be more in the side lane.
Look at the man himself. It's a bit of a different setup for Vincenzo. It's
the T
still,
god.
it's not. Yeah, it's in a cup though.
Where's
like
that step ladder going to? That's what I want to know.
He's doing some housework. Needs it accessible. We've seen in previous kind of in camera shots, we've seen him really with the setup. He's got like the teapot and everything like that. This time it's a little bit different. I don't know if he's kind of switched up his location, but still he's keeping true to himself, drinking the tea, which is lovely to see.
Mm-hmm. What else is still yet to come? I mean, the Vilama's been playing a bit of the Ricky off lane, so I'm interested to see if that comes out again.
Oh,
It's really just
God.
going to depend on this Timber Saw. To me, it feels like they're very happy running this Timber in the off lane just against the NP. Like you're going to get be able to take over this lane rather than let NP run wild with it. You've got the dive potential for it. Feels pretty solid.
I'm pretty happy if we don't see Rubik. I'm not gonna lie.
A Rubik,
Even if it's good for the draft. Ricky, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm good with not seeing it. As a 3, come on now. Don't make me watch the Dart Meteor again. I'm fine. Let's leave that one to the pubs.
Yeah. They also normally leave this Yuma's hero until the very last pick as well. It's pretty rare that they pick it at the last pick of the second phase, so I think that's probably going to be reserved for ads, or it's going to be revealed at least at that stage where it's going to look to go. This is the team D2 Hustlers as well that does play the position 1 Night Stalker, and Yuma makes it work fairly well. So if you've got these heroes like the Nature's Prophet that, looks to be a little bit more like a glass cannon in the early games, then Night Stalker is a good way to be able to deal with that.
Do we feel like maybe some of the bands are setting up for it? I know Ursa's got a pretty good matchup versus the Timbersaw.
These are more Timber related.
Bloodseeker. Okay, sure. So nothing that can even maybe go to even protect the Night Stalker, just solely for the Timber.
Like I said, I think it's something that they're going to do in the last phase. So that's really going to be the stage where they're going to make their final decision of what actually is going to be the carry for us. It's got a lot of flexibility. Night Stalker, Terrorblade, Drow, Morph, Monkey, Slark, Naga. Very different playstyles across all of them, and a little bit of surprise factor thrown in there as well.
All right, like a good surprise factor. Let's see what Ivy going to look to try and ban into pick. Using a bit of reserve time here for their last ban. Naga Jakiro currently taken care of. Can help enable that Nature's Prophet.
They really like Ember as well on ads, so there's nothing about this game so far that suggests that they're not going to go down that route. Silencer feels kind of okay into it, as if you can get the Arcane Curse in onto him, at least pre-BKB. Clockwork, not really going to be able to do all that much to be able to prevent him from wreaking havoc, and I feel like the Timbersaw is strong enough.
5 seconds remaining.
See what the pick's going to be here for Ivy. Probably looking for their follow-up support, hoping for a little bit of magic damage to pump inside that Clockwork. I mean, can never go wrong with a Snapfire.
I mean, they haven't banned out the Skywrath, which is something that they do tend to do against this Timbersaw if it's, going to be a pretty high priority for them. Instead, it's just the Enchantress. Yeah, don't hate it, right? It's just one of those lane dominator styles. So I wonder now if it's going to be like Nature's Prophet 3, Enchantress 5, Clock 4, and then you're just picking another melee hero that's going to be decent into the Timbersaw. They've already gotten rid of the Ursa, so I don't know. Monkey King feels kind of all right.
Yep. Definitely one of the other better melee heroes. There's not too many others. Kind of get crazy with like a Luna Range. Saw for a little bit ago.
Ooh, okay.
They do hustlers though. Yeah. Oh.
Bounty Hunter coming out, huh? So this is probably going to be a 5 Bounty Hunter, I would assume. I think Hakoda was actually one of the ones that was playing it as that roaming ward.
He was actually.
Remember that like 2 years ago?
Yeah. He was playing with Outsiders.
And it's a really good front line against if you're going to run this Nature's Prophet off lane, that's all physical damage. And so Bounty Hunter's happy enough to just go up, use his insane armor, tank up a lot of those hits, and constantly just yoink that gold away. So Clockwork is a nice response to it, though. Again, high magic damage through the battery assault. You just stick on top of him, and you're both pretty equivalent in movement speed. So it won't be horrible, but it's still fine, right? All you're really doing is trying to make space for this Morphling, and they do go down the Monkey King route, which I like.
Okay.
Gives them a way to quickly close in onto the Morphling as well, but they are heavily lacking in stuns. Like, you're really only just got the hook shot plus the Boundless Strike and nothing else after that. So that's what their mid laner is going to need to address for Ivy, just some consistent control or more burst for this for this Morphling. They really should be banning the OD.
Do you like the Monkey into Morphling carry matchup? Because I feel like Morph can always pick his fight with the waveform. Like if Wukong's is laid down, you can always look to try and reset your positioning.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a thing where like you're just going to go... It depends how greedy they want to get, right? Like if Monkey King has a really good lane, Timbersaw isn't able to create as much space, and so Prophet can farm, and if they are able to go into OD, then OD is great against both Timber and the Morphling, and honestly even the Bounty Hunter if he's playing, you know, that annoying style. They actually ban it themselves. What? All right, sure. So what are they thinking then? Some kind of... Do they want a DK? Probably not. Something single target that an OD is going to be able to save? Not sure. It's Ivy with the last pick overall as well, so they would have been able to respond to whatever D2 Hustlers throws at them.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm trying to think of what hero they might have had an issue if the OD was picked up for Hustlers. Do see them themselves, Parking Queen of Pain's going to be banned out.
Does this mean that Timber's mid now?
I guess there's look, the Monkey matchup I don't think is as bad as what...
It's not an Ursa.
Difficult, but you can play... You can change your play style. You can...
And you've got an edge
look to go... You can go no points reactive armor. Just go couple points chain, couple points whirling death, and you can actually play off burst. And with the Rubik, that is also even a potential to help a little bit with Fade Bolt. So like level 3, it might catch the Monkey off guard. It is a lane that is playable. Like it can go back and forth very, very fast and get out of control very fast. But it is not what it used to be, where Monkey just bodies that lane, nor the Ursa. Like you can go for, again, your Q and your W, you actually man fight, and we kind of see that now. Like we see the reactive armors even like 2 points sometimes, not even going for it. So there is that flex potential, like you're saying. They're gonna have to reveal it though for D2 Hustlers now though.
I'm still not certain what Ivy wants as well after this D2 Hustlers pick. Like the Conquer and the OD are a little off to me. Like the what could they possibly want with this? Did they want a Husker? Probably not, right? Doesn't really feel like a Husker game to me. Look at Koda doing his stretching. Ah, he's got his Avatar shirt on. I like it.
That is a pretty cool shirt. I do like it as well. They're going to go the Ember. So, instant response from Ivy, and it will be the Dragon Knight.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense with the OD ban, for sure, that Stoikov's going to be playing that one. But, all right. I mean, I feel satisfied enough with the D2 Hustlers draft. I think the Timbersaw is going to have a fine enough time. It's still a DK, right? Are they delaying picking their heroes because they're like, can we run this Timber mid into the DK and then run...
I heard... So I was going to say, I heard someone say that you can't even see who picks it.
I guess, but like, you just see a DK, right? So do you just say, all right, we're going to run it mid now? But no, they're just going to go into the Monkey King instead. The lane isn't quite as good, but it's fine. It's good for the game. You're going to be able to rip through a lot of this, but you do still... Do you even consider putting points into the reactive armor? I think you have to, you know? It's just one of those instances. Yeah, because like, you're just completely giving up the lane if you don't. It's actually Theolacor going the Bounty Hunter. So maybe he's going to be like, all right, come and hit me, and then if you do, I'm gonna yoink you because you're focused on the Timbersaw and not the Bounty Hunter, and then I go full Whirling Death and all this crazy stuff, and I actually kill you in what should be a kill lane for you guys. I don't know. They've got an Enchantress with it as well, so Vincento should be set up for a pretty decent game against high armor heroes.
Yep, and honestly, a lot of their lanes should as well. Like we said, this last pick, Dragon Knight's going to be very favorable versus the Ember. We've already seen this matchup so far today, so I'm not expecting anything too different for Stoikov. And then you've got the Nature's Prophet as well, who's going to have a pretty good time into the Morphling. I do think Morphling's going to be able to find his farm, though. It's not like they'll stop each other, but I think Ivy have to be pretty happy with the lane setup. It's just a question of like what's going to happen through the early game, like when we see a lot of the action coming through from the Bounty Hunter and the Ember in combination together. Because if they get a couple of kills, this net worth lead just might skyrocket out of control thanks to some of the track gold. So we do have to keep kind of attention on that and how it's going to work out. It's going to be exciting to see. We don't get a lot of Bounty Hunter, so it's a definitely interesting first draft for D2 Hustlers.
Yeah, Western Europe has a thing or two to say about that.
Dude, one thing I just noticed, they've got 3 Grandmaster heroes. Morph, Timber, Ember, and even Cupid's Grandmaster on the Clockwork. So, a lot of Grandmasters this game. Got some comfort.
Just with Cube as well, I am really jealous of him because I have wanted that Clockwork set for a long time. This was a set that came from when there was that brief, like, Nexon arrangement in Korea, and you had to have, like, a Korean social security number, basically, to be able to get it. So, it was, it's very rare, very pricey on the market. I actually
what do you like about it
at the time, and I still couldn't get it. It's just cool and unique. I mean, these days there's Arcanas that are probably arguably cooler, but it's still unique, all right? I'm allowed to like what I like.
But hey, I'm not judging you, my guy. It's okay. Don't get defense. Jesus Christ. You got defensive so fast, calling you out for liking it.
I'm passionate about my cosmetics, all right? I
get it. All right, well, this is a great start to this bottom lane. Zani's in a lot of trouble, and he might go. He's not going to have too many trees to play with, but
that's a win.
That is a pretty big win. Yeah, that is a big win. He's going to have to go tree dance to escape and maybe get back to base a little bit faster, but see, yeah, that's going to set up bottom lane quite well now.
Theolico does have the Shadow Walk leveled up, though, instead of the Janata, so it's going to be a little bit until he can start the yoinking.
You see though from the it's from the esportsbet.io is favouring the lads a little bit more, D2 Hustlers. So see after a start like that, really our big question was how this bottom lane was able to go. So I think that'd be nice. You do have already though the impetus leveled up from Vincento, so we're getting a choreo for good measure as well.
He'll have a fine time. He realizes how aggressive he can afford to be in this lane, going the Blightstone as well. Really just looking to get as much harassment in onto this Timber Saw while he can before those reactive armor stacks start to build up. I think you have to go at least 1 point into it because you can't afford to go into negative armor against this edge.
We'll quickly pull our attention just to mid, just to highlight how this matchup's going to shape up. Again, DK, you're going to have a great time versus the Ember. You're going to go... He's actually got a Glover Haze queued up, which is interesting. Seen a lot of DKs go double brace, so just for all the strength and all the damage to have an overwhelming right click over the Ember, but even the Dragon Tail makes it very difficult for Azantic to be able to last it. So Ember's going to have a great time. It's difficult for... Sorry, DK's going to have a great time. It's a bit awkward for the Ember to rotate as well, considering DK can put some pressure on the towers, but now that we've kind of highlighted that matchup, which will be the boring matchup, but all the side lanes, that's where we'll see a lot more of the action in this game one.
I'm just wondering, like, what Cube's highest priority is going to be on this top side. Like, he's going to be providing a little bit of assistance to Addy, who, speaking of which, just gets telekinesis back underneath the tower, but he'll be able to walk it off. Yeah, I really don't feel like they have too much kill threat at all for Yuma. It's really just going to be Hakoda that gets caught out, if at all. And, well, with the way that this lane is set up at the moment, and he's going to be able to get off this pull, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Might even get a 3/4 pull. Nice.
So, I have not seen this Rubik set. Is this new?
Nah.
It's very awesome. It's not. Okay.
It's an oldish one, I think.
You don't like that one? You're bagging me for thinking it's cool?
All right.
All right. I'll remember that. Hey, your Clockwork set looks like shit, by the way.
Oh,
just letting you know.
It's not my set, okay? We like to support the workshop artists around here. If it was me, I would allow you to say that, but...
Enjoyment, you liking it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm bagging you for it.
Uh-huh. It's a quick
Yes.
backpedal that you had there.
He called me out. I felt bad. I felt bad.
Theolico's doing exactly what he needs to on this bottom side of the map, man. This is like the third wave that he's pulled behind the tier 1 tower. So I think this might just be for himself, because he's still level 1. You got to make sure that, you know, it's important to give Timbersaw a game. It's a good Timbersaw game, right? Against the Nature's Prophet, against the DK, but level 2, you need that on the Bounty Hunter just to ensure that your movements around the map and you're not suffering in terms of experience too much. Maybe once you're level 6, you can afford to be a little bit more selfless and still be that roaming ward style, but until then, you got to get some levels at least. Going to be able to get rid of the flag bearer creep as well. You know how important that is. And that double gold over.
Now, what are we kind of hoping out of Theolacor in regards to his itemization on the Bounty Hunter? Is there any crafty cuteness he can go for?
I honestly don't think so. I don't think it's all that important what he goes. I mean, you might just opt to go into something like... I mean, do you need 4-staff against this? Probably not. Like, a Lotus Orb wouldn't be horrible if you could afford to go into that. It provides you a little bit of protection against the Dragon Tail stun, gets the enchant off of you, but 4-staff seems pretty standard to me as well.
I honestly would not hate if Theolacor tries to kill this last Satyr at the camp near the outpost, because that could be a bit of an issue for the Timber. I mean, they've already used one of them. Could end up expiring. Top lane Cube getting a decent amount of damage into Yuma, but it's like he's going to be able to get back to safety thanks to the waveform, so he's chilling for the moment.
Man, how much of a night and day difference is this between the last series? 5 minutes, 0 kills, everyone's chill, farming, sitting back. And no cares. No cares in the world.
Who cares? It could get... All of a sudden, maybe it could get crazy pretty shortly. But at least, like, at the moment, we're going to have a pretty even slate heading into the early game. Top side. Cube. Oh, they got first blood. And Cube. Oh, I thought he wasn't going to die in the end. Yuma should be able to trade the life, but it will be first blood going over towards Ivy.
There we go. The Dota gods listened. They were like, all right, let's give this guy some kills. Llama's got a big stack built up for himself as well. Look at how, like, this lane does not exist. They have not been in the lane for the longest time. This is the new Dire bottom lane.
We'll be able to feed the Jingu stacks over to Zani. Actually, even continuing to chase. Missing some creeps under the tower, and if Divine Llama can somehow get away from this, he's going to have a gigantic wave soon to soak. Looks like he might be in some trouble over. Sento's going to try and hold him down. Zani's really hesitant. They're missing still another wave, man. It's a costly chase.
Yeah, you have to make a decision at some point. Ooh, they get the Theolacor Courier. Yeah, Orbic Corrosion feels kind of nice as, yeah, Divine Llama, he's going to look to try and keep those stacks up onto him. Vincento is chasing him down, though. Has to be careful. One more. Oh, even the Rocket Flare nearly sniped that kill. One more impetus, and he's in a little bit of hot water. But he's just going to back up entirely. By the time the creep wave makes its way to the tower, he'll be able to drag it back, probably next to the tier 2.
Yeah. Now we do see the mid matchup. Might be able to get the kill, actually. Cube with the wraparound. Yeah. Very nicely done. They've got a little bit of time left on the old dragon forms. We'll be able to get some damage into the tower. Bottom lane, though, they're also going to get a lot of damage into this tier 1. I don't know what the play is going to be for Divine Llama, because Sonic can kind of just zone out of FP range. They're going to be forced to even bring Theolacor in, but because of this tower might just go down. Even
there's
Addy as well.
There's an extent to which you could kite around, and I think maybe bringing 4 waves together was a little bit excessive.
Yeah. Oops. My bad, guys.
Yeah.
Look, I needed it.
Especially when you got Vincento with the Blightstone as well, right? Just a single right click and then so much more damage that quad creep wave was able to do, plus the siege creep into the tower. Might end up getting the kill on him, though.
We do see, though, with all that experience, he's found that third point in the chain. Might be able to get a decent amount of damage into Zani, but Divine Llama's going to look to back up, so has a wave. He wants to continue farming, so overall. First tower down bottom is not what you'd usually expect, especially when Ivy's going to be playing with the Dragon Knight. And Xantic might be in some trouble. Going to be able to pick up the regen and look to get that remnant away. Might be forced to pop the regen, though, to help defend this tower. Now they'll actually turn to Theolacor instead. Stuck inside the cogs. Cube's made some great rotations so far with the clockwork, and he's going to be rewarded. And now Stoikov might be in some trouble. The Nature's Prophet wants to get involved. He's going to be in. He's got that Sprout to hold Jakota back. You can try and cut through the trees. Is the poison going to be enough to tick him out? Looks like it will be the case. Stick still on cooldown, so another kill for Ivy to find. They're doing a great job to play around with this Dragon Knight.
They are indeed, and I mean, that's just the second tower that they're able to get by the 8.5-minute mark of the game. Probably not something that they were expecting at this stage. And, well, for the plus side for D2 Hustlers, Yuma's doing a good job on the top side. He's been relatively unopposed, but it's not like Addy's been getting nothing out of this lane either. He's been able to, you know, join into a few of these other fights and get some valuable kills.
And the action doesn't stop around the mid lane. Even Yuma's going to look to try and get involved as well as Cube. Once again, another good placement out of the cogs helps him get some separations. Going to look for the Roche deny, but Dakota sold on that Fable to be able to get rid of him. So, you know, level 5 on the Rubik's always going to be nice, closing in on that 10-minute mark to be able to find the tome. But overall, though, Ivy, they've been able to accumulate quite the net worth lead at this stage of the game.
I'd be looking to give the tome over to Theolacor, though. And speaking of him, he's actually going to walk right underneath the Sentry Ward. So you're going to wait until the last possible second to make the go in onto him, pop the dust as well.
Hustlers do still have some members nearby. Theolacor, regardless, will go down. They might be able to turn to Kikoda next as well. Cube has got the movement speed to work with, but again, the Sprout's going to be on the mark for Addy. They just need the train to get in front, and it's just going to be a little bit too late.
Keeps going in real deep, though. He's got plenty of items to be able to do it, creating a lot of space.
Stoikov's got Blink.
I see. That is an early Blink.
They have a smoke? They do. All right, let's see. Yuma's probably the ideal target for them to catch him off guard with that instant stun. They might not have the damage for it without the Wrath of Nature. We'll see how they look to try and take this. Yuma not playing with the greatest health pool at the moment. He's going to have to be cautious. Vision, of course, of the Dragon Knight.
It's so close, but he's going a little bit too far forward now, yep. They're going to be happy enough just to push, I feel. Of course. The Morphling kill would have been amazing. The only one that's having a game that they could be satisfied with at this stage on D2 Hustlers, but Divine Llama, he's getting into some of those items that's going to enable it a little bit further for him. He's got the Soul Ring finished up, he's starting to build up into the Sange. And really, he wants to try and open up this map alongside the Siege Grid.
We do see with this level advantage. No, Shoko.
No, I was about to say, I think they gave the tome over to the Bounty Hunter as well. He's almost level 6.
Top lane Yakuda. He stole the trees and is chasing down Addy. Should be able to get the kill into that Nature's Prophet. Mid lane, oh sorry, bottom lane now, Divine Llama. Oh, very, very low to the comp of Coop and Zani, but wasn't enough to get the kill. And now the creep should be able to bring the tower down as well. So, some nice sequence of events for Dire.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Iloa being very cheeky here, but by doing that, he actually cancels his own salve that he had onto him, and are able to get the turnaround kills. So, at least in my cosmetics, I've still got the tower that are hands, and he waved the finger right at Divine Llama as he went down there. What's your favorite tower?
You got that one?
The hands, the finger?
Dragon-looking one. I can't call it like that one.
Well, track's up online, so you're going to be able to make a lot more plays around this Ember Spirit. And, you know, oftentimes you say, look, you need to make a choice, right? You need to choose between farming and fighting. Bounty Hunter means that you don't actually have to make that choice. You can farm and fight at the same time, especially if it's around a creep wave, and you're able to just push that one in naturally as well. Obviously, one of the best targets at this stage would be Addy on the Nature's Prophet. Very few defensive tools available to himself, and they've got plenty of ways to be able to cancel out that teleportation back to base. You will see the track onto him, though, so Cube making sure not to back off too far. actually found the bounty instead.
We should have nature. Another dev for Theolacor is having a bit of a difficult time to enter this first game. See what they're able to do to set him up, but I mean, before that, it's going to be Ivy that's looking to continue to put the pressure onto this. They've got another round of the Elder Dragon form. Of course, Dire can look to for a moment with Glyph. Meanwhile, mid lane is also getting a decent amount of damage as this nature just called to respond to it. Meanwhile, though, the fight can.
That's a way to respond.
Dakota. That is a way. Get rid of it instead. Cube though is going to run into Divide Llama. Oh, not map Yuma though this time. Kind of gives him as well. It's like well deserved. Yuma, I remember this small thing is top of the net 0 and 2, and of course he is granted a march of very third.
A little surprised he was able to get that solo kill onto the Enchantress. I mean, she's decently tanky. I suppose she just walked a little bit too far up. They've got decent vision around that high ground as well, which you could most of the time afford to have your Enchantress break, but probably needs at least level 10 to feel a lot more confident with doing that.
Let's see if there's going to be a response to the mid lane tower starting to fall, and Ivy won't be able to gear up a defense, so D2 Hustlers, it was looking like a bit of a... Oh, actually, top lane, cute. Be able to get the hook shot onto Kota. Not the most valuable pickup, but at least Zani's going to be able to get some bonus gold given over to the Monkey King. But yeah, we saw a very slight net worth lead for the boys on Radiant, but D2 Hustlers have done a pretty good job to kind of, you know, slow down the lead that was starting to grow for Ivy.
I wonder with this Bounty Hunter as well, with his item build, he's going into the Arcane Boots next, which I don't hate. You know, just more time that you're able to spend out on the map. But could he be going into the Greaves? Could he be the substitute for the Timbersaw, who looks to be going a much more aggressive style on Divine Llama? Just the 2 points and the reactive armor, getting him through that laning stage, but he wants to be a damage dealer, and I like this strat a lot.
Well, we've seen this would have a lot of recent success, though. Is there any way that maybe Ivy to itemize to help address the timber that might be an issue shortly?
I think it could potentially be an issue. The thing that has a much more of an issue, though, is this Nature's Prophet. He's just picked up the Aghanim Scepter for himself. Not quite yet level 10, so he's not going to have the talent for it, but, well, let's see if he's able to respond together with this push onto the top side. Stoikov, even with that super early blink, we haven't seen him get too much value from it, and he's holding on to a lot of gold as well, so yet to see what he's actually going to spend it on. He's had the BKB queued up for quite some time, and they actually just blow up on the clockwork there. They're actually tempting for more as well. Divine Llama, even just with that Sange, feels so much more confident. It's going to be even more so once he gets the 400 gold needed for the Kaya. So they're stalling out fairly well here on D2 Hustlers for this next little bit. They were feeling a little bit pressured behind the 8-ball, let's say. Tier 1 tower, excuse me, mid and bottom going down at the 9-minute mark, but they've held on to most of them since then. Stoikov.
This would be a big kill if they're able to find a top, and they should be able to with Divine Llama here for the damage. Stoikov's going to go down. First death of the game here for the Dragon Knight. It's going to slow down that BKB timing. Now Divine Llama.
He wants more.
And he should be able to find it as well. There's not much Vicento can do. Maybe Zani. Cute though can prove to be a deterrent. Cog's going to hold him into place. Zani's been able to stack up the Jingu, and as a result of this, Divine Llama's in some trouble. Stolen Dragon Tail from Yakota, and Divine Llama blows him up, and now Vicento as well. They're looking to chase down for another track kill. Theolacor, he's got the drums to work with. Divine Llama doesn't have too much mana though, but maybe a chakram from afar. The nice sidestep's going to be able to keep him alive, but importantly, a lot of kills and a lot of track kills as well for D2 Hustlers. So all of a sudden, they're up to a 3,000 net worth lead.
Yep. Like I was saying, you got to choose between fighting and farming. Well, that's basically only the case for Yuma. He is going to have the rest of the boys making the space for him to be able to just sit back, farm, play this super passive style as Well, they actually have found a bit of a pick-off in this mid lane with Hakoda. Looks like they should be able to confirm this kill without he making a TP in. Oh, and another kill onto Theolico. All right. Wonder if this leads Zani into going a point in the Wukongs, because it feels like that would have almost certainly secured a kill onto the Timbersaw with the combination with the Clockwork Cogs.
Speaking of the Timber, actually might be in some trouble at the moment. Playing super aggressive on Divide Llama. Very, very impressed so far with how much action we're seeing out of him across the map. Like you're seeing, going for this build, dealing crap load of damage. And of course, the Bleeding Dagger as well, so that's going to further enable his positions. Either. It's a great spot for them to fight. They've got a ward towards the backline where Ivy are currently set up, so...
Yeah, they're going for the pincer.
Just gonna be let down, so the scout don't feel a call. On the high ground, Yuma gets a cut down. Oh, beautifully done. And that Cube as well, he's gonna be blown up. No regards for his own life, and Vincent will be chased down as well for D2 Hustlers. Continuing to find more track kills.
And they're even just going to have that Blink Dagger finished up off the back of that. There's the value of the track, of course, right? You just build up your net worth so much faster. It enables this really aggressive style. And it's always been a good Timbersaw game. Like, that has not changed by any stretch. The fact that they were able to get out of the laning stage off the back of just a single death for Divine Llama. He's even taking away a stack from Team Ivy. Might be picking up a few of these neutral items as well. You've got to make sure you get... it's just a dagger or restore. It's not that great. But every little bit counts. And like Ares was saying, with that Blink Dagger, it just allows him to find those key targets super quickly. Get onto the tree that the Monkey King jumps into, instantly use the Whirling Death. Get onto the Nature's Prophet while he's still without this BKB. And it's been quite some time that he is without that. They've actually even scouted him out. Addy with the track onto him from Theolico. And is he going into a drums of his own on the Bounty Hunter? It seems like he is. So the one pop previously was on Vincento. It's going to be Theolico this time around, just enabling a bit more of that group up and push style that they've been so successful in the past 10 minutes.
Hang on, did he sell it? He sold it.
No, it was the Ench that popped it on that retreat.
No way. Was it?
Yep. You just move faster when you track someone, so that's why he was able to like still catch.
What? I clicked on him. He had arms. God. Okay. It's another really good ward smoking underneath it. So I have full confirmation of what's about to occur. What's the call going to be? They're going to look to try and back up.
They even did the right thing as well, dropping Sentry Ward high ground, dropping Sentry Ward in the lane, but...
Hook shots there. They still got the Aghanim Shard though for the Morphling, so with this early pickup, he's going to be protected, and now he's going to turn it back around off the back of the double damage rune. You won't be able to have any more follow-up though. Pretty good pogs, so they'll be alright.
We've seen that Elder Dragon form popped as well. No Lotus Orb picked up just yet. So unless he wants to pop the BKB, he's fully going to be under the cover of the track. A little odd, to be honest, that Theolico still went off into that lane, but I suppose if they're spending the ads...
Might be in some trouble. Protected with the BKB for the moment. Divine Llama's going to jump in and look at the damage. Orcheries surrounding them. Stoikov as well, moving over the right side, but it's not enough. They need a way to stop the Timber, and they won't find it. Simultaneously, even the down as well as this net worth lead starting to get to a concerning stage.
It is, and you know, once again, this is the way that D2 Hustlers play. Like, this is their 101 pick around the Timbersaw, because you can play it amazingly on Divine Llama, ads can play it very well as well, and they protected it with the main bans that were going to get them through the laning stage, and just with how they were able to manipulate the lanes too. I have to wonder how much this Bounty Hunter was there with just like, we need a fast position 4 to be able to, you know, pull these waves and not be under too much stress. Yuma, is he got the Ags? Yeah, he does have Ags on Yuma at the moment, so some nice quick early items. I love the fact that he wasn't selfish and went into the Aghanim Shard super early on. Prevented him from dying, 4-0 and 6. And unless you're going to get a really cool hookshot play here from Cube, it's going to be completely uncontested. They even see him as well because of that ward.
Cube. Run, my friend.
Poor guy.
No. Yeah, not much run him. Not much run him.
So you're playing against 2 tree people, a person that doesn't want to be hit by magic damage in the Enchantress, and 2 strength heroes. Like, I have not seen too many better Timbersaw games than this one. He's even working towards his own axe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very close to it. Very, very close to it here for Divide. Got a Shiva's now queued up afterwards as well. They're going to try and look to smoke on D2 Hustlers.
Seems like they're trying to just slowly keep this lane pushed in with rocket flares, bring attention away from themselves in any way possible, just make them play a lot more defensively. You've got Vincento walking around here, and he's looking to try and get a bit of escape happening, but I don't think it's going to. Beyond godlike now on Divine Llama after that initial death. 10 kills in a row. He's not. That's not enough. He wants more.
Be able to find it. Cute. Trying to get some distance away. Hookshot might.
That just reveals Stoikov's position.
Of course he's there. BKB defensive. Not what you're hoping for.
They're able to get a little bit of a push happening into this bottom side off of the back of the creep that Enchantress died for and the Satyr Tormentor. He's brought it a little bit too close to the tower though, so it's getting chunked down a lot. But, I mean, maybe it brings someone back. Maybe the Nature's Prophet just keeps summoning the trees, keeps hitting it into that tier 2 tower, but he's going to need to be a little bit careful here. Should see where Addy is, and he doesn't have a BKB still, so he should really die.
Addy? Trying to do what he can to stall this game out, man, but it's continuing to look rough with the trajectory of this game.
I mean, the thing for me is, like, who is going to win this game for you is the question that I'm going to keep going back to. Maybe it's Stoikov, honestly, just on this Dragon Knight. Yeah, he doesn't have the most net worth, but he's building into that Aghanim Scepter. He's able to potentially withstand a lot of that damage that Timbersaw is able to outlay once he picks that one up, just because of the some of the resistance that it provides. But I think they got to start prioritizing these BKBs ASAP. Like, Monkey King got one. It's 9 seconds, but he hasn't really used it. Use it into the Timber.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stoikov top, they are scouting. Okay, just going to be able to jump away. Never mind. Pretty good reactions out of the Dragon Knight. Should be okay.
Still losing your map, though. Bot lane might be in a decent place for Ivy, but top isn't. Mid still pushed in as well. Can't afford to pop the glyph either for any more defensive potential. You got to save it for that high ground push, because it really does feel like that's maybe where they can look to turn this one around. It'd be off the back of Cube. Just a great hook shot into the cogs, isolate the fight, and maybe you can actually outnumber them for a change.
Stoikov. Oh, they're going to be able to blow him up, but even before the BKB, they're just doing so much damage. What's the response?
Yep, the vision placed down there by Hakoda, revealing everything. Lift into morph, into stun, into see you later, bye.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, we've got Yuma solo hitting this, but that's just because he's got an Aegis for the next minute. He's almost got enough of the Satanic as well. And Divine Llama, he has no cares in the world. He's just going to go in, pick up those free targets wherever he can, get the flamethrower into the buildings as well, as it really feels like D2 Hustlers have this one sewn up. They're going to clear out one wave. Probably don't feel like they need to stick around for more than that. Play on the safer side, get back, continue to grow that net worth lead for themselves, and yeah, now with that Satanic, Yuma is just going to be full HP, ready to fight in with the rest of the boys.
What an interesting game, though. Like, everything went fine to start, lanes were great, then all of a sudden it's just bounty hunter things.
It's Timbersaw things, not bounty hunter things.
That's true. Sorry, that is very true, but it's like the Timbersaw things are.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
You can just go for kills over and over again, and you've got probably the best hero to do that against Ivy's lineup. They still haven't de-watered this high ground. Eventually they're going to go for it, but yeah, the Centaur, yep, just gets blown up. You know what that means?
Not the last bit, no.
You're dead.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
is under
oh that's no good. That's not what you're hoping for.
They've nearly been able to claim a tier 1, but never mind the deny. It's still something. Now, if they can somehow get up onto the enemy side of the map, take away the outpost around the Roche Pit, the issue is, though, D2 Hustlers don't necessarily need to be playing up there. They can look to take away this bottom tier 2 tower, the last outer bastion for them to be able to play with. Ivy putting a lot more pressure onto just keeping any sort of farming areas for themselves, and doesn't really feel like there's too much that's going to save them in this next little bit. Timber once again goes for that deep dive, finds the clockwork. So we're predicting a Timber ban in the next game?
Maybe. Even an Ember potentially dead though as well. It's Antic. Nice use of the slide. It's going to be able to dodge some of the projectiles. Meanwhile, even off the screen, Dwight Love is hooking kill after kill, forcing out BKB out on the EU. It's really called has to use defensively.
Oh, did you see that Manta?
It doesn't look like it's gonna matter. You must get outside, bring his attention over the DA, back to out. They go. The TP shot short. This feels like it's getting to all the territory of D2 Hustlers. An incredible showing for them in their debut.
I need to see a replay of that. Did you see that Manta style from the Morphling?
No,
I don't want to even comment on it. We need to just see it again for it to be revealed in its full... maybe it was luck, but I'm going to say it was skill. You know, Yuma just able to dodge out a really vital skill in that last engagement. Like, look at him. He's buying mangoes as well, just because he doesn't want to go back to base. He wants to keep the pressure on.
That's great top bar. They really doing keeps up Niggins trying to drag the wave, but it's not going to be able to work out for him.
Doesn't seem like we'll get a replay. That's all right. He Manta dodged hook shot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty amazing.
No way. Really?
That's what you do. 360 no scope on him as well with the flamethrower.
Oh no! Oh come on now, Divide Llama's even dropping some. I mean, that's a pretty cool. I don't even know what that is. A little emoji thingy. I've never seen that one before.
Timbersaw slicing the leaf.
Yeah.
I mean, against the Enchantress, it feels worth it. Against the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, dude, they're dead already, man. You're even using that your own dead voice line, and now you're even adding that as well. Salt to the wounds.
They knew. They knew that this was coming. They made the voice line specifically for this series. Seeing if they could scout out the Monkey King inside the trees, but I mean, he's holding on to 4k gold. Sunny needs to make something happen in this next little bit. Sure, it's important to save for buyback, but you got to do some damage, and it's going to be on the back of a Desolator. Not farming. They need to try and blow someone up. Me though.
Someone is going to be. As long as he's been trying to clear away all the trees that Zani can play with, and it'll just be the mere barracks that does get claimed. And you've got root up in the next 40 seconds. It looks like DJ Haas is going to try and play this one a little bit safe and wait for that one before he's out this game. Quite long. It's the fight that will happen. We'll see him alone at the moment. They're on top of the world cooked man, but he can some distance away now. It's given enough time for the boys to react. A beautiful boundless check onto from you to replicate a monkey. And that what a demolishing game from D2 Hustlers.
I might have seen wrong, but Hakoda might have just planted a tree in the middle of that lane so that he was able to get away as well on Devi Lama just at the very end of that game. Probably didn't need it at the end of the day, but all smiles from him. We talked about Seb being married. Devi Lama, he's got the marriage buff as well just 2 weeks ago. So big wins for them with this new squad too. Feels good, man.
So that's what it. I need to get married. Okay.
Yeah.
I will. I'll try and find a missus out there for me. I need the buff. Maybe I'll get
I'll
better
play
at
matchmaker
Dota.
for you. It's all right.
Do I want that?
I know what you
know.
like. I know what you like more than you know. So we'll leave it at that.
What the hell? I don't even know what the hell. What's that even mean? I have no idea. You got me right. You're the best wingman, Danog is. But wow, what?
This was the Devi Lama show.
Yeah, it was the Devi Lama show indeed. We had a little bit of shenanigans in the lane, like getting all 4 waves and then going to take a T1 power very early on.
7.5 minutes. Yeah. Against a Timbersaw. Probably not what you expect to have happen, but, 4 creep waves probably isn't what you expect to have happen either. Look at that. Everyone just explodes.
A scary shutting down, like you said, the Timber has to be bumped up in priority in regards to being banned out. The ban again from 2 hustlers call like a crazy performance. It's just what you needed of him. He fulfilled his role, right?
Yeah, he enabled Devi as well. Just have a look at Adz's item build. He's got a Boots of Travel, right? So Ember Spirit was just moving around, taking people off the map, removing a lot of information that you normally tend to play with when you're playing as a Clockwork and an Enchantress, just through Rocket Flare and existing. But it just meant that, he wasn't sacrificing his game by making these rotations to get the kills. You always had that track bounty gold to be able to, act as a bit of a band-aid to the farm that you were potentially missing out on. And, well, that went all the more farm for Yuma, all the more farm for Devi Lama. But by the end of that game, I don't really recall him farming creeps at all. He was farming heroes from what felt like about the 15-minute mark onwards.
Yep. I mean, a incredible showing there for D2 Hustlers. And game 1, you're like, all right, let's just go for our comfort. We mentioned at the start that's 3 heroes they are grand master on. So like, sure, why not? Just go down the comfort route. And it's obviously something that they practiced a lot as well. And it's what works for them. So a great showing for them in game 1, hoping for a little bit more of a competitive second game for Ivy. But we'll see what they have in store for us. We'll see if they can wipe this slate clean and come back with a stronger draft. But all our questions soon to be answered after the break.
Don't play here. Look at Wrench, look at Wrench. Help him. I'm running. You're fine.
For now, I'm fine.
Monkey doesn't do damage. Monkey doesn't do damage. Look at here. Monkey. He's dead.
Cancel! No big no big
Right there.
Nice. Have to make the ending interesting. My bad.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe Division 2. A very, very convincing Game 1 performance from D2 Hustlers. They are one game away now from trying to secure their first series victory. Danog, we got to get something different coming out from them, because it was quite the masterclass performance. Divide Llama and the crew as well. So, what do we need to see? Is it drafting, playstyle? What do we want to see the kind of swapped up a little bit here for Ivy?
All starts with the drafting for me. Like, you should know what they're going to bring at you. They either pick Timber or like Ember on the last pick of the first phase, if they've got first pick. And they picked the Timber, that's fine, but I feel like they didn't necessarily address enough. They themselves banned out the OD against a Timbersaw and a Morphling, which I think is pretty great against both of them, right? Maybe they were feeling that they were lacking tempo and some other things, but they just couldn't kill him once he got that Kai Assange. He was unkillable.
It's there you go. Yeah, we got the draft up on screen, and as a result, it's going to be a first phase ban in the Timber.
10 seconds remaining.
Worth it. Very well worth it. It is Div 2 Hustlers with second pick this time around, so I'm still expecting to see them go for the... this time around, I would be a little bit surprised if they don't go for the hero for Yuma with the very last pick. It's really a trend that they've gone for time after time after time over the past month or so that they've been playing in third-party tournaments, so we'll see if they can continue this time. The Timber just takes away some of that flex as well. You don't need to worry about a potential Timbersaw mid, you know? Still, though, they're going to take away... It's a bit of a block pick, this Rubik. Again, it's something that both Hakoda and Theolacor like to play, so just take it away from him. Why not?
Who can say no to playing the Rubik as well? Like, a hero's pretty strong right now.
It's more of a Coop hero than Vincento hero, so we'll see what they look to follow this one up with. Addy as well, I'm interested to see what they pick up for him, because he is much more of, the pushing style of the off lane, with a couple of exceptions. He's Tide Hunter is probably his number 1 picked, and he's also got that DK, so not really like a summons sort of hero, but, where like in Beastmaster, they're number 2 and 3, and again, D2 Hustlers, they like playing the Night Stalker. So I think if they were to go down that route, they run the risk of potentially just having Night Stalker tear their strategy apart.
This is kind of interesting, though, for D2 Hustlers. Like, yes, Adentic is incredibly comfortable on the Ember, level 30 Ember, but a 6th Ember where Ivy going to have plenty of time to respond to it.
If there's not like a massive counter to it in this next pick, I would Death Prophet on Ivy. I think it gives them flexibility. I think it gives them a good lane matchup against the Ember Spirit. It gives them push. It gives them survivability. It's been banned pretty frequently over these past couple of series. I think it'd be a really nice pick for them. Wouldn't hate it if the Hustlers picked it up as well. I think they've actually played it on the 5 once, but they go something else that has a bit of flex in the Mirana for themselves. Put over Theolacor and Hakoda's roles. More Theolacor, though. He's a great Mirana player.
Yeah, that is. Very, very comfortable. Mirana, of course, it's a pretty good pairing as well with the Ember Spirit. Might see a couple more levels picked up in the chains to just try and help set up for the arrow regardless. So even one level often is enough. That little bit of control. So like this early on, of course, Mirana still a very, very strong support overall as well, and what it's able to provide in the game.
Does mean that pre-BKBs, you're going to be a little vulnerable, right? They go at DK instead. I don't hate it. Again, it's a really good lane matchup into the Ember Spirit, so why not? Gives them push, gives them all that we were talking about, but I just feel that the team fight presence is a little bit less. The value of this silence would have been really big for them if they're able to get that onto the Ember and the Mirana. They just don't really have that same level of escape potential.
5 seconds remaining.
Wonder if Divide Llama, just having a look at his more common heroes outside of the Lycan, he's not really, your Guardian Greaves builder type. So I wonder if that's going to be Theolacor, if he's the one playing this Mirana, if once again he looks to go down that route. You know, he kind of did that on the Bounty Hunter last game, going a bit more of this full-on utility style with bearing, force staff, you know, aura style. But I think he could certainly look to get away with the Guardian Greaves on a position for Mirana. Feels nice to me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's kind of the power with the Mirana, right? Like, you're also another support that has got a pretty versatile item build. We can see a lot of things picked up from her.
Mm-hmm.
Also very dependent on the situation of the game and the heroes you have, but always a nice thing. I know that's what we mentioned kind of earlier in the day when we had the Monkey King support played. I think that was the first series now. They're all starting to blend together, but so it's always nice when you've got some of these heroes that are able to play a different role that is required. We are continuing to get through the second phase of bans. D2 Hustlers are even going to put some respect on Ivy's Morphling themselves, so just taking that one out of the pool. We're going to get no Beastmaster as well, nor Magnus, which is a hero that I'm kind of surprised we don't see often. It's definitely a staple. I know Eastern Europe like it a lot more. Team Spirit, of course, in particular. Yeah, we don't really get too much Magnuses, which... What are your thoughts on overall about this hero? Did you feel it's a little bit underrated or kind of deserves the position it's in?
I don't think you can pick it on its own. I think it needs to have a really solid reason to do it in the lane, you know, whether it's like toss back into skewer, or, you know, we've seen a couple of people play at position 4 with like spear into skewer, any kind of reposition. Basically it just adds on top of that. And I feel like in terms of the reposition heroes, Magnus is probably behind a lot of them these days since they changed Horn Toss to not stun, with the exception of like Venge is probably worse. That's it, just because you're basically killing yourself each time you use your ultimate.
Poor Venge.
Poor Venge.
Poor Venge. What a hero.
She needs, I mean, when you've got Pango, who he can hit a shield crash onto 3 people and have 60% damage reduction, that's when you feel comfortable going in. Not Venge with the, whatever it is, like 30%, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 30 as well.
Level 1's 30. Level 3's 50, but, I mean, it's a bit late.
Yeah. Late towards... Now the stage, we got Abaddon even banned out as well for D2 Hustlers. So pretty much second phase is solely put onto the cause from either side, expecting another support though for the Hustlers, and that's going to be the case. This time it's going to be them playing the Clockwork, so Clock Mirana is going to be always nice. You got that way to find the jump, can maybe even open up your carry pool a little bit, potentially play the Clock as a 5 to have a ranged carry for Yuma.
It's all right. I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
You can't go wrong with it, right? Like, it's...
Yeah, but like, what range carry do you want into this? Like, the Drow hasn't been banned, so you could potentially look to pick that one up with the last pick of this phase, but you got to remember Dragon Knight, he's not really susceptible to the marksmanship. It's you get green armor from the Dragon Blood, not whatever color it is, white armor or, you know, base armor. He's going to be able to shrug off a lot of that damage.
Damn, Hukota's got a standing desk. I wonder if he plays like that as well. I'd like casting with a standing desk. Playing Dota with one, though, is...
How about those plushies, though? Little polar bear with a scarf on it.
Yeah,
it's no body pillow, though. Remember the body pillow. The REM body pillow.
You can kind of cuddle the polar bear. It's not, I know it's not a body pillow, but similar.
Anything's
right?
possible if you try hard enough. All right, well, they're actually picking this Silencer into the Ember, which again, once the BKB's up, is really good for the Ember. You can just quickly look to wipe him out. But before that stage, the Arcane Curse feels really nice against Ember. That just wants to be, you know, zip zapping around, even against the Mirana. Kind of nice, right? Just with the leap, you can only get 1 off, so you end up being able to catch people a whole lot easier. The thing is, their catch right now doesn't feel that great on Ivy. It's really only once you get the Blink Dagger on the DK that you're going to be feeling all that confident. But, well, at least he's set up to have a pretty decent lane for this DK, so maybe that'll come pretty shortly. But we saw that he wasn't really able to get too much out of the... what was it? It was the 10-minute Blink Dagger, right? On the DK, but just nothing came of it.
yeah, they got some towers, but yeah, no real kills after that. But I guess there's your range carry for D2 Hustlers. So Yumi's hero is going to be picked up here with the Shadow Fiend. How do we like this overall versus the Doom? Is there any concerns about him just popping out the ultimate onto the SF, or is it okay like late game if you got items and all you need is just to be right clicking?
Depends on the catch, again, for me. Like,
okay,
you ult the Doom, then Clock and Mirana can force staff you away, and then you're probably just fine. Like, if one of them's been able to pick up drums, for example, then you're even better. You're just going to be able to run away. They don't really have a great way to be able to chase you down. Cogs as well helps out in that regard. So I think the Doom, the Shadow Fiend is fine, and it also discourages, like, these slow engagement attempts that Ivy have. You just use the Requiem, right? And then they're forced to run away.
10 seconds
Clock's
remaining.
good body as well for the lane. So what are Div 2 Hustlers going to do for their position 3 is really what I want to know. Is it Ricky? Could they do Ricky here? I wouldn't hate it with a Mirana, right?
Yeah.
He goes like Meteor Hammer, Treads, Diffusal, Shard is the order that Devi Lama likes to play as off-lane Ricky.
Okay. Be a big nuisance for the Silence and the Rubik.
Mm-hmm.
My only concern is just their pushing potential. Of course, Shadow Fiend will be able to help out with that once he's able to find items, but kind of just unlocking the map early. That's true. Sorry. Yeah. So never mind. You solve that with your own itemization. So,
no Timber,
nice.
no Lycan, Mars doesn't feel great this game. DK's already been picked up. Those are Devi Lama's favored heroes. I really don't hate the Ricky, man. We'll see what Ivy are going to look to go for. It's most likely... you don't feel great about running this Doom in the off lane. Like, you're probably not going to be able to stop this Shadow Fiend from farming. And you don't know what you're laning up into. They just need more catch. I really like the Faceless Void Ban, especially by D2 Hustlers. It's something that's able to stay well at range. Yeah, you just got to try and stand back and, you know, take away the armor from the Shadow Fiend. They've got decent ways to be able to close in onto you, I suppose.
Yep.
I don't hate it.
Ember.
You've got people put in front of you is the big advantage for mine.
Does this still seem like a pretty decent Ricky into the Drow, or are
I'll
we
be
looking
honest,
at something
I haven't
else?
seen too many Drow v Ricky lane matchups, so I can't tell you. But for the actual game itself, of course, anything that just enables you to get on top of the Drow Ranger, you know, use the Meteor Hammer inside of the Tricks of the Trade, for example, disable that marksmanship, constantly chase her out. If the lane is good, again, I don't know if it is or not, then by all means, go for it. If not, what else could they look to go? Not really an Underlord game, I don't think, but it wouldn't be horrible. Pug? Okay. They are very physical damage based outside of the Scorched Earth and the supports, which we don't really care about them.
All right, it's going to be a
mid Pugner.
Offer.
Mm-hmm. You do want to avoid that DK lane. No faith in the little green skeleton man?
So, I don't know if there's faith in the offlane Ember.
I mean, maybe he goes a different build, right? If you're able to get some kills early on with the chains into the arrow, people could die. Really depends on how far forward Vincento looks to put himself. If, you know, you put yourself in harm's way, Mirana, probably one of the more dangerous just harassers. Could be a Blightstone game here coming through from the Mirana, or even Ember if he still wants to go that Orb of Corrosion style. And then, you know, Sleight of Fist is still going to do a lot in that lane. So we'll see. I'm interested to see what sort of item build he's looking to go for on this off-lane Ember Spirit. Not something that we see all too often. We've seen off-lane Void Spirits. We've seen off-lane Storm Spirits. We've seen position 4 Ember Spirits. Can't remember the last time I saw a position 3 Ember, though.
Probably, at least the one that comes to mind is SMG with Raging Potato when he was still on the lineup when they were running like Coddle 4 and Ember 3.
Yeah.
So that was
your memory's better than mine.
That would have been last year's DPC. I don't believe we've seen too much so far with the Ember 3, but it's going to be very interesting. Again, it's another hero for Atlantic that is incredibly comfortable, and it's a Grandmaster Pugner. So he knows the hero, he knows its matchups. It's going to be pretty nice, like as a medic, to respond to the Doom, whoever gets doomed. But if you get doomed yourself, it's a little unfortunate. Of course, you need to be spellcasting. Maybe that's where the supports are able to come into play to help reposition. But he's called for the last pick, Pugner, and it's going to be exciting to see if he's able to pull it out of the hat, because with the 24th pick, there's a little bit of pressure on your shoulders here. You make the call, teams, they believe in you, but let's see if the gameplay can prove him right as well.
Let's see when this smoke actually ends up breaking. Maybe out of the vision, importantly, so they've been able to do this little bit of a conga line into the backside, even placing a super deep observer ward as Theolacor is going to look to snipe some couriers on the way towards the Drow Ranger. So, I mean, that's a nice way to be able to win the lane, right? Win the regen battle and then stop any additional regen from coming through. They know there's no ward on the high ground because of Hakoda's movement there. And I believe, yep, they just now spot out the fact that they came from that high ground. So will they see if this is warded? No real way to tell super reliably. Maybe just a quick look at the inventory as well will tell them that there's no observer wards on anyone, even the ones that are out of vision right now. Ooh. Was tempted to throw a Shadow Raise into the Rubik there, to slow him down for Hakoda to get some more damage in, but he did plenty, bringing the Rubik down to half already.
Oh, could you be a doll and do some research for me?
What's up?
Intrigued how much Divine Llama's been playing this Ember. As actually bottom lane, Addy's in a lot of trouble at the moment here for the Doom. Yuma's gonna find that last razor required. He's got some sticks, so he'll make him work for it. So another one will be forced out. That's all the mana pool of Yuma gone, but luckily enough, he's got 2 mangoes and now plenty of gold to be able to fly out some more as well. I'm intrigued on
how much he's playing it.
Yeah, and he's got Meteor queued up, so I wonder if he's even been playing it a decent amount at the moment with, I mean, Chains would be a great way to set up for the Meteor.
You know what? For you, I'll do it.
Wow. Wow, that's
right. You better appreciate
so kind of you. So kind of you. So we've seen a lot of heroes try and be picked up now with the Meteor. Just whatever you can to have that stun to set up for it with the changes. So, maybe it's something that we need to pay a little bit more attention to. We'll see how it's able to work out. Divine Llama is starting off with a Bassi though. So there we go. They even want you to even help out with the research.
All right, so what was the specific question you had? All right, hold on. Yeah, I'll have a look at some of the stuff that he's been doing. So it's still a Meteor Hammer on the Ember Spirit. So I guess the fact that you could channel the Meteor Hammer inside of the Slight is one benefit of going this sort of style. He goes Orb of Corrosion, Phase Boost, Yule Scepter, Pipe. So, Divine Llama, he's just got his own style.
Okay.
Anyone miss me?
I missed you, Pug.
See, I wonder how... Yeah, how long's it been now since the Ag Shard Pugner with the... What was it? Damage reduction, right?
Oh, pick it.
Netherward? I don't...
The Netherward
been a
just
while
had it.
now.
The Netherward had it just on its own. Yeah, it's been a while. Probably... They had it at TI, right? Or was it not there at TI? I forget.
The recent TI? Maybe it was there, but I... Definitely not when we were seeing, like, Pugner first phase.
No. That was just full-on lane domination and obnoxiousness. That's not what we want to see. We like our little green man.
You like a little green man. Very interesting matchup between the two mid laners, though. See, Xantic has the capability to use the Decrep to help secure his range troops, and usually the DK has the potential to do it himself with the Dragon Tail, but of course he's into the rain matchup. Not going to go for a point in the Dragon Tail early on, so he's got the Breed Fire to be able to kind of help out in that regard.
I heard a landed arrow on this top side. Yeah. Like we were saying before, Theolacor, he is very, very talented on this Mirana. He knows his plan from the very beginning. Doesn't have any points in the lead just yet. Divine Llama is playing with fire here, and yeah, you cannot afford to just walk up into a silencer like that expecting to be able to do some damage. Of course, you're going to be taking the damage from the arcane, sorry, from the last word before you're even able to land that slight.
Probably just wanted a reset, right? I imagine, like they've already got first blood.
Sure.
Meanwhile, our other side lane, looking, of course, with that first blood from Yuma is definitely going to be off to a good start. Already level 3, Bassi, so plenty of regen for him to work with. It's not an easy time for them to even look to pull. They even got the stack at the small camp, so Yakota should be able to deny this full wave away.
It's almost impossible. Oh, he's got to be careful not going too close to that high ground, as, yep. You would have potentially just looked to lift him up onto the cliff, and no one wants to be cliffed easy.
All right, another one. Top lane again. Already level 3 for Divine Llama. Put a second point up in the slight. And it's going to be the awkward thing with this top lane. Like, how are you going to be able to position double ranged here as a silencer? Doesn't really want to take the arrow for the drow. Yes, I guess at least your core is not dying, but still giving away potential lot of kills.
Yeah, and with having no hero to really be the front line, it means that they're able to get a lot of these pulls off without any contest. Completely denied away. Lots of valuable experience. They might be able to get a pull off through into the top lane though, but they're not choosing to do so. Maybe just trying to build up a stack. The small camp might get it. No, they're just...
Bottom lane? Yeah, Addy's still fighting. He's going to be cautious over the Scorched Earth. Oh, he turned around for trying to find that last raise, but Addy's able to burn him down. That is a much-needed kill for the Doom.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, you cannot let this Shadow Fiend get too far ahead. He really does have that capability to snowball. As Divine Llama, he is catching the brunt of a lot of this harass coming through, but he knows the cooldown of the last word Arcane Curse combination. Every 20 seconds, he's going to be able to just sit back and continue to farm, especially considering he has that Ring of Health, so doesn't need to spend too much more on resources. Again, this is like the third or fourth time I think that I've seen Ivy miss out on a creep pull, so they're not able to fix the position of this lane. Divine Llama in this unorthodox offlane Ember Spirit is still able to get the farm.
Now has that extra point in the chains as well, so extra half second to be able to help set up for the arrow. We're going to see that come into play. Vincento staying alive longer than I expected. Looks like he's going to be able to reset and pop the salve. Meanwhile, bottom lane as well. Once again, Yuma's getting chased down. Great cogs from Yakota, though. Helps get some separation, so Yuma will be okay. He's lacking the resources, and Yakota, I think, just got Tango's delivered, so we'll give some over to Yuma.
He did. I mean, the fact that it just turned to nighttime is what made them not get the kill onto the silencer, but that's alright. Just get him to use all of his regen. He's down to just a single Iron Branch with no money for boots, so he's going to need to spend it on more regen and then just have no gain.
And again, bottom, the...
Yuma, once again.
Then Addy's making...
up the stick.
It's Frost attack for the Doom is getting a lot of value out of it at getting onto the Shadow Fiend and then staying on top of him once he's able to find that first right click.
Doom's way too fast. That's the biggest issue, right? Like, even just with a couple of points in the Scorched Earth, you're able to chase down almost anyone, even just with the regular boots. And, you know, they didn't block up that small camp because obviously Hakoda had been doing a bunch of good little sneaky pulls there. As, speaking of him, he's actually looking to try and make a backstab happen onto Stoikov, who sees him. He's like, hold on, there's a clockwork in my lane. But, well, you can't go back into the lane either. And with that, Ads is going to be able to take this tier 1 tower. Glyph going to stall things out in a little bit, but still going to be able to secure this ability to open up the map a little bit further for themselves, and I really want to see him make a play towards top, although another kill attempt onto Yuma here. Nicely done.
Security's keeping actually going to be enough. Keeps him inside the cog so Yuma gets some distance and he can set himself up perfectly to land the raises. Great TP out of Hikoda. You know, enabled this mid tower to go down, just acting as a body. And was able to TP bottom to protect Yuma as well. So third kill picked up for the Shadow Fiend.
Ad's just going to walk all the way back to base, get full regeneration from the fountain. I'm assuming he's going to play top after this. Like, you've already got a really difficult time in dealing with this. Again, like you mentioned, no one wants to... The Silencer doesn't want to step in front of the Drow to be able to protect. You're just way too squishy at this stage. And, well, you can just see he's just tried to be as efficient as possible with his money. 4 Iron Branches, Magic Stick. Do a lot with what you got.
White Llama might be in some trouble. Decent damage onto the Ember, which might act as a bit of a deterrent for Hustlers continuing to get aggressive in this lane, but it's bottom. It's Antic. He's going to look to make his first rotation. Decrypt to be able to slow down the Doom. Yoda's like, oh, I'll just sacrifice my life. But the Cogs actually blocks Yuma into play, so Stoikov, maybe with the damage from the Breathe Fire in the tower, it's not enough. A little bit of heal out of the life drain. Now Yuma, they'll look to turn it. Doesn't have a whole lot out of the Requiem, though. But Xantic, he himself should be able to get the finishing blow.
Oh, Coop. He's gone for that Fade Bolt onto the SF, but won't be able to land it. Creep Wave following him. Reveals all. Adds, though. Still once more.
It's like Stoikov is the one. Yeah. Nathila Core, is he going to kill Coop as well?
He's got the
level 6 out of the Mirana.
You can go for this dive.
Oh, nice leap. Blocks the escape, so he has to run back through the lane. What a perfect leap position. Oh, it's Xantic as well. That Doom can't even come back to the lane.
Yeah. Arcane Boots, so Theolacor's feeling real healthy. So damage into the tower. This last pick partner's working out real well.
And that's what you're hoping for, right? Like with this 24th pick, you're again saying, guys, I know the matchups. It's a good game for me. I can take over, and he's done just that. I mean, what a pick so far.
Yep, ranged into the DK. Don't care at all about all the armor that he has. Avoids the horrible Ember matchup. And I mean, the other thing is that Divine Llama, he's got more net worth than this Drow on the top side. Not necessarily Drow's fault. It's just Drow Silencer, not the most scary lane to have to deal with.
Oh no!
They even use the Doom
for that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Aetherlands now as well, so even more range to be able to make a lot of these kill attempts. Decrepify maxed out, so plenty of cast range on that. They're going to be able to land some big damage from afar. Theolacore and Ads looking to make a lot of these rotations happen on their own. They can even combine together with the Clockwork just as a little bit more of a frontliner.
Makoto TP's out. Very close to escaping. He did reveal that ward location over the tree line, though, so D2 Hustlers will play accordingly to that. They're actually going to look to try and Moonlight Shadow move in. Divine Llama's going to be cautious, so the sentries, 3 sentries, all down in this lane, but Sans expires and he's going to be able to rem them out.
Maybe there is a Ricky in this game. You know, we don't know. There's so many sentries around.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Aetherlands, man.
And the damage from the Decrep and Theolacore with max out Starstorm as well. That's another big thing. So, dude, this Moran is such a high level.
Yeah.
What?
Very, very hard to deal with this. I mean, she's almost got as much farm as Ember does. And someone needs to come back to this lane. Like, I guess you can use the glyph to be able to deal with it, but this is the siege creep wave. So, gotta pop it ASAP. They're not even getting anything in exchange. That's the big downside. Divine Llama, he's just kiting him around. Coop nearly able to get that lift off, but it's not going to be enough. And, well, could be curtains for them. Nice global.
Yeah, might help Zani TP up, but already the battery salt is activated for Hikoda, so Zani's not going to escape, and as a result, more towers are going to end up going down as well. D2 Hustlers, this Jurossa is on quite the roll.
Oh, yeah. And they're just going to keep it moving. Why not? You've got a fast-paced lineup. They're taking a lot of attention away from the Shadow Fiend, and, I mean, Yuma's incredibly happy about that. He got out of the laning stage with a couple of deaths, but first blood, space created for him. No stacks for now, but they were able to take that mid tier 1 tower. So no tier 1 towers anymore for Ivy to play with. Drow does have the Doom and the DK to play in front of her. And once again, it's going to be Stoikov going for that early Blink Dagger. Really want to see him get more use out of it, though. But I really don't feel that the Silencer, Rubik, even the Doom combination are going to be enough to actually convert onto kills.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage follow-up, which is a big issue. I mean, low levels, Cube's going to need to steal some abilities maybe to look to combine with the Dragon Knight, but you're probably going to be more playing reactionary with this Blink Dagger.
I mean, by the time he has it as well, he's not going to have Elder... No, I guess it'll be up by the time he picks it up, but still, yeah. Lacking in damage. That's always going to be the biggest issue. And Divine Llama's just being a nuisance, forcing people to stay nearby this Drow Ranger. So he's essentially doing that solo, creating a ton of space for his team despite being played in a core role. When you've got someone like Theolacor that's just balling out of his mind, I think you can afford to.
And again, as soon as the Doom looks to show on the lane on Addy, Advantic's there, Jakoda's there as well. Already dominating for the Pugna. Across the map, though, they're going to make the attempt onto Divine Llama. Get the Remnant away, but it's going to set up for the Sant, so Zani can be able to follow up afterwards as well. So finally, they catch a break with at least getting one kill against D2 Hustlers.
I mean, my reaction to that tip would just be like an eyebrow raise, basically. Like, really? Yeah, all this attention being focused onto me, and you're gonna tip me? Oh, they might be able to get Zani as well. They didn't use the hook shot previously to kill the Doom, so yeah, Dakota able to connect with that one.
They're gonna stay and try and kill him.
Try?
Hang on, let's see. Stoikov, alright, that's the reveal of the Blink. Do they have the damage for Xantic, though? He might be able to stand strong and turn it back around. Ooh. At least the Dragon Knight's going to be working with the haste, so he's going to be able to get out of danger of that life drain, but...
If he didn't have that haste...
Oh, he's got an Octarine.
Not only
cool.
Yeah. Not only the life drain, but that arrow would have connected as well. Theolacor on the mark again. They found Coop. Oh. Poor guy.
Oh, the creep. Oh my god. Blocked him in, so the arrow connected.
There's that Meteor Hammer as well on the Ember Spirit, so him plus adds just acting as the push patrol. Again, the less we say Yuma's name, the happier he is, and he's just had an Observer Ward next to him expire, so a little bit of more unknown information. He's going to be breathing a sigh of relief about that. Just continue to go back. He'll join the rest of the boys once he's got that BKB available. They're doing a great job without him.
This is a ideal game for a position 1, right? He's just like, alright, I'll farm. You boys are carrying me so far. If required, if I'm needed late game, then sure, I'll be ready, but we might not even get there. That's where Xantic's coming to play, and this T2 tower is about to go down, and they're gonna lose Addy again. We're up to 8 deaths. He had a great start to the lane as well, which is so unfortunate for Addy, but that's another death with Midas on cooldown.
Oh, that makes it sting.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't not look at it when you're dead as well. It's just, it's there. You see it off cooldown, and it's just... It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling.
It's the battle of the ads right now. You got Addy and Xantic, so let's say that right now, old mate Bugner is winning, and he's even got a Boots of Travel as well, so he's going to be able to just completely take the map away, look to join in onto any really aggressive attempts onto the SF, but again, like, Yuma is not being targeted at all. Building up his own stacks for himself. They're going to look to try and make a play onto him. What's the vision like on D2 Hustlers? Surprisingly poor. They've only got the one Observer Ward. The second one is just placed up now. I mean, if they're not inside their jungle and they're not next to where that's placed, it should probably be a bit of a trigger for Yuma, and they see him.
If they do, but over to the right side, though. Look at the jump in onto Xantic. Are they going to have the damage to kill off the Rubik? This will be a big kill. They'll find it, but at what cost does Yuma? Lands the Requiem out. Divine Llama holds the 2 other components into place with the chains as well. The Theocor leaps on over to find the body blocks. Even though Xantic went down, that's where Yuma was able to come into play, and the cleanup is there. Great fight for D2 Hustlers once again.
The value of vision, man, right? Like, they've got the ward on the high ground. I think they're going to be able to get the D ward off. Have to be a little bit careful. Meteor hammer. Right in his face. Poor Addy.
It's a tough life.
They got any sentries? No. Should be coming out on the courier potentially, just to be able to get rid of that. Yep, Observer Sentry combo coming through for Hakoda now. Take away the... Oh yeah, they took the tier 2 bottom, didn't they? So they didn't even really have their jungle to be able to play around with. Coop's basically just acting as a ward guardian right now, just to give themselves any information, but... Oh, maybe if they're able to get this kill.
Can they even get the kill though? Hookshot still does connect. Yakota's gonna go down. This is a level 11 Mirana, so he can still look to clean up, and he's also got other boys nearby to help, just in case. Yes, you're getting kills on Ivy, but it's just onto one support, and you're losing some cores as well.
Yeah, they know they've got the vision up there. I wonder if they're going to try and maybe set up for this Ember Spirit as he comes back onto the Remnant. Doesn't seem like the case. He's actually going to go for a bit of his own D-Ward play. Just getting rid of the Observer Ward. Once again, the stress of not knowing where you can and can't play. Now, I mean, they instantly ping out Zani. Let's see if they're able to connect in onto him. Hakoda's TPing in, but still 15 seconds left on that hook shot. Oh, they know you're there. Is he going to hook shot me? Is he not? How good are they with the internal timings that you've got? And oh man, even an arcane rune for ads.
Are we going to consider about Roshan? Looks like that's going to be the call.
Why not? You got 4 points Presence of the Dark Lord, you got an Orb of Corrosion. Got Divine Lama's a decent hero to be able to tank it up. And this really just does feel like not the nail in the coffin, but getting pretty close to it. Shadow Fiend, once he hits onto that level 15 mark, is going to start sieging your high ground, not even needing to wait for that second Aegis to fall. And they weren't really able to claim anything else, right? Tier 2 tower has still not taken a single hit. Top, same sort of situation. 3 kills around the map. That's the situation right now. They're just so scared to show on any lane. At least Addy has picked up a BKB, so you can fight into this Pugna. You're not getting controlled. It puts a lot more emphasis on Hakoda to be the one, you know, with the cogs just keeping you in place. Doesn't really feel like you want to fight yet, though.
You're still quite some time away as Hakoda finds a very good hookshot onto Vincenzo.
The Observer
interesting
ward
ward place. Yes, without a doubt.
And they've got no tier 2s left to play with. Humor after this creep wave, level 15. Presence aura affects buildings. High ground time.
Look at that. 83% here for Hakoda. 5 out of 6 on the hookshot. It's been pretty on point so far. Him and all the boys up the high ground they go. It's going to be a difficult defense for Ivy. Okay, so this is very interesting. The Ember, if you slight and then Meteor, you can use it from far away because you're kind of...
You are where the slight is happening.
Yeah. Very cool, very cool.
The real question is, how many Nether wards can we get up at the same time? He had 2 at that point. It's soaking up a few of these tower hits as well, but they're just going to rally behind Yuma. He's got the BKB, he's got the Aegis available.
That's a very cool interaction with the Ember with this Meteor. I kind of like what I'm seeing. I don't know if it's just like they're really playing this matchup in...
That's why something like the Scythe of Ice can be really effective with it as well, right? As long as you've got vision to be able to actually, you know, press your Scythe, it's going to be really useful. Instantly just getting rid of their vision as well.
Oh.
Just Hakoda, next level, thinking ahead. Well, they think they can leave their base. Let's make sure they can't.
Yeah, just nothing goes right. You've already got the vision down to de-ward it.
There's 12 on the clock as well now, so extra cast range for the hookshot. Already been on point just with the level 1.
Yeah.
And that's the 4 staffs are starting to come out as well. I think Pugna has his now. Never mind, he went into the Aghanim shot. Is he memeing a bit? What do you reckon?
I'm not a Pugna specialist. I don't know if this is a meme. I don't know if he finds value in it. I have not seen the hero in a very, very long time, so
I think it's
very interesting. I mean, sure, okay. All I know is what it kind of feels nice versus some illusion heroes. That's kind of all I know about the shard.
I see no illusion heroes. Is all I can say.
Yes, you are right. I see no illusion heroes as well. So, let's see.
But the cast range, though, that plus the Octarine core, think of how far away you can cast it. I mean, maybe you put it into, like, the trees on the side, so there's just actually no way they can kill it. I thought they might have been a little bit trigger happy. What's up?
I was going to say 22 minutes in and you're locked inside your base is never a good feeling.
No, 6% win probability as well.
Oh,
that should be a freebie.
Oh, and it will be. I have to commit too heavily. Yuma one last right click, and now Shikoda as well finds an angle. Hookshot's going to be onto Stoikov. Shadowfiend's going to be cautious about the tower damage. Looks like he will be okay for the moment. Zani going to try and find an angle. It's actually Addy that gets the Doom out, but Pugna's okay.
Yeah. He's going to shake it off. He can go back and life drain an Ancient Creep if he really wants to, and then do the same to Yuma.
Did Yuma have his feet up on the desk? My guy is mega chill if that was the case.
The double Zuck. Oh, the arrow.
Oh, and the arrows.
And the triple Zuck.
And now even Yuma's, why not just chuck out the Requiem just to help guarantee the kill? Shoving them further and further inside the base. I think he's playing with his feet up on Yuma, which is quite fascinating.
I mean, we've seen, when you say up, you mean like on the desk, like lying down? Or do you mean like...
Well, look at the...
Scrunched up on his chair.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's more chill right now. And I don't blame him. Because they are having a hell of a series, a hell of a game too.
Look at all the Zuck.
Look at the Zuck. Look at the Zuck. We'll use the global silence to get the kill on Divide Llama. Just, yeah, alright, you kill me once. Come kill me again. They can't kill it.
Again, this is the big weakness I was talking about in the draft, right? They have no one to go first. It's basically only Stoikov, and he's going to do it with a little bit of fountain regen, but he's at half HP. Found the Pugna. All right, maybe.
They have. All right. He'll go down. Clock goes down.
What a hammer.
Yuma's going to look to try and BKB TP out. They bought back on a Xantic, though, and, well, he will actually cancel his TP too.
And that's Megas.
Pre-wave doesn't
24 and a
matter.
half minutes.
It's Megas.
Rubik doesn't deal with it. Silencer doesn't deal with it. Yeah. Very worthy of the GG. They just wanted to make that last push happen, and I'm sure it was smiles all around with the Pugna Shard able. It was like, how many heroes can we latch it on to? Because he played a phenomenal game on Xantic.
That he did indeed.
Yuma does have his feet up the whole time.
I've
been known to do that. No.
I do that if I'm watching stuff, not if I'm playing. Like that, and even a Dota game. Like maybe I'm playing Rocket League or I'll have the feed up, something like that.
I've played a couple of Dota games like that. Not an official.
I like how you had to clarify the official. Yes, I was going to say, you played so many officials. I mean, Danog in the semi-pro Oz scene is definitely a staple name for us down here.
You said it, not me. All right, that's all I can say. But yeah, what another great performance from the D2 Hustlers, showing why they were so close. I mean, it was only one of the 5 that was close to getting through into Division 1 last tour, but they just really all seem on the same page, right? They all made space for Yuma, that Requiem into the Cogs, great cohesion there. Last pick on the Pugna, lots of trust in their team members as well to enable a little bit of an unorthodox pick, but Xantic delivered in spades. At the Olacor, that farm, that farm on the Marana.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Almost rivaling Divide Llama on the offlane Ember. So this is... It's going to be very exciting to see the development of D2 Hustlers once again, because it didn't seem like Ivy was a match at all for them. And honestly, I just hope I get to see what they have in store for us for a second series. Like, do they go back for this Pugna? Is it just a very, very situational game like this? Do we get to see another Ember in the offlane, the Bounty Hunter? Like, they showed a lot so far with the two games that we saw from them, two very dominant games, that they have some very unique strategies, which we do not get often at the moment with how kind of stale the meta is. So it's nice to see. We got it in OG as well, of course, Thompson with the mid Oracle, and now we're getting a little bit of a difference out of the boys on Hustlers.
If the patch isn't going to change, at least the teams are trying to change something about it, right? Some unorthodox stuff, offlane Ember Spirit. Been over a year since we've seen it with any regularity, and Divine Llama made it work. Pretty good pairing with the Mirana to make it happen.
Got to be Atlantic MVP, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, very happy with giving that one over to him. And again, we've seen like there's a little bit of pressure when you get that 24th pick. You're asking for hero. The boys trusted you, and well, that trust is definitely deserved. And we're potentially going to see some more 24th picks for Atlantic as well, which is going to be scary considering they first picked the Ember. So we potentially see that. You will bring up kind of the Ricky for Divine Llama. We've already seen the Timber now that he demolished within game 1. So of course, this is just first day done and dusted for Western Europe, where we had 3 series, but there's a lot already to look forward to for teams that have already looked incredibly strong, where they get to have their second series, getting to showcase some more of their drafts and wonky gameplay. But we will get a winners interview as well, so we're going to be lovely to hear from them.
Hey, Divine Llama.
Congratulations. Hello. Man, what a
thank you.
How are you feeling? You're playing offlane Ember. What's going on? You enjoying playing the offlane Ember?
I like Ember. Ember's a fun hero to play, but I didn't enjoy the game that much. I got abandoned by Jolican. He just went bottom. I'm like, I don't know. I just got left. I'm just an Ember Spirit in offlane, completely alone. Yeah, I mean, I guess my team was doing good stuff, but it's I wasn't having fun. I'm just getting camped by. At some point, I was getting camped by their 2 supports in the Drow Ranger. Just 3 heroes sitting on my lane. It was not so fun.
You're making space. I know you're a core, but you're making space. It's all good. I see that you've been practicing that a little bit in pubs. You've been practicing the Ricky as well. I was kind of thinking, is he going to do it against the Drow Range? Just stay on top of her. But yeah, it was a good pick. How do you make that sort of stuff work? Because a lot of this stuff only really tends to come together if you've got the cohesion of a team that's actually all on the same page. So in pubs where that might not be the case, how do you test out this theory?
You just sacrifice your own war. You just do it for the greater good. If I get a team, if I want to test Ricky in pubs, see if it's good, I first pick Ricky in pubs. I lost 100 ranks doing this, but at least now I know if Ricky's good or not.
Is it? Can we get a yes or a no? Is Ricky good?
It's classified information, sadly.
That's a good response. That is a good response. What's the process like of restructuring this team? Of course, you're the only standing member from the previous tour. How do you go about getting the 4 other guys? Because you've got people from all over in Dota. So what was kind of the process for you?
That was the hardest part, getting the team together. So last season, we had a pretty good season overall, but we just didn't make it. We're an inch away from making Div 1, and we had lots of promises of really good sponsors, but we just didn't make it, and we didn't have a sponsor, so just had nothing basically in the season, which is very sad. And due to some circumstances, there was a little bit of, behind the scenes drama in the team. Nothing too bad, nothing too personal, but just a very, very unpleasant situation for the whole team. And in the end, my 3 teammates decided to leave me. Which was a bit sad. I was sad about that. But in the end, I owned the slot because I bought the slot myself. Because I was the only one willing to, put myself financially at risk to play DPC. And can you hear me, by the way? I think I just got disconnected from Discord.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. No, we can hear you.
That was somebody else. Okay, sorry. So yeah, I own the slot, so they decided to just leave me, which turned out to be a pretty bad decision for them because they lost in the qualifiers. And I have a team I'm happy with. I was very worried after the team fell apart. I wasn't sure if I would be able to make a new one. But here, I asked around. It was very close. Right before, a few days before Rosluck, I was scrambling to make a good team. But Jolica and Hakoda, Human Atlantic were, they were all on the fence of playing. And yeah, I don't know. It was messy, but in the end we got together. And as soon as we got together, we started practicing, and everyone was very happy with the team. Everyone's very happy with the progress. So yeah.
What are other than just like being good at Dota, like what are the qualities that you really look for when you're looking to form this? Is it just general behavior in pubs? Is it vocal? Like what sort of stuff are you really looking to hammer down?
Behavior in pubs is not the prime criteria that you look for in teammates, but if you know people are an asshole in pubs, that might mean that they're also an asshole in teams. So you never know. But yeah, you're looking for your players need to be good, but you also need players to have a good attitude and a lot of willpower. You need a mix of them, right? You need, better to say, you need both of them. You need as much as you can of both of those. And I think this team, especially, everybody has a great attitude. It's probably the team with the best attitude I've been in like ever. Like in the last team, I wouldn't say the average was way worse, but didn't have the same atmosphere. Compared to last season's Hustlers, this team has a way better atmosphere. I think everybody believes in each other a lot more. Everybody believes in the team, whereas last season that wasn't as much the case. Me personally, I also just feel a lot better in this team because I feel like the team is also playing towards my strengths, whereas last season I feel like I had to sacrifice myself, like not play my best stuff, to like serve the team, which is sometimes necessary. But in that team, I felt like I couldn't really play towards my strengths. But in this team, that is very much the case, and everybody believes in me. I believe in everybody in the team, so it's very refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, we see those strengths right now in game one in particular with your Timbersaw. I mean, an incredible performance. You're very high level. What are you currently liking the play style of the Timber? I know it's a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. Do you like kind of the style that we have of this hero at the moment?
You mean the item build?
Yeah, I actually want to give a bit of a follow-up question on that. Like, have you taken inspiration from anyone else? Because the first time I really saw it have huge success was Nothing to Say in China.
The Timbersaw?
Yeah, he played mid-timber, didn't go a single point in reactive armor. I know you had to go two because of the lane, but like...
Yeah, I mean, some lanes, like, I can skip reactive armor. But the build depends. I mean, the Agnum Scepter is very popular. The Chakram got a lot of buffs. The Agnum Scepter is good. There's not that many players I take inspiration from. I think there's very few Timber players that are on the same level as me on Timbersaw. I think there's like Amar, even though he hasn't looked that good on it because he hasn't played that much recently. But Amar is still a good Timbersaw. Whisper is probably the best one. Like Whisper, Amar, and I don't think there's anybody real suited up there. DM's Timber is okay, but that's pretty much it.
I got one more question. Just in regards to, do you feel like you guys have a unique quality with bringing in, again, of course, Hikoda from Eastern Europe, you've got some boys from South America, just bringing these different strategies? Is that something that has been nice to be able to kind of talk together on their ideas of Dota and work out how you guys want to look to try and set up your own identity as D2 Hustlers?
Yeah, for sure. We're a mixed mash of 4 regions because you and Jolik are playing SA for a long time. I played in NA. Our coach Mangus coached Nouns last year, so he also any experience. We've all played in EU before. We go to some CS, so a lot of diversity, a lot of ideas. I really like it. It's adjusting everyone. Like here in Europe, the meta is not the same as in SA, and there's also some like drawbacks to having players from different regions sometimes, because, for example, Tio and Hakora haven't spoken English on a team before. So when we started, in the beginning, communicating was a bit rudimentary because they've never spoken English on a professional team before. So their English wasn't on a very, very high level. But, we're talking English every day. We scrim almost every day, so it's getting better rapidly.
Is it just actual like English that you're using, or is it like code words? Because I know a lot of other languages than English often have like code words that they use, and it just allows information to be communicated much quicker. Is it the same with you guys, or do you just try and let them practice English to be able to communicate in that way?
Speak English. Well, we try to keep it simple sometimes. We don't want to like use too many difficult words, when we're talking about concepts, and even and when you play Dota, like inside a game, it's always going to be pretty easy, right? So it's just the game terms. It's just mostly outside the game when we talk about strategy that 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 we have to like explain things once or twice, and that we're improving.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
That's what I want to hear.
Thank you. An incredible debut start for D2 Hustlers and yourself as well, Dwight Lama. Thank you very much for joining us. Very excited to see your progression so far through the tour.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right. There we go. Denok, we're done and dusted for our long day. 3 best of 3s. And last 2 were very favored to the winning side, of course, OG and D2 Hustlers. But what a start for those lads as well.
Now I'm looking forward to when, obviously OG and D2 Hustlers come up against each other, because they play, I don't want to say a similar style, but you could see elements there. The hero pools are a little bit wonky. They group up together around that 20-minute mark. They have insane levels of trust in their mid laner. So I'm keen to see who's going to come up on top when they actually do end up facing, as we have a bit of a recap of the day. That first series went for an eternity. I think over 4 hours it took total just to be able to finally crown a winner. Ancient Tribe getting what some people would say is a surprise upset against PuckChamp. With one of the teams that came through from the open qualifiers for sure. But Ancient Tribe, they really looked good in the early stages of all 3 of their games.
They did. I think that's going to be a big advantage for them heading into their next upcoming series. And of course, for some of the ones we just saw as well, OG versus Into the Breach, very dominant performance for them and Hustlers as well. And the series you were mentioning that you're excited for, OG versus Hustlers, well, that's going to be going on in our next day of Western Europe. So we already get to see that matchup very, very early on. It's going to be a nice little matchup to see how it goes on. We've got the schedule as well. So Secret versus Alliance, the debut of those 2 new teams that we are yet to see so far. And then, of course, Ancient Tribe looking to play again. Ivy hoping for a nice little win to get under their belt after this series. And yeah, the OG versus Hustler to close it out. We've got some very good series coming up. Honestly, every day, man, we're going to have good series. This Western Europe Division 2 is a absolute bloodbath. There's going to be no series that will not be exciting.
For sure. But I'm probably going to echo a lot of people's sentiments. Secret versus Alliance, that's the one that you got to be here for. So make sure you're here for the very start of the next day of the Western European DPC Division 2. And that's just in, a couple of days now?
Yes. Yeah, just a couple more days until we'll get that Dota action. Of course, we got to go through some other regions as well, but until we get there,
China's
have
in what, like 5 hours or something like that?
Is it actually?
5 or 6.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, what are we? 7 a.m. We're gonna go quickly sleep, and then we'll be back up.
The birds are chirping. That's my trigger to go to sleep.
That's when you know it's the DJ now. As you hear the birds, like, all right, I'm going to bed. But it's been a beautiful day of Dota action. Appreciate everyone hanging by again. It's gonna be a couple days until Western Europe kicks back off, and we'll see you guys back then.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.